chapter titled Lady Florence Dixie from Celebrated Women Travelers of the 19th Century by William Henry Davenport Adams. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time was, and not so very long ago, when a visit to the wilds of Patagonia on the part of an English lady would have been regarded as a wonderful achievement. Nowadays it excites but little comment. The interest excited by Lady Florence Dixie's book Across Patagonia was the legitimate interest inspired by her fresh and lively description of unexplored and untrodden ground, and not the idle curiosity which a sensational achievement sometimes excites. If one lady can make a voyage round the world, why should not another ride across Patagonia? To our grandmothers, a French or Italian tour was an event of novelty and importance. But nous avons changé tout cela. It is quite understood that no terra incognita exists into which our female travelers would fear to penetrate. Lady Florence Dixie frankly tells us her reason for venturing into Patagonia, and no doubt it is the reason which has actuated many of her sisters in their world wanderings. She went to an outlandish place so many miles away, as her friends called it, precisely because it was an outlandish place and so far away. She adds, "Palled for the moment with civilization and its surroundings, I wanted to escape somewhere where I might be as far removed from them as possible." Many of my readers have doubtless felt the dissatisfaction with oneself and everybody else that comes over one at times in the midst of the pleasures of life, when one wearies of the shallow artificiality of modern existence, when what was once excitement has become so no longer, and a longing grows up within one to taste a more vigorous unction than that afforded by the monotonous round of society's so-called pleasures. In this state of mind, she looked around for some country that would satisfy her requirements, and decided upon Patagonia, because nowhere else could she find an area of 100,000 square miles for equestrian exercise, where one would be free from the presence of savage tribes and obnoxious animals, as well as from the persecution of morning calls, invitations, garden parties, telegrams, letters, and all the other resources of civilization. To these attractions was added the thought, always alluring to an active mind, that there she would be able to penetrate into vast wilds untrod as yet by the foot of man. Scenes of infinite beauty and grandeur might be lying hidden in the silent solitude of the mountains which bound the barren plains of the Pampas, into whose mysterious recesses no one as yet had ever ventured. And I was to be the first to behold them, an egotistical pleasure, it is true, but the idea had a great charm for me, as it has had for many others. Accompanied by her husband, brothers, and 3 friends, Lady Florence left Liverpool on the 11th December 1878. Early in January they reached Rio de Janeiro, of which she furnishes a pleasantly graphic sketch that gives a true idea of her descriptive powers. "Nowhere," she says, "have the rugged and the tender, the wild and the soft, been blended into such exquisite union as at Rio, and it is this quality of unrivalled contrasts that, to my mind, gives to that scenery its charm of unsurpassed loveliness. Nowhere else is there such audacity, such fierceness even of outline, coupled with such multiform splendor of color, such fairy-like delicacy of detail. As a precious jewel is encrusted by the coarse rock, the smiling bay lies encircled by frowning mountains of colossal proportions and the most capricious shapes. In the production of this work, the most opposite powers of nature have been laid under contribution. The awful work of the volcano, the immense boulders of rock which lie piled up to the clouds in irregular masses, have been clothed in a brilliant web of tropical vegetation, purple and green, sunshine and mist. Here nature revels in manifold creation. Life multiplies itself a millionfold, the soil bursts with exuberance of fertility, and the profusion of vegetable and animal life beggars description. Every tree is clothed with 1,000 luxuriant creepers, purple and scarlet blossomed. They in their turn support myriads of lichens and other verdant parasites. The plants shoot up with marvelous rapidity and glitter with flowers of the rarest hues and shapes, or bear quantities of luscious fruit, pleasant to the eye and sweet to the taste. The air resounds with the hum of insect life. Through the bright green leaves of the banana skim the sparkling hummingbirds and gorgeous butterflies of enormous size float, glowing with every color of the rainbow, on the flower-scented breezes. But over all this beauty, over the luxuriance of vegetation, over the softness of the tropical air, over the splendor of the sunshine, over the perfume of their flowers, pestilence has cast her fatal miasmas, and, like the sword of Damocles, the yellow fever hangs threateningly over the heads of those who dwell among these lovely scenes. After touching at Montevideo, Lady Florence Dixie's party proceeded southwards to the Straits of Magellan and landed at Sandy Point, a settlement belonging to the Chileans, who call it La Colonia de Magallanes. Here they procured horses and mules and 4 guides, and having completed all the necessary arrangements, rowed along the shore of the famous strait to Cape Negro. On the opposite side they could distinctly see the Tierra del Fuego, and at different points tall columns of smoke rising up into the still air denoted the presence of native encampments, just as Magellan had seen them 4 centuries ago, when he gave to the island, on that account, the name it still bears. At last they started into the interior and began their exploration of the wide region of the Pampas. Game was plentiful, and the fowling pieces of the party brought down numerous victims. As they advanced, they came into occasional contact with the Patagonians, and her observations of their physical character are important and valuable in relation to the marvelous accounts which we find in the old voyagers. I was not so much struck by their height, she says, as by their extraordinary development of chest and muscle. As regards their stature, I do not think the average height of the men exceeded 6 feet, and as my husband stands 6 feet 2 inches, I had a favorable opportunity for forming an accurate estimate. 1 or 2 there were, certainly, who towered far above him, but these were exceptions. The women were mostly of the ordinary height, though I noticed one who must have been quite 6 feet, if not more. Lady Florence speaks of the features of the purebred Chuelche, or Patagonian aboriginal, as extremely regular and by no means unpleasant to look at. The nose is generally aquiline, the mouth well-shaped and beautified by the whitest of teeth, the expression of the eye intelligent, while the form of the whole head indicates the possession of considerable mental capabilities. But such is not the case with the Chuelches, in whose veins is a mixture of Fuegian or Araucanian blood. Of these latter, the flat noses, oblique eyes, and badly proportioned figures excite disgust, and they are as different from a purebred Chuelche as a racer is from an ordinary cart horse. Their long, coarse hair is worn parted in the middle, and is prevented from falling over their faces by means of a handkerchief or fillet of some kind bound round the forehead. They suffer no hair to grow on the face, and some extract even their eyebrows. Their dress is simple, consisting of a chiripa or piece of cloth round the loins, and the indispensable guanaco cape, which is hung loosely over the shoulders and held round the body by the hand, though it would obviously seem more convenient to have it secured around the waist with a belt of some kind. Their horse-hide boots are only worn for reasons of economy when hunting. The women dress like the men, except as regards the chiripa, instead of which they wear a loose kind of gown beneath the cape, which they fasten at the neck with a silver brooch or pin. The children are allowed to run about naked till they are 5 or 6 years old, and are then dressed like their elders, partly for ornament, partly also as a means of protection against the wind. A great many Indians paint their faces, their favorite color, as far as I could see, being red, though one or two I observed had given the preference to a mixture of that color with black, a very diabolical appearance being the result of this combination. We cannot follow Lady Florence Dixie through all her Patagonian experiences, which in their infinite variety must have fully satisfied her craving for new things. She hunted pumas, ostriches, guanacos, witnessed the wild and wayward movement of the wild horses on the plains, which for ages have belonged unto them, suffered from the burden of the heat and the attacks of the gnats, explored the recesses of the Cordilleras, and came upon a broad and beautiful lake, on which, in all probability, no human eye before had ever looked, until at last she grew weary of adventure, and she and her companions turned their faces once more towards the commonplace comforts of civilization. All this and more she tells with much animation, quite unaffectedly, and in a style which, if marked by no special literary merit, is always clear and vigorous. One can do much worse than while away an hour by the fireside with Lady Florence Dixie's book in one's hand. One will close it with the conviction that the writer is a courageous, lively, and intelligent woman who can ride across country with a firm hand and hold her own in any dangerous or novel position. End of chapter titled Lady Florence Dixie from Celebrated Women Travelers of the 19th Century by William Henry Davenport Adams. Read by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai.
Ninth Century Wooden Mask by Langdon Warner from the Bulletin of the Pennsylvania Museum, Volume 17. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the February Bulletin was published an early Japanese mask of the head of a bodhisattva, which is the epitome of 14th century repression. In this number is illustrated a mask 400 years earlier than that other, typical of the very height of expressive grotesque. Both masks we owe to the generosity of the late Mr. John T. Morris, who purchased them on one of his trips to the Orient. It could hardly have been realized when he brought them over that these two would prove to be the earliest, and in some ways the most important examples which would ever leave Japan, for it is safe to say that the days of such haphazard discoveries are over, and the Japanese Imperial Commission for the Preservation and Cataloguing of Antiquities has long ago set the seal of national treasure on all the known early and important masks. Ancient literature and modern scholarship are almost equally barren of references to the paraphernalia of the Bugaku dramatic dances, which barely persist to the present day. It is well known that certain demoniacal and godlike characters were represented, and the mask in the Pennsylvania Museum was no doubt worn by an actor who took the part of a demigod or of an evil spirit. While the generations of sculptors who produced the masks used for the No dramas from the end of the 15th century to the modern decadence are well known, one cannot hazard even a guess at the tradition or the family of the man who made this mask. Undoubtedly he lived in Yamato or in the adjoining region of the Yamashiro. Probably he was a priest who made temple images and dramatic masks. Every year at the season of the Matsuri, or festival of the local shrine, which no doubt was both Buddhist and Shinto in character, the robes, the banners, the portable shrines and lanterns, together with such masks as this, were brought out from the temple storehouse to be used in procession through the streets, and finally in the archaic dances performed on a high wooden platform within the temple compound. Every village boy was familiar with this medieval morality play, and knew more of the character represented by our mask than does the eminent scholar of today. It is doubtful if even the name of the part in which it was used can be correctly determined. Most surely the lines spoken in the stage business have been lost. Vaguely we believe that India and China provided the origins of it all, for the forms of the musical instruments which were used can be seen cut in the living rock of the 5th century cave chapels in China, and painted on the walls of the caves of Ellora and Ajunta. There are certain parallels to the form of this mask which may possibly be traced in China and Java and India and the South Seas, but no man dares say that he has unravelled the tangled skein of evidence. It remains therefore to study the actual form before us. Stylistically, it cannot be far amiss to attribute its period to the early years of the Fujiwara regime, or even to the last of the Tempio period, a range of 100 years before the last quarter of the 9th century. The few examples in Japan which are unmistakably of the same period are always quoted as being of the Tempio period, but they lack something of true Tempio suavity as we know it in the scores of dated statues. Unless those times are misunderstood by us, the artists contented themselves with a perfection of Chinese Tang forms made elegant by a hint from India direct. It is hard to imagine them producing such peaked leanness, so little tinged with the mannerisms of the Buddhist Academy. But perhaps this is too ingenious, and our mask with its few companions represents another tradition of that day, a parallel contemporary style. Till this is proved, it is best to stick to the 9th century, when the comparison with dated Buddhist sculpture is not so strained. The wood is probably hinoki, Chamaecyparis obtusa, soft and apt for the sculptor's chisel, still the favorite of the Japanese carver. Its pungent sap discourages insects, and the grain is as perfect as was that of the old American white pine. The fact that this example fits over the whole head of the wearer, instead of being tied across his face, is a sign of antiquity. It is, in fact, a false head rather than a mask, and the inner surface follows with a certain amount of fidelity the outside contours. This inside seems to have been left bare, but the face was covered with gesso lacquered and colored. The upper lip, the eyes, and the top of the head are pierced with large holes, 1/4 inch in diameter, set far apart, into which were securely pegged bunches of horse or cow hair, the bristly stubs of which still remain. It is important to notice that human hair was not used, and that neither cloth nor paper was laid on below the lacquer. The modern silk cord passes through holes just in front of the earlobes. Doubtless when the mask was in use, there was no need for an attachment to the shoulders of the wearer. It fitted securely and completely over his head, and one cannot be certain that these holes were contemporary with the mask. The mouth is slightly open, with the lips bared in a grin showing the thick teeth, with long eye teeth curving to the side. The lower lip has split off on the grain of the wood and been roughly restored to its original contour. Unlike many of the medieval and late Japanese masks, the expression on the face cannot be defined with a single word or named by an emotion. Fear, hate, malice, delight, resignation are some of those familiar to us. But here, with the shift in shadow, comes a play of expression that cannot be caught. The eyes are arched as if in affected surprise. While the grin is huge, it is not precisely horrible. Almost, the effect is of some clumsily malformed creature who suddenly says "boo" to frighten a child. As part of a morality play or a mystery, it was quite sufficient to draw a laugh from the rustics gathered on the grass below the little stage. Perhaps it was some spirit in the old Indian legend, or possibly used merely in the buffoonery between the acts. For the fair of those days was no Oberammergau for reverent tourists. It was a holiday with harlotry players, shooting bouts, wrestling, drinking, and praying, and at the end a substantial number of pious pennies in the shrine box. The gods stalked and gesticulated on the stage, while the juggler and the storyteller and the sweetmeat seller set up rival attractions all about the sacred enclosure, and even the man who pulled teeth with his fingers held his crowd fascinated. An early dance masque like this is far more a part of the life of its time, and a more spirited and pungent memory than the labeled and documented masterpieces of Mancho, carver of masks for the great interpreters of No at the beginning of the 18th century. His delicate lacquered shells are preserved with camphor chips and wadded silk pads in black lacquered boxes, brought out perhaps to be reverently fingered by a connoisseur, or more rarely still, worn at a performance by the Tokyo Society of No. Ours is a merry heathenish thing, battered and nicked, with its bristles worn to the stumps by centuries of honest labor amusing the groundlings. There is less of the individual work of art about it than of folk art, like a ballad or a street cry used for years. Only when we are poverty-stricken for such realities do we think to put it in a museum with a ticket on it. Art is there in the subtlest form as well as the most obvious. Not only was the unnamed sculptor able to carve a wooden block into a splendid and living grotesque, but there is something of medieval Japan, the very origins of the theatre, the art of pantomime and of dramatic dance, to be understood from this one object. To show how important masks have become, even in Japan, it is interesting to note that there are only 83 in the list of national treasure. Of these, 53 are definitely listed as made for the Bugaku drama, and 21 for Gigaku. The rest are undetermined. Barely a score of them all are as early as our example. Perhaps none are finer. The hope that in our Oriental excursions we may turn up others comparable to it is vain. But in the imperial museums of Nara, Kyoto, and in the storehouses of the ancient temples of Horyuji and Todaiji, are its few aged cronies, fat and silly, or lean and wrinkled, the shapes that convulsed the simple villagers or caused their flesh to creep, as they sat half the night watching the show under the stars, by the shifting glare of fire baskets hung about from the limbs of great temple trees. End of 9th Century Wooden Mask by Langdon Warner.
Alle 9 Kegel by Moritz Beermann. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Alle 9 Kegel bei Moritz Beermann. Es ist gar wenigen in Wien bekannt, dass sich auf dem Stephansturm eine Kegelschiebstatt befindet. Diese ist noch heute in dem kleinen Zimmer neben der Wohnung des Turmwächters, und dahin kamen vor einigen Jahrhunderten an Sonntagnachmittagen die Gesellen, um sich da zu unterhalten. Diese Kegelbahn ist sehr kurz, man muss sich beim Ausschieben bücken und die Kugel, zwischen den Beinen durchsehend, von hinten nach vorn auswerfen. Von dieser Schiebstatt hat sich eine lehrreiche Sage erhalten, die ich euch erzählen will. An einem heiteren Septemberabend unterhielten sich auf dem Berghofe nach dem Abendbrot einige lustige Männer aus Wien bei Geigenspiel, Becherklang und Kegelschieben. Unter ihnen war einer, der das Spiel vollständig beherrschte, denn bei jedem Ausschube traf er alle 9 Kegel, und er war es daher auch, welcher immer den Sieg davontrug. Die Gäste hatten sich in der Abenddämmerung bis auf den einen bereits verloren. Dieser stand aber noch immer da, ein Mann von hoher, kräftiger Gestalt, jedoch verliederlicht im Anzug, den Ausdruck tierischer Leidenschaft in den durch Trunk und andere Laster unschön verzerrten Zügen, und schob Kegel ohne Ruhe und Rast. Wie gewohnt warf er stets alle 9, und er begleitete diese seine Geschicklichkeit mit lautem Beifallsgeschrei. Nebenbei goß er einen Becher Wein nach dem anderen in den nimmersatten Schlund, weshalb ihn auch die Wiener den Ewigtrunk hießen. Konrad der Ewigtrunk spielte und zechte so eine gute Weile fort, als der Wirt des Berghofes zu ihm trat. »Nun, Konrad«, sagte er freundlich, »habt ihr noch nicht genug gespielt? Es wäre Zeit, davon abzulassen. Ich begreife überhaupt nicht, wie es euch Vergnügen machen kann, da so allein fortzukegeln. Kümmert euch nicht darum, sondern bringt mir lieber noch Wein her, mich dürstet fieberisch.« Der Wirt entfernte sich kopfschüttelnd, brachte den verlangten Wein und nahm die ihm trotzig hingeworfene Zeche in Empfang. Konrad ergriff neuerdings die Kugel und schob aus, aber diesmal verfehlte er sein Ziel, denn es hatte sich eine Hand wie Blei so schwer auf seine Schulter gelegt. Zornig blickte er nach rückwärts. Er sah da ein Männchen, ganz in Grau gekleidet, mit schneeweißem Gesichte, das einem Totenschädel glich und das den Wüstling aus hohlen, tiefliegenden Augen unheimlich stechend anstarrte. Die Haare Konrads begannen sich zu sträuben, so schreckenerregend war das Aussehen des kleinen Mannes, in dessen Nähe ihn ein kalter Schauer überlief. Indessen ermannte er sich, stürzte einen Becher Wein hinunter und rief zornig: »Was wollt ihr denn von mir? Ihr treibt sehr dummen Narrenspossen, lasst mich in Ruhe!« Dann ergriff er die Kugel wieder und wollte sein Spiel fortsetzen, aber die Gegenwart des unheimlichen Gefährten lastete auf ihm. Er schob abermals ein Loch. »Das ist zu arg bei allen Höllenkünsten«, fluchte Konrad. »Treibt meine Geduld nicht aufs Äußerste. Geht fort und stört mich nicht länger.« Da erscholl es mit eintöniger Stimme, die wie aus einem Grabe kam: »Laß ab, ewiger Trunkenbold, laß ab von dem Spiele. Wie lange willst du noch schieben im Mondenschein und Sternenschimmer?« »Spare deine weisen Lehren«, erwiderte Konrad. »Folge mir lieber zur Stephanskirche, wenn du willst, denn mich gelüstet, oben auf der Schiebstatt im Turme zu spielen. Dort, wenn du willst, spiele ich mit dir bis um Mitternacht, so daß die frommen Wiener glauben sollen, der böse Feind sei losgelassen.« Da flüsterte beinahe tonlos der Graurock: »Nun so komm, du unverbesserlicher Wüstling, wenn du Mut hast, kannst du oben mit mir eine Kegelpartie machen.« Konrad stürzte den letzten Rest seines Weines hinunter und machte sich mit seinem Begleiter auf den Weg. Sie gingen durch die menschenleeren Gassen, aber nur die schweren Tritte des Säufers waren zu vernehmen. Das Grauröcklein schien über dem Boden zu schweben, denn seine Schritte gaben keinen Nachhall. Wie Blei hing es sich an Konrads Schuhe, und als sie auf dem Turme oben angelangt waren, triefte der Wüstling von Schweiß. Aber er bemeisterte sein Grauen und fragte übermütig und höhnisch: »Wirfst du auch auf jeden Schub alle 9 Kegel um?« »Auf jeden Schub alle 9«, erwiderte der Unheimliche. »Ich wette darauf, und verliere ich, so zahle ich auf der Stelle jede Summe, die du begehrst.« »Angenommen. Merke aber auf, was ich sage. Du mußt dich mit dem Rücken gegen die Kegel aufstellen, zur Erde bücken und zwischen den ausgespreizten Beinen die Kugel nach dem Ziele werfen. Kannst du das?« »Lass es gut sein. Gib die Kugel her.« »So wirf denn alle 9«, rief hohnlachend Konrad und warf einen der Kegel zum Turmfenster hinab auf die Straße. »Erst du, dann ich«, donnerte ingrimmig der Graurock. Die Kleider fielen von ihm ab, und ein entsetzenerregendes Totengerippe von riesiger Höhe, Sense und Stundenglas schwingend, zeigte sich den Blicken des vor Schreck halbtoten Trunkenbolds. »Also vorwärts«, rief es, »vorwärts, der Tod wartet nicht. Gelingt es dir aber nicht, alle 9 Kegel zu treffen, so bist du mir verfallen und kommst nicht lebend vom Turme herunter. Höre, eben fängt die Stunde meiner Herrschaft zu schlagen an.« Es schlug gerade 12 Uhr. Zentnerschwer fiel die Geisterstunde auf das Herz des liederlichen, Gottvergessenen. Das Fieber rüttelte ihn dergestalt, dass er nicht stillhalten konnte. Er suchte mit klappernden Zähnen nach dem 9. Kegel, aber der lag unten auf dem Platze. Todesschweiß bedeckte seine Stirne. »Ich muß den 9. Kegel haben«, stöhnte er und kratzte heulend die Hände an der Wand blutig. Er stieß wütende Flüche aus, kniete neben die Kegel, zählte sie mehrere Mal, aber ach, es fehlte immer der 9. »Ich muß den 9. haben«, schrie er in ohnmächtiger Verzweiflung. Da rief der Tod: »Nun, du toller Bursche, glaubst du etwa, ich brauchte den 9. Kegel? Der Tod trifft auch 9, selbst wenn es nur 8 sind.« Darauf warf der schreckliche Menschenwürger die Kugel gewaltig vorwärts, die Kegel stürzten mit Geprassel zusammen, und Konrad, der ewig trunk, sank neben ihnen leblos zu Boden. So fand ihn am andern Morgen der Turmwächter. Noch einige Jahrhunderte nachher war es Sitte, dass die Besucher dieser Kegelschiebstadt auf die Erlösung der armen Seele des Verunglückten einen Schub tun mussten. Der Schlemmer hatte sich wahrscheinlich in seinem trunkenen Übermute auf den Kirchturm begeben und da, nachdem er im Rausche einen der Kegel aus dem Turmfenster geworfen, sich wie wütend auf die übrig gebliebenen Kegel gestürzt, wobei ihn die von der Wand abprallende Kugel an den Kopf getroffen und getötet haben mag. Der fromme Sinn unserer Vorfahren unterlegte der Tatsache den sagenhaften Grund, um auch hier vor Übermaß der Leidenschaftlichkeit, die nur Schaden bringt, zu warnen. Ende von Alle 9 Kegel von Moritz Beermann. Gelesen von Abai.
Awake, Ye Muses 9 by Emily Dickinson. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This poem was sent by Emily on Valentine Week, 1850, when she was 19 years of age, to Mr. Bedoin, a law student in her father's office who was considered by young girls at that time a confirmed bachelor. Awake, ye muses 9, sing me a strain divine, unwind the solemn twine, and tie my valentine. Oh, the earth was made for lovers, for damsel and hopeless swain, for sighing and gentle whispering, and unity made of twain. All things do go according, in earth or sea or air. God hath made nothing single but thee in his world so fair. The bride and then the bridegroom, the two and then the one, Adam and Eve his consort, the moon and then the sun. The life doth prove the precept, who obeys shall happy be. Who will not serve the sovereign, be hanged on fatal tree. The high do seek the lowly, the great do seek the small. None cannot find who seeketh on this terrestrial ball. The bee doth court the flower his suit receives, and they make merry wedding whose guests are 100 leaves. The wind doth woo the branches they are one, and the father fond demandeth the maiden for his son. The storm doth walk the seashore, humming a mournful tune. The wave with eyes so pensive looketh to see the moon. Their spirits meet together, they make their solemn vows. No more he singeth mournful, her sadness she doth lose. The worm doth woo the mortal, death claims a living bride. Night unto day is married, morn unto eventide. Earth is a merry damsel, and heaven a knight so true, and earth is quite coquettish, and beseemeth in vain to sue. Now to the application, to the reading of the roll, to bringing thee to justice, and marshalling thy soul. Thou art a human solo, a being cold and lone, wilt have no kind companion, thou reapest what thou hast sown. Hast never silent hours and minutes all too long, and a deal of sad reflection and wailing instead of song. There's Sarah, and Eliza, and Emmeline so fair, and Harriet, and Susan, and she with curling hair. Thine eyes are sadly blinded, but yet thou mayest see 6 true and comely maidens sitting upon the tree. Approach that tree with caution, then up it boldly climb, and seize the one thou lovest, nor care for space or time. Then bear her to the greenwood, and build for her a bower, and give her what she asketh, jewel, or bird, or flower. And bring the fife and trumpet, and beat upon the drum, and bid the world good morrow, and go to glory home. End of Awake Ye Muses 9, read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. American Beauty, personified as the 9 Muses, by Charles Astor Bristed, published 1870. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The 9 Muses. There are few mythological legends more striking and picturesque than that which relates to the 9 daughters of Jupiter and Mnemosyne. In the early ages of the world, when it was the custom to assign a celestial cause to every extraordinary effect, the powers of song, memory, invention, skill, etc., were supposed to be excited by certain goddesses, denominated Muses. From the period of the earliest tradition, these fair immortals had their seats in Pieria on Mount Olympus, and in Boeotia on Mount Helicon. According to Hesiod, they were born on Olympus, near the pinnacle on which Jupiter, Zeus in the Greek, was enthroned, whence they visited Helicon to bathe in Hippocrene and celebrate their choral dances around the altar on the crest of the sacred mountain. In Homer, as in later authors, they are described as singing festive songs at the banquets of the gods and conferring on mortals the gift of poetry. Though occupied only with the gentler and more graceful arts, the sweet-voiced deities were not without their sterner traits. They doomed Thamyris, who had presumed to excel them in music, to blindness, stripped the Sirens, who had dared to contest the laurel with them, of their wings, and for a similar offense metamorphosized the 9 daughters of King Pieraios into wild birds. The Muses were worshipped with libations of water or milk and honey, had temples built in their honor, and were represented each with particular attributes in works of art. Besides the usual epithets common to all goddesses, and derived from beauty and costume, the Muses were styled sweet-speaking, perfect-speaking, honey-breathing, etc., etc. Hesiod was the first to state the names of all the 9 by which they are generally designated. Clio, the muse of history, Enterpe of lyric poetry, Thalia of comedy, Melpomene of tragedy, Terpsichore of choral dance and song, Erato of erotic verse, Polyhymnia of the sublime hymn, Urania of astronomy, and Calliope of epic poetry. Urania is the patron deity of astronomy. A circlet of stars sparkles upon her brow, and her azure robe is looped with a crescent. Her left arm rests on a celestial globe, while with a rod in her right hand she traces out some mystic figure. Thalia presides over comedy and epigram. She carries a grotesque mask in one hand, and with the other holds up her robe. She is also regarded as the patroness of husbandry and planting. Polyhymnia, who is supposed to reign over sacred poetry and eloquence, is seen seated, leaning her head on her left hand and holding a roll of parchment in her right. On one side is a tripod, and on the other a lyre. Calliope, the goddess of epic poetry, wears a gold diadem in her hair and holds a partially unrolled manuscript in her hand, upon which are inscribed the opening lines of the Iliad. In her left hand is an ivory trumpet. Erato, the muse of marriage feasts and pantomimic dancing, is shown playing on the stringed instrument named pharynx. Her forehead is crowned with roses and myrtles, and at her side is Cupid with a lighted torch. Melpomene, the genius of tragedy, is pictured as a queenly woman. Her emblems are generally a dagger and a scepter. She is crowned and wears a scarf. Terpsichore, the joyous muse of the choric dance and the inventor of the pipe, does not belie her name, which signifies literally "she who loves dancing." She is usually depicted in some mirthful attitude, holding a light scarf which floats about her. Clio is the muse and glory of history. She is seated, writing on a roll of parchment supported on a marble slab, upon which also rests the trumpet of fame. She is crowned with laurels. Euterpe, as her name denotes, is an inspirer of pleasure. To her is ascribed the invention of tragic chorus. She is represented as a young maiden, holding two flutes in her left hand, her right resting on a lyre. The Muses have ever been favorite subjects with both painter and poet, and have not unfrequently lent their inspiration to the artist who has sought to portray them worthily. In recent times they have given no suggestion more fortunate than the one that induced Mr. Fragnani to employ his art on the present series of pictures, in which various choice types of American beauty are introduced to us in the guise of the 9 Muses. The idea of the work first occurred to the artist on hearing a foreigner remark that America afforded no examples of the purely classic face so often encountered in the Old World. To demonstrate the fallacy of this assertion, the artist conceived the plan of painting the portraits of 9 American ladies of acknowledged beauty, idealizing them no further than to give them the accessories with which the daughters of Mnemosyne are commonly represented. That Mr. Fagnani's design is as happy in execution as it is fresh in conception will scarcely be questioned by anyone who examines this unique gallery of American beauty. The 9 Muses. An elegant essay from the pen of T.W. Higginson, lately read by him before the N.E. Women's Club, depicts the 6 primary goddesses of Greece as so many pure and beautiful types of an ideal womanhood, symbolizing the successive stages of her development as girl, maid, lover, wife, mother, and housekeeper, under the names of Artemis, Athena, Aphrodite, Her, Demeter, and Hertia. He concludes with this magnificent prophecy, quote, "Nothing shall drive me from the belief that there is arising in America, amid all our frivolities, a type of virgin womanhood, new in history, undescribed in fiction, from which there may proceed in generations yet to come a priesthood more tender, a majesty more pure and grand, than anything which poet ever sang or temple enthroned. Through a culture such as no other age has offered, through the exercise of rights never before conceded, of duties never yet imposed, will this heroic sisterhood be reared, noble forms that shall eclipse those fair humanities of old religion, as when classic architecture had reached perfection, there rose the Gothic, and made the Greek seem cold." In a chivalrous spirit akin to this, the Chevalier Joseph Fragnini of New York refutes by a series of portraits of American women the assertion of a foreigner that the type of beauty which we admire is far inferior to that of the Greek sculptors, and that we have not a purely classical face among us. Never had valiant knight, lifting the gauntlet in vindication of his fair one's charms, more kindly favor than has met Fagnini. Ladies of the very highest social position have granted him repeated sittings. From Massachusetts to Louisiana, from the lakes to the Gulf, each section has lent its loveliest to aid the artist in his self-imposed labor. It was no easy task to present 9 modern beauties as the daughters of Mnemosyne, to clothe the lifelike portraiture of the acknowledged belle in the classic drapery of the old mythology, to make each picture harmonize so perfectly with the peculiar vocation of the character represented that the gazer forgets the muse is only playing a part for the nonce, and at the same time to surround each with such an atmosphere of purity and dignity that the sanctity of private life and the shrinking modesty of a virtuous womanhood shall still be unprofaned. The success with which this has been accomplished shows a rare discretion and refinement of feeling on the part of the artist. Mr. Childs has the honor of introducing these pictures to the public. He has shown himself equal to the occasion, and the 9 muses, fitly enshrined with chaste and elegant surroundings, have already received the homage of thousands. Even the critics seem awed to silence by this array of beauty, and we have been spared the comments of professional item hunters. The muses, each with her proper attribute, are arranged in a semicircle, blonde alternating with brunette as far as practicable, though the predilection of the painter for the former is manifest. Where all are beautiful, it is perhaps unwise to discriminate, and I intend no invidious comparisons in giving you briefly my impression of each, for as one star differeth from another in glory, so each of these fair forms has its distinctive charm. One is struck by the entire unconsciousness of the group. With one exception, there is no appearance of posing for effect. Euterpe, the muse of lyrical poetry, bears in her left hand 2 flutes. Her right rests upon a lyre. This blonde, one of Gotham's sweetest singers, is apparently the youngest of the group. Here is an immature beauty. There is less strength of character than sweet innocence in her bearing. That makes her nearer Artemis than Aphrodite. Clio, laurel-crowned muse of history, is seated writing. A parchment scroll lies before her, and the trumpet of fame. A brunette whose face is cold and passionless, but wears an expression of deep and earnest thought. Talakor, lover of the dance, is here engaged in her favorite amusement. The pen can do no justice to the ethereal lightness of the graceful figure, enveloped in the grassy folds of its floating drapery. A green fillet, binding the luxuriant waves of yellow hair, lends a deeper glow to the cheek already flushed with pleasure. The delicate limb is slightly raised, the rounded figure is redundant with life and motion, but there is nothing of the voluptuous abandon of the ballet. Perfect freedom and perfect modesty characterize this fairest of blondes. Melpomene, the queen of tragedy, is represented by a queenly woman. She is very properly, in drapery and accessories, the most severe classic of the group. A tiara gives majesty to the noble brow. Her right hand holds a dagger near her heart, but that heart, shining in those magnificent eyes, would fail to nerve that hand to tragic deed. The dark hair and olive skin hint at a tropical origin. A Creole by birth, this superb woman is the wife of the Italian consul at New York. Arato, muse of amatory verse, stands not alone. A Cupid with a torch goes before her. A garland of roses and myrtle surrounds the forehead, and she bears a stringed instrument. She is perhaps the best exemplar of a purely physical type of beauty. Of her golden hair and soft blue eyes, poets would rave and painters dream. The West claims this model of a happy maidenhood. Calliope comes next. A roll in one hand bears the first lines of Homer's great epic, the other holds an ivory trumpet. A gold diadem gleams in her dark tresses. An elevated expression of pride and enthusiasm rests upon her face, and you feel that so might she, like Miriam of old, have gone forth trumpet in hand to greet a victorious father. Polyhymnia, muse of the sacred song, is seated. Her head rests upon her hand. Her eyes are heavenward turned. The dignity of matronly beauty is hers. That elevated expression, that stately pose might have been Cornelia's. They tell of a good old stock. By the spell of her noble womanhood a hero was won, and a priceless dower she brought him in her kinship to the grandest martyr who gave his sweet young life for the Republic. Urania, with all her accessories, a starry circle on her brow, her azure robe looped up with a crescent, celestial globe and all, is yet no stargazer. Methinks the painter should have seen in the flashing eye, the spirited curve of the nostril, the commanding poise of the head, the freedom of a maiden whose high-bred beauty spurns the labor he has imposed upon her as a patron goddess of science. Was it that he dared but offer to such beauty the heavenly spheres? Thalia, muse of comedy, gathers her robe across her fair bosom with one hand, holding in her left a grotesque mask. In her soft brown hair the simplest flowers are twined. Naivete and merry humor are beaming in her face, but behind that just a touch of weariness that shows there is more in her life than the thoughtless mirth of a gay young girl. Even as we gaze, the beautiful eyes are tremulous with tears, and infinite sadness seems to rest where a moment before all was infinite gladness. The only face of all the group whose witchery depends entirely on expression and is not enhanced by color, it will lose none of its charms in an engraving. Were I the Paris of critics, the golden apple should be hers. Signed, C.A.B. End of American Beauty Personified as the Nine Muses by Charles Astor Bristed. Recorded by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
"39 Reasons Why I Am a Vegetarian" by Henry Stephen Clubb. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 39 Reasons Why I Am a Vegetarian by Henry Stephen Clubb. Being requested to explain to the readers of The Optimist why I am a vegetarian, I will compress within as small a compass as possible some of the reasons that have induced me, during a long and eventful life, to partake of the direct products of the cultivated field, the garden, and the orchard, in preference to the productions of the abattoir, the pen, and the fattening stall. 1. I am an optimist. I believe that human life is destined to become a divine life, that man is created for a higher condition than that of a carnivorous or an omnivorous animal. 2. In the progressive development from the animal to the spiritual man, there is necessarily a change in the habits of eating and drinking as well as in those of affection and thought. 3. A spiritual-minded man cannot partake of that which requires him to destroy the lives of inoffensive creatures in order to partake of their bodies, because the very thought is repugnant to his nature. 4. Eating a lamb does not make a man lamb-like in his character any more than eating a missionary converts a savage into a Christian. It is the wolf nature in man that is developed by killing and eating lamb, just as the cannibal nature is developed by killing and eating missionary. 5. Lambs, sheep, and all the most useful creatures whose labor and products are useful, the ox, the camel, the horse, the elephant, and the like, are docile and perform their labor on a strictly vegetarian diet. Flesh food is repugnant to their nature. 6. Man is gifted with freedom and intelligence. He can, by indulging his propensities, sink himself to a level with the lower animals, or, by cultivating intelligently his higher faculties and adopting habits of life conducive thereto, he can rise out of and above the animal instincts, become receptive of the higher nature, and eventually enjoy the rapture of the spiritual and celestial life. 7. This freedom of choice is essential to human development, as without it man would be merely automatic and could not attain the higher powers. 8. This freedom should not be regarded an authority to continue in the animal plane of existence, but an inducement to adopt such habits as are conducive to the ideal or spiritual life. 9. The flesh, even of healthy animals, contains from the physiological operations incident to construction and reconstruction a considerable quantity of decaying material forming uric acid and ptomaine poisons that cannot be taken as food without rendering the person so using it liable to the most distressing diseases. Hence the prevalence of rheumatism, gout, apoplexy, and those many painful symptoms that sooner or later render the life of the consumer of flesh miserable. 10. As all animals killed for food are liable to disease, which the most rigid inspection of their flesh does not always detect, and as much of the so-called inspection is necessarily superficial and imperfect, there is a constant danger of the flesh of diseased animals being consumed, even where great precaution is believed to be taken. 11. As most flesh buyers trust to their butchers to supply them with good meat, themselves unable to distinguish what can only be detected by microscopic observation and inspection, the risk of the diseases of animals such as cancer, tuberculosis, measles, smallpox, cholera, etc., being communicated is very great. Butchers not being microscopists and not interested in condemning the flesh they are offering for sale. 12. To live a pure life, man must restrict himself to pure food and drink, and this is impossible while he consumes the flesh and blood of animals. 13. Almost all animals just previous to being killed are subjected to the most cruel and heartless treatment, such as traveling in railroad cars for days without food or drink, driving through streets by means of goads or sharpened rods, wrenching of their tails, etc., causing the most excruciating pain, and naturally exciting their most violent passions, inflaming the blood and distributing bile all through their bodies, so that if they were healthy when they commenced their journey, they become full of disease before reaching their destination, where the scenes of bloodshed they are permitted to witness intensify their distress and work them up to a state of frenzy and madness, specially adapted to sow the seeds of insanity in those who consume their flesh. 14. The consumption of flesh as food has, like the use of tobacco and alcoholic liquors, a tendency to deaden the moral and intellectual faculties so as to blind the perceptions to the danger of the practice. 15. The only way to obtain a clear perception and an unbiased judgment on the subject is to abstain long enough to get clear of this blinding influence. If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine whether it be of God. John chapter 7, verse 17. 16. Those only who have personally abstained from the flesh of animals for a considerable period can render an intelligent judgment on the subject. 17. All spiritually minded workers know how hard it is to convert an inveterate flesh-eater to Christianity or even to humanity. 18. Flesh-eating in America and England is the greatest impediment to progress in that moral and spiritual growth and development which must precede an intelligent acceptance of Christianity and a love of it in the human heart. The above are a few of the reasons for not eating the flesh of animals. Now, for some of the reasons for living on the productions of the field, the orchard, and the garden. 19. The cereals, of which wheat is the chief, rice, barley, oats, and corn, and the pulses, peas, beans, and lentils, contain all the elements required for human nourishment without any poisonous elements. They constitute a pure food. 20. When the cereals are made into bread or combined with fruits and vegetables in the various ways, so well known to vegetarian ladies, we have an ideal food and may live ideal lives. Our food may be simple, if we so prefer, or considerable variety may be enjoyed, but in either case it must be pure. No flesh, no lard, no blood tainted with disease. 21. Some vegetarians prefer uncooked food, others cooked in endless variety. I prefer simple methods of preparation and only 2 or 3 dishes at a meal. 22. Some vegetarians prefer even their grain uncooked or as ripened by the sunshine. A great variety of fruits, nuts, and even vegetables can be eaten without artificial cooking, salads, for example, so that those who prefer to do so may do with little or no cooking. What independent lives are theirs! How vigorous, how optimistic! 23. The most laborious animals, see point number 5, sustain their strength on grain, grass, and water. Therefore, there need be no fear of sustaining health and strength on what nature has provided for her most powerful and faithful laborers. 24. The enjoyment of food is greatest with a healthy appetite. The simplest food is enjoyed with the greatest zest. 25. Pythagoras is reported as directing his pupils to fix on that course of life which is best, and custom will render it the most delightful. 26. If you would increase in the knowledge and love of truth, practice the truth you already possess. See Numbers 14 and 15. 27. By living thus in harmony with the original law of food as given by Moses in Genesis chapter 1 verse 29, man becomes a cooperator with the Creator and becomes proportionately endowed with those faculties that enable him to resist and overcome diseased conditions. 28. All power comes from within, and if the germs of life and health implanted by the Creator are permitted to grow and expand, they will produce their natural fruits, long life and happiness. 29. Violations of divine law prevent this expansion, and the natural effect of the law cannot be realized. 30. Observance of the divine law in relation to food produces that condition of confidence, hope, and tranquility which is the essence of optimism. 31. The effect of pure food is to induce a condition of health that tranquilizes the nerves. 32. A healthy condition of the nerves promotes equanimity of temper and disposition, a condition most favorable to the acquisition of knowledge, as observed by Dr. Benjamin Franklin when subsisting on biscuits and raisins during his apprenticeship. See Franklin's autobiography. 33. The careful observation of the effect of various kinds of food on the health and consequent condition of the nerves, and the uses such as produce the best effect for daily nourishment, in a few years produce a most beneficial effect on the health, physically, mentally, and spiritually. This habit of observation and the prompt adoption of the material food that is proved by experience to be best gradually and naturally leads to a similar habit in regard to our mental and spiritual pabulum. Hence the one prepares for the other and induces that healthy condition of the whole man that makes the bread of life. John chapter 6 verse 35. The most delightful food. 35. A life with a fairly good constitution, thus devoted to seeking the truest and best and appropriating the same, is pretty sure to be a long life, even in the physical body, and renders the enjoyment of eternal life a certainty. John chapter 36 verses 40, 50, 51, 58, and 63. 36. Thus, by adopting the food prescribed by divine law in the beginning, Genesis chapter 1 verse 29, man is led to become a partaker of the hidden manna, Revelation chapter 2 verse 17, which is promised to those who overcome. 37. Such a life requires an exercise of the will to maintain obedience to the divine law. It is a life of self-denial, of conflict, and of victory. 38. The power of the mind over the body grows with obedience to divine law. The exercise of kindness towards all creatures is productive of intense satisfaction and delight. The heart and affections become tender towards all, and soul and body become permeated with the divine love and wisdom. 39. Such are the convictions and reasons derived from the experience of the writer, whose health, vigor, and true enjoyment of life at the age of 76 years bear ample testimony. Historical. Vegetarianism has at all periods of the world's history been advocated in some form or another. The prophetic and historical writings of the Old and New Testaments have strong allusions to it. It was practiced by many of the prophets and apostles, and Christ himself abolished the bloody sacrifices of the church and instituted the bread and wine as emblems instead of the slaughtered lamb. The Buddhist, the most prevalent of all the religions of the East, is distinguished for its adherence to the vegetarian sentiment and practice. The philosophers of Greece and Rome were strong advocates of the same doctrine. From Pythagoras to Plutarch, the poets have sung its praises from Ovid to Pope, and our modern poets are glowing with the thought of the ideal life so near at hand when man shall sing and live in tune with the infinite. And when, as Axon writes, bright creatures of the air and earth, we seek not to destroy, but share with them the gifts of life, of duty, and of joy, and strive to make this world of ours reflect his perfect will, within whose holy mountain they shall neither hunt nor kill. Modern leaders of thought, Wesley, Swedenborg, Linnaeus, Graham, Alcott, Troll, Kellogg, and scores of writers for the newspaper and periodical press are practically developing the vegetarian idea. The leading newspapers of this country are not only inserting articles as favors, but are seeking for information on the subject and paying for the same. The agricultural, horticultural, and manufacturing interests of the country are receiving the advancing impulse, and while the stockyards and packing houses find it necessary to advance prices to the great injury of their respective trades, the growth of cereals, fruit, and vegetables is so extending as to rapidly advance the land values of the South and West, which still further embarrasses the stock raiders. Manufactories of health foods are springing up in various parts of the country, of which that of Quaker Oats by Ferdinand Schumacher, a vegetarian, was the pioneer. Battle Creek, Michigan, with its great sanitarium, has become a great center of the health food industry, which, however, is extending throughout the country. Advertisements of health foods now occupy spaces formerly monopolized by quack medicines, a most healthful sign of the times. Almost all cities of prominence in the country have hygiene restaurants or physical culture cafes, and vegetarian hotels and boarding houses are in demand and will follow as a necessity as the odor of flesh and fish is becoming intolerable to the advancing refinement of intelligent and progressive people who know how sweet and joyful are the homes that are free from it. End of 39 Reasons Why I Am a Vegetarian by Henry Stephen Clark. Read by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai.
Curly Locks from 9 Little Goslings by Susan Coolidge. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When a little girl is 6 and a little boy is 6, they like pretty much the same things and enjoy pretty much the same games. She wears an apron and he a jacket and trousers, but they are both equally fond of running races, spinning tops, flying kites, going downhill on sleds, and making a noise in the open air. But when the little girl gets to be 11 or 12 and to grow thin and long so that every 2 months the tuck has to be let down in her frocks, then a great difference becomes visible. The boy goes on racing and whooping and comporting himself generally like a young colt at a pasture, but she turns quiet and shy, cares no longer for rough play or exercise, takes droll little sentimental fancies into her head, and likes best the books which make her cry. Almost all girls have a fit of this kind some time or other in the course of their lives, and it is rather a good thing to have it early, for little folks get over such attacks more easily than big ones. Perhaps we may live to see the day when wise mammas, going through the list of nursery diseases which their children have had, will wind up triumphantly with mumps, measles, chicken pox, and they are all over with Amy Herbert, the heir of Redcliffe, and the notion that they are going to be miserable for the rest of their lives. Sometimes this odd change comes after an illness, when the little girl feels weak and out of sorts, and does not know exactly what is the matter. This is the way it came to Johnny Carr, a girl whom some of you who read this are already acquainted with. She had intermittent fever the year after her sisters Katy and Clover came from boarding school, and was quite ill for several weeks. Everybody in the house was sorry to have Johnny sick. Katy nursed, petted, and cosseted her in the tenderest way. Clover brought flowers to the bedside and read books aloud and told Johnny interesting stories. Elsie cut out paper dolls for her by dozens, painted their cheeks pink and their eyes blue, and made for them beautiful dresses and jackets of every color and fashion. Papa never came in without some little present or treat in his pocket for Johnny. So long as she was in bed and all these nice things were doing for her, Johnny liked being ill very much, but when she began to sit up and go down to dinner, and the family spoke of her as almost well again, then a time of unhappiness set in. The Johnny who got out of bed after the fever was not the Johnny of a month before. There were 2 inches more of her for one thing, for she had taken the opportunity to grow prodigiously, as sick children often do. Her head ached at times, her back felt weak, and her legs shook when she tried to run about. All sorts of queer and disagreeable feelings attacked her. Her hair had fallen out during the fever, so that Papa thought it best to have it shaved close. Katy made a pretty silk-lined cap for her to wear, but the girls at school laughed at the cap, and that troubled Johnny very much. Then, when the new hair grew, thick and soft as the plumy down on a bird's wing, a fresh affliction set in, for the hair came out in small round rings all over her head, which made her look like a baby. Elsie called her Curly, and gradually the others adopted the name, till at last nobody used any other except the servants, who still said Miss Johnny. It was hard to recognize the old Johnny, square and sturdy and full of merry life, and poor, thin, whining Curly, always complaining of something, who lay on the sofa reading storybooks and begging Phil and Dorry to let her alone, not to tease her, and to go off and play by themselves. Her eyes looked twice as big as usual because her face was so small and pale, and though she was still a pretty child, it was in a different way from the old prettiness. Katy and Clover were very kind and gentle always, but Elsie sometimes lost patience entirely, and the boys openly declared that Curly was a crosspatch and hadn't a bit of fun left in her. One afternoon she was lying on the sofa with the wide, wide world in her hand. Her eyelids were very red from crying over Alice's death, but she had galloped on, and was now reading the part where Ellen Montgomery goes to live with her rich relatives in Scotland. "Oh, dear," sighed Johnny, "how splendid it was for her! Just think, Clover, riding lessons, and a watch, and her uncle takes her to see all sorts of places, and they call her their White Rose. Oh, dear, I wish we had relations in Scotland." "We haven't, you know," remarked Clover, threading her needle with a fresh bit of blue worsted. "I know it. It's too bad. Nothing ever does happen in this stupid place. The girls in books always do have such nice times. Ellen could leap, and she spoke French beautifully. She learned at that place, you know, the place where the Humphreys lived." "Litchfield County, Connecticut," said Clover mischievously. "Katy was there last summer, you recollect. I guess they don't all speak such good French. Katy didn't notice it." "Ellen did," persisted Johnny. "Her uncle and all those people were so surprised when they heard her. Wouldn't it be grand to be an adopted child, Clover?" "To be adopted by people who gave you your bath like a baby when you were 13 years old, and tapped your lips when they didn't want you to speak, and stole your Pilgrim's Progresses? No, thank you. I would much rather stay as I am." "I wouldn't," replied Johnny pensively. "I don't like this place very much. I should love to be rich and to travel in Europe." At this moment Papa and Katy came in together. Katy was laughing, and Papa looked as if he had just bitten a smile off short. In his hand was a letter. "Oh, Clovy," began Katy, but Papa interposed with, "Katy, hold your tongue." And though he looked quizzical as he said it, Katy saw that he was half in earnest, and stopped at once. "We're about to have a visitor," he went on, picking Johnny up and settling her in his lap. "A distinguished visitor. Curly, you must put on your best manners, for she comes especially to see you." "A visitor! How nice! Who is it?" cried Clover and Johnny with one voice. Visitors were rare in Burnet, and the children regarded them always as a treat. "Her name is Miss Inches, Marian Joanna Inches," replied Dr. Carr, glancing at the letter. "She's a sort of godmother of yours, Curly. You've got half her name." "Was I really named after her?" "Yes. She and Mamma were school friends, and though they never met after leaving school, Mamma was fond of her, and when little number 4 came, she decided to call her after her old intimate. That silver mug of yours was a present from her." "Was it? Where does she live?" "At a place called Inches Mills in Massachusetts. She's the rich lady of the village, and has a beautiful house and grounds where she lives all alone by herself. Her letter is written at Niagara. She is going to the Mammoth Cave, and writes to ask if it will be convenient for us to have her stop for a few days on the way. She wants to see her old friend's children, she says, and especially her namesake." "Oh dear," sighed Johnny, ruffling her short hairs with her fingers. "I wish my curls were longer. What will she think when she sees me?" "She'll think, 'There is a little girl, and she has a little curl right in the middle of her forehead. When she is good, she is very, very good, and when she is bad, she is horrid,'" said Dr. Carr, laughing. But Johnny didn't laugh back. Her lip trembled, and she said, "I'm not horrid, really, am I?" "Not a bit," replied her father. "You're only a little goose now and then, and I'm such an old gander that I don't mind that a bit." Johnny smiled and was comforted. Her thoughts turned to the coming visitor. "Perhaps she'll be like the rich ladies in story books," she said to herself. Next day Miss Inches came. Katy was an experienced housekeeper now, and did not worry over coming guests as once she did. The house was always in pleasant homelike order, and though Debbie and Alexander had fulfilled Aunt Izzie's prediction by marrying one another, both stayed on at Dr. Carr's and were as good and faithful as ever, so Katy had no anxieties as to the dinners and breakfasts. It was late in the afternoon when the visitor arrived. Fresh flowers filled the vases, for it was early June, and the garden beds were sweet with roses and lilies of the valley. The older girls wore new summer muslins, and Johnny, in white, her short curls tied back with a blue ribbon, looked unusually pretty and delicate. Miss Inches, a wide-awake, handsome woman, seemed much pleased to see them all. "So this is my name, child," she said, putting her arm around Johnny. "This is my little Joanna. You're the only child I have any share in, Joanna. I hope we shall love each other very deeply." Miss Inches' hand was large and white, with beautiful rings on the fingers. Johnny was flattered at being patted by such a hand, and cuddled affectionately to the side of her name-mamma. "What eyes she has!" murmured Miss Inches to Dr. Carr. She lowered her voice, but Johnny caught every word. "Such a lambent blue, and so full of soul. She is quite different from the rest of your daughters, Dr. Carr, don't you think so?" "She has been ill recently and is looking thin," replied the prosaic papa. "Oh, it isn't that. There is something else. Hard to put into words, but I feel it. You don't see it? Well, that only confirms a theory of mine, that people are often blind to the qualities of their nearest relatives. We cannot get our own families into proper perspective. It isn't possible." These fine words were lost on Johnny, but she understood that she was pronounced nicer than the rest of the family. This pleased her. She began to think that she should like Miss Inches very much indeed. Dr. Carr was not so much pleased. The note from Miss Inches, over which he and Katy had laughed, but which was not shown to the rest, had prepared him for a visitor of rather high-flown ideas, but he did not like having Johnny singled out as the subject of this kind of praise. However, he said to himself, "It doesn't matter. She means well, and jolly little Johnny won't be harmed by a few days of it." Jolly little Johnny would not have been harmed, but the pale, sentimental Johnny left behind by the recently departed intermittent fever decidedly was. Before Miss Inches had been 4 days in Burnet, Johnny adored her, and followed her about like a shadow. Never had anybody loved her as Miss Inches did, she thought, or discovered such fine things in her character. 10 long years and a half had she lived with Papa and the children, and not one of them had found out that her eyes were full of soul, and an expression of mingled mirth and melancholy unusual in a childish face, and more like that of Goethe's Mignon than anything else in the world of fiction. Johnny had never heard of Mignon, but it was delightful to be told that she resembled her, and she made Miss Inches a present of the whole of her foolish little heart on the spot. "Oh, if Papa would but give you to me!" exclaimed Miss Inches one day. "If only I could have you for my own, what a delight it would be! My whole theory of training is so different. You should never waste your energies in housework, my darling." Johnny had been dusting the parlor. "It is sheer waste with an intelligence like yours lying fallow and only waiting for the master's hand. Would you come, Johnny, if Papa consented? Inches Mills is a quiet place, but lovely. There are a few bright minds in the neighborhood. We are near Boston, and not too far from Concord. Such a pretty room as you should have, darling, fitted up in blue and rosebuds, or no, Morris green and Pompeian red would be prettier perhaps. What a joy it would be to choose pictures for it, pictures every one of which should be an impulse in the best art direction. And how you would revel in the garden and in the fruit! My strawberries are the finest I ever saw. I have 2 Alderney cows and quantities of cream. Don't you think you could be happy to come and be my own little Curly if Papa would consent?" "Yes, yes," said Johnny eagerly. "And I could come home sometimes, couldn't I?" "Every year," replied Miss Inches. We'll take such lovely journeys together, Johnny, and see all sorts of interesting places. Would you like best to go to California or to Switzerland next summer? I think on the whole Switzerland would be best. I want you to form a good French accent at once, but above all to study German, the language of thought. Then there is music. We might spend the winter at Stuttgart. Decidedly, Miss Inches was counting on her chicken before hatching it, for Dr. Carr had yet to be consulted, and he was not a parent who enjoyed interference with his nest or nestlings. When Miss Inches attacked him on the subject, his first impulse was to whistle with amazement. Next he laughed, and then he became almost angry. Miss Inches talked very fast, describing the fine things she would do with Johnny and for her, and Dr. Carr, having no chance to put in a word, listened patiently, and watched his little girl, who was clinging to her new friend and looking very eager and anxious. He saw that her heart was set on being adopted, and wise man that he was, it occurred to him that it might be well to grant her wish in part, and let her find out by experiment what was really the best and happiest thing. So he did not say no decidedly as he first met, but took Johnny on his knee and asked, "Well, Curly, so you want to leave Papa and Katy and Clover and go away and be Miss Inch's little girl, do you?" "I'm coming home to see you every single summer," said Johnny. "Indeed, that will be nice for us," responded Dr. Carr cheerfully. "But somehow I don't seem to feel as if I could quite make up my mind to give my curly locks away. Perhaps in a year or two, when we are used to being without her, I may feel differently. Suppose instead we make a compromise." "Yes," said Miss Inches eagerly. "Yes," put in Johnny, who had not the least idea of what a compromise might be. "I can't give away my little girl, not yet," went on Dr. Carr fondly. "But if Miss Inches likes, I'll lend her for a little while. You may go home with Miss Inches, Johnny, and stay 4 months, to the 1st of October, let us say. She'll miss 2 weeks' schooling, but that's no great matter," thought Papa to himself. "This will give you, my dear lady, a chance to try the experiment of having a child in your house. Perhaps you may not like it so well as you fancy. If you do, and if Johnny still prefers to remain with you, there will be time enough then to talk over further plans. How will this answer?" Johnny was delighted, Miss Inches not so much so. "Of course," she said, "it isn't so satisfactory to have the thing left uncertain, because it retards the regular plan of development which I have formed for Johnny. However, I can allow for a parent's feelings, and I thank you very much, Dr. Carr. I feel assured that, as you have 5 other children, you will in time make up your mind to let me keep Johnny entirely as mine. It puts a new value into life, this chance of having an immortal intelligence placed in my hands to train. It will be a real delight to do so, and I flatter myself the result will surprise you all." Dr. Carr's eyes twinkled wickedly, but he made Miss Inches the politest of bows, and said, "You are very kind, I am sure, and I hope Johnny will be good and not give you much trouble. When would you wish her visit to commence?" "Oh, now, if you do not object. I should so enjoy taking her with me to the Mammoth Cave and afterwards straight home to Massachusetts. You would like to see the cave and the eyeless fish, wouldn't you, darling?" "Oh, yes, Papa, yes!" cried Johnny. Dr. Carr was rather taken aback, but he made no objection, and Johnny ran off to tell the rest of the family the news of her good fortune. Their dismay cannot be described. "I really do think that Papa is crazy," said Clover that night, and though Katy scolded her for using such an expression, her own confidence in his judgment was puzzled and shaken. She comforted herself with a long letter to Cousin Helen, telling her all about the affair. Elsie cried herself to sleep 3 nights running, and the boys were furious. "The idea of such a thing!" cried Dorry, flinging himself about, while Phil put a tablespoon of black pepper and 2 spools of thread into his cannon, and announced that if Miss Inches dared to take Johnny outside the gate, he would shoot her dead, he would, just as sure as he was alive. In spite of this awful threat, Miss Inches persisted in her plan. Johnny's little trunk was packed by Clover and Katy, who watered its contents with tears as they smoothed and folded the frocks and aprons, which looked so like their Curly as to seem a part of herself, their Curly who was so glad to leave them. "Never mind the thick things," remarked Dr. Carr, as Katy came through the hall with Johnny's winter jacket on her arm. "Put in 1 warmish dress for cool days and leave the rest. They can be sent on, if Johnny decides to stay." Papa looked so droll, and gave such a large wink at the word "if," that Katy and Clover felt their hearts lighten surprisingly, and finished the packing in better spirits. The good-bye, however, was a sorry affair. The girls cried, Dorry and Phil sniffed and looked fiercely at Miss Inches. Old Mary stood on the steps with her apron thrown over her head, and Dr. Carr's face was so grave and sad that it quite frightened Johnny. She cried too, and clung to Katy. Almost she said, "I won't go," but she thought of the eyeless fish, and didn't say it. The carriage drove off, Miss Inches petted her, everything was new and exciting, and before long she was happy again, only now and then a thought of home would come to make her lips quiver and her eyes fill. The wonderful cave with its vaults and galleries hung with glittering crystals, its underground river and dark lake was so like a fairy tale that Johnny felt as if she must go right back and tell the family at home about it. She relieved her feelings by a long letter to Elsie, which made them all laugh very much. In it she said, "Ellen Montgomery didn't have anything half so nice as the cave, and Mamma Marian never taps my lips." Miss Inches, it seemed, wished to be called Mamma Marian. Every mile of the journey was an enjoyment to Johnny. Miss Inches bought pretty presents for her wherever they stopped. Altogether, it was quite like being some little girl taking a beautiful excursion in a storybook, instead of playing Johnny Carr, and Johnny felt that to be an adopted child was every bit as nice as she had supposed, and even nicer. It was late in the evening when they reached Inches Mills, so nothing could be seen of the house, except that it was big and had trees around it. Johnny went to sleep in a large bedroom with a huge double bed all to herself, and felt very grown up and important. The next day was given to unpacking and seeing the grounds. After that, Miss Inches said they must begin to lead a regular life, and Johnny must study. Johnny had been to school all winter, and in the natural course of things would have had holidays now. Mamma Marian, however, declared that so long an idle time would not do at all. "Education, my darling, is not a thing of periods," she explained. "It should be like the air, absorbed, as it were, all the time, not like a meal eaten just so often in the day. This idea of teaching by paroxysms is one of the fatal mistakes of the age." So all that warm July Johnny had French lessons and German, and lessons in natural philosophy, besides studying English literature after a plan of Miss Inch's own, which combined history and geography and geology with readings from various books, and accounted for the existence of all the great geniuses of the world as if they had been made after a regular recipe, something like this: To make a poet. Take a political situation, add a rocky soil and the western slope of a great watershed, pour into a mold and garnish with laurel leaves. It will be found delicious. The lambent blue of Johnny's eyes grew more lambent than ever as she tried to make head and tail of this wonderful hash of people and facts. I am afraid that Mamma Marian was disappointed in the intelligence of her pupil, but Johnny did her best, though she was rather aggrieved at being obliged to study at all in summer, which at home was always playtime. The children, she knew, were having a delightful vacation there, and living out of doors from morning till night. As the weeks went on, she felt this more and more. Change of air was making her rosy and fat, and with returning strength a good deal of the old romping, hearty Johnny came back, or would have come, had there been anybody to romp with. But there was nobody, for Miss Inches scarcely ever invited children to her house. They were brought up so poorly, she said. There was nothing inspiring in their contact. She wanted Johnny to be something quite different. So Johnny seldom saw anybody except Mamma Marian and her friends, who came to drink tea and talk about protoplasm and the higher education of women, which wasn't at all interesting to poor Curly. She always sat by quietly and demurely, and Miss Inches hoped was listening and being improved, but really she was thinking about something else, or longing to climb a tree, or have a good game of play with real boys and girls. Once, in the middle of a tea party, she stole upstairs and indulged in a hearty cry all to herself over the thought of a little house which she and Dorry and Phil had built in Paradise the summer before, a house of stumps and old boards lined with moss, in which they had had such a good time. Almost as soon as they got home, Miss Inches sent to Boston for papers and furniture, and devoted her spare time to fitting up a room for her adopted child. Johnny was not allowed to see it till all was done. Then she was led triumphantly in. It was pretty, and queer, perhaps queerer than pretty. The walls were green-gray, the carpet gray-green, the furniture pale yellow, almost white, with brass handles and hinges, and lines of dull red tiles set into the wood. Every picture on the walls had a meaning, Miss Inches explained. "Some of these I chose to strengthen your mind, Johnny dear," she said. "These portraits, for example. Here are Luther, Mahomet, and Theodore Parker, 3 of the great Protestants of the world. Life, to be worthy, must be more or less of a protest always. I want you to remember that. This photograph is of Michelangelo's Moses. I got you that, too, because it is strong. I want you to be strong. Do you like it?" "I think it would be prettier without the curl papers," faltered the bewildered Johnny. "Curl papers? My dear child, where are your eyes? Those are horns. He wore horns as a lawgiver." "Yes, ma'am," said Johnny, not daring to ask any more questions for fear of making more mistakes. "These splendid autotypes are from the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in Rome, the glory of the world," went on Miss Inches. "And here, Johnny, is the most precious of all. This I got expressly for you. It is an education to have such a painting as that before your eyes. I rely very much upon its influence on you." The painting represented what seemed to be a grove of tall yellow-green seaweeds waving against a strange purple sky. There was a path between the stems of the seaweeds, and up this path trotted a pig, rather soft and smudgy about his edges, as if he were running a little into the background. His squirrely tail was smudgy also, and altogether it was more like the ghost of a pig than a real animal, but Miss Inches said that was the great beauty of the picture. Johnny didn't care much for the painted pig, but she liked him better than the great reformers, who struck her as grim and frightful, while the very idea of going to sleep in the room with the horned Moses scared her almost to death. It preyed on her mind all day, and at night, after Johnny had gone to bed, Miss Inches, passing the door, heard a little sob half strangled by the pillows. She went in. "What is the matter?" she cried. "It's that awful man with horns," gasped Johnny, taking her head out from under the bedclothes. "I can't go to sleep. He frightens me so." "Oh, my darling, what weakness!" cried Mamma Marian. She was too kind, however, to persist in any plan which made Johnny unhappy, so Moses came down, and Johnny was allowed to choose a picture to fill his place. She selected a chromo of 3 little girls in a swing, a dreadful thing, all blue and red and green, which Miss Inches almost wept over, but it was a great comfort to Johnny. I think it was the chromo which put it into Mamma Marian's head that the course of instruction chosen for her adopted child was perhaps a little above her years. Soon after, she surprised Johnny by the gift of a boy doll dressed in a suit of Swedish grey, with pockets. In one hand the doll carried a hammer, and under the other arm was tucked a small portfolio. "I like to make your sports a little instructive when I can," she said, "so I have dressed this doll in the costume of Linnaeus, the great botanist. See what a nice little herbarium he has got under his arm. There are 24 tiny specimens in it, with the Latin and English names of each written underneath. If you could learn these perfectly, Johnny, it would give you a real start in botany, which is the most beautiful of the sciences. Suppose you try. What will you name your doll, darling?" "I don't know," replied Johnny, glaring at the wax boy with very hostile feelings. "Linnaeus? No, I don't quite like to give that name to a doll. Suppose, Johnny, we christen him Hortus Siccus. That's the Latin name for a herbal, and will help you to remember it when you form one of your own. Now take him and have a good play." How was it possible to have a good play with a doll named Hortus Siccus? Johnny hated him and could not conceal the fact. Miss Inches was grieved and disappointed, but she said to herself, "Perhaps she is just too old for dolls and is just too young to care for pictures. It isn't so easy to fix a child's mental position as I thought it would be. I must try something else." She really loved Johnny and wished to make her happy, so the thought occurred of giving her a child's party. "I don't approve of them," she told her friends, "but perhaps it may be possible to combine some instruction with the amusements, and Johnny is so pleased. Dear little creature, she is only 11, and small things are great at that age. I suppose it is always so with youth." 20 children were asked to the party. They were to come at 4, play for 2 hours in the garden, then have supper, and afterward games in the parlor. Johnny felt as if she had taken a dose of laughing gas at the sight of 20 boys and girls all at once. Real boys, real girls. How long it was since she had seen any. She capered and jumped in a way which astonished Miss Inches, and her high spirits so infected the rest that a general romp set in, and the party grew noisy to an appalling degree. "Oh, Johnny dear, no more tag!" cried poor Mamma Marian, catching her adopted child and wiping her hot face with a handkerchief. "It is really too rude, such a game as that. It is only fit for boys." "Oh, please, please, please," entreated Johnny. "It is splendid. Papa always let us. He did indeed. He always did." "I thought you were my child now, and anxious for better things than tag," said Miss Inches gravely. Johnny had to submit, but she pouted, shrugged her shoulders, and looked crossly about her, in a way which Mamma Marian had never seen before, and which annoyed her very much. "Now it is time to go to supper," she announced. "Form yourselves into a procession, children. Johnny shall take this tambourine, and Willie Parker these castanets, and we will march in to the sound of music." Johnny liked to beat the tambourine very much, so her sulks gave place at once to smiles. The boys and girls sorted themselves into couples. Miss Inches took the head of the procession with an accordion. Willie Parker clashed the castanets as well as he could, and they all marched into the house. The table was beautifully spread with flowers and grapes and pretty china. Johnny took the head, Willie the foot, and Dinah the housemaid helped them all round to sliced peaches and cream. Miss Inches meanwhile sat down in the corner of the room and drew a little table full of books near her. As soon as they were all served, she began, "Now, dear children, while you eat, I will read aloud a little. I should like to think that each one of you carried away one thought at least from this entertainment, a thought which would stay by you, and be, as it were, seed grain for other thoughts in years to come. First, I will read Abu Ben Adhem by Leigh Hunt, an English poet." The children listened quietly to Abu Ben Adhem, but when Miss Inches opened another book and began to read sentences from Emerson, a deep gloom fell upon the party. Willie Parker kicked his neighbor and made a face. Lucy Hooper and Grace Sherwood whispered behind their napkins and got to laughing till they both choked. Johnny's cross feelings came back. She felt as if the party was being spoiled, and she wanted to cry. A low buzz of whispers, broken by titters, went round the table, and through it all Miss Inch's voice sounded solemn and distinct as she slowly read one passage after another, pausing between each to let the meaning sink properly into the youthful mind. Altogether the supper was a failure, in spite of peaches and cream and a delicious cake full of plums and citron. When it was over they went into the parlor to play. The game of 20 questions was the first one chosen. Miss Inches played too. The word she suggested was iconoclast. "We don't know what it means," objected the children. "Oh, don't you, dears? It means a breaker of idols. However, if you are not familiar with it, we will choose something else. How would Michelangelo do?" "But we never heard anything about him." Miss Inches was shocked at this and began a little art lecture on the spot, in the midst of which Willie Parker broke in with, "I've thought of a word! Hash!" "Oh, yes, capital! Hash is a splendid word!" chorused the others, and poor Miss Inches, who had only got as far as Michelangelo's 14th year, found that no one was listening and stopped abruptly. Hash seemed to her a vulgar word for the children to choose, but there was no help for it, and she resigned herself. Johnny thought hash an excellent word. It was so funny when Lucy asked whether the thing chosen was animal, vegetable, or mineral, and Willie replied, "All three," for he explained in a whisper there was always salt in hash, and salt was a mineral. "Have you all seen it?" questioned Lucy. "Lots of times," shouted the children, and there was much laughing. After 20 questions they played Sim Says Wiggle Waggle, and after that, Hunt the Slipper. Poor kind puzzled Miss Inches was relieved when they went away, for it seemed to her that their games were all noisy and a fearful waste of time. She resolved that she would never give Johnny any more parties. They upset the child completely, and demoralized her mind. Johnny was upset. After the party she was never so studious or docile as she had been before. The little taste of play made her dislike work, and set her to longing after the home life, where play and work were mixed with each other as a matter of course. She began to think that it would be only pleasant to make up her bed or dust her room again, and she pined for the old nursery, for Phil's whistle, for Elsie and the paper dolls, and to feel Katie's arms round her once more. Her letters showed the growing homesickness. Dr. Carr felt that the experiment had lasted long enough. So he discovered that he had business in Boston, and one fine September day, as Johnny was forlornly poring over her lesson in moral philosophy, the door opened, and in came Papa. Such a shriek as she gave! Miss Inches happened to be out, and they had the house to themselves for a while. "So you are glad to see me?" said Papa, when Johnny had dried her eyes after the violent fit of crying which was his welcome, and had raised her head from his shoulder. His own eyes were a little moist, but he spoke gaily. "Oh, Papa, so glad! I was just longing for you to come. How did it happen?" "I had business in this part of the world, and I thought you might be wanting your winter clothes." Johnny's face fell. "Must I stay all winter?" she said in a trembling voice. "Aren't you going to take me home?" "But I thought you wanted to be adopted, and to go to Europe, and have all sorts of fine things happen to you." "Oh, Papa, don't tease me. Mamma Marian is ever so kind, but I want to come back and be your little girl again. Please let me. If you don't, I shall die," and Johnny wrung her hands. "We'll see about it," said Dr. Carr. "Don't die, but kiss me and wash your face. It won't do for Miss Inches to come home and find you with those impolite red rims to your eyes." "Come upstairs, too, and see my room while I wash 'em," pleaded Johnny. All the time that Johnny was bathing her eyes, Papa walked leisurely about, looking at the pictures. His mouth wore a furtive smile. "This is a sweet thing," he observed, "this one with the pickled asparagus and the donkey. Or is it a cat?" "Papa, it's a pig!" Then they both laughed. I think there was a little bit of relief mixed with Miss Inch's disappointment at hearing of Johnny's decision. The child of theory was a delightful thing to have in the house, but this real child, with moods and tempers and a will of her own, who preferred chromos to Raphael and pined after tag, tried her considerably. They parted, however, most affectionately. "Good-bye, dear Mamma Marian," whispered Johnny. "You've been just as good to me, and I love you so much, but you know I am used to the girls and Papa." "Yes, dear, I know. You're to come back often, Papa says, and I shall call you my girl always." So with kisses they separated, and Miss Inches went back to her old life, feeling that it was rather comfortable not to be any longer responsible for a young intelligence, and that she should never envy mammas of big families of children again, as once she had done. "So we've got our curly locks back," said Katy, fondly stroking Johnny's hair the night after the traveller's return. "And you'll never go away from us any more, will you?" Never, 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 protested Johnny, emphasizing each word by a kiss. Not even to be adopted, travel in Europe, or speak Litchfield County French? Put in naughty Clover. No, I've been adopted once, and that's enough. Now I'm going to be Papa's little girl always, and when the rest of you get married, I shall stay at home and keep house for him. That's right, said Dr. Carr. End of Curly Locks from 9 Little Goslings by Susan Coolidge.
Лис Микита, пісня 9 by Іван Франко. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Лис Микита в своїм замку по обіді меду склянку приспокійно спорожнив. Сів у кріслі, люльку курить і нічогося не журить, зламу зроду не чинив. Тім почув стук-стук до брами. Скочив, вибіг раз з дітками. Ах, бабай, це ти опять? Ну, здорово, бабаю. Що ж то, ти, знать, від царя йдеш просто. Що ж там доброго чувать? Мало доброго, журливо, рік бабай, та щедре жниво на погані новини. Цар присяг тобі загладу, військо кличе, радить раду, будуть тутка за 3 дни. Тільки всього? Каже лис. Якось ж тільки не журись, друже мій старий бабаю, тим погрозам ти не вір. Я з тобою у царський двір ще сьогодні почвалаю. Вже я вибрешусь, будь певний. Та тепер, мій любий кревний, прошу хату. Вже пора під вечіркувать. Аж в лапах весь мені печені запах, що зготовила стара. Ось війшли, сидять, гостяться, лисенята стали граться. Бачиш, стрику, лис сказав, жінка ловить вже курчата. Мицько ж, бестія завзята, вчора утку сполював. Справді, маєш чим гордиться, рік бабай, та не дивниця, в батька й діти удались. Так-то так, талант не згірше, та виховання ще більше тут значить, відмовив лис. Ну, та час нам в путь спішиться. Що? Аж скрикнула лисиця. Ти, Микито, знов кудись? Царський двір? Та бійся Бога, всиротить нас вся дорога, скрийся дома, схаменись. І слезами залилася, і руками вчепилася, щоб Микиту не пустить. Він її поцілувавши і від себе відірвавши, каже: «Жінка люба, циць, цар не з'їсть мене там преці, а назустріч небезпеці ліпше вийти, ніж кутку дожидать на себе грому. Я ж держуся по-старому філософію таку. Наше все життя війна є, кожний борець в ній, як знає. Сей зубами, той крилами, третій кігтями міцними, інший скоками пруткими. Чим же боремося ми? Ми ні силою негодні, ні як карпи многоплодні, ні нічвиди, як сова, ані бистрі, як той заєць. Нас підмога лиш одна єсть – це розумна голова. Нею треба нам крутити, мов бритву наострити, все обдумать в один миг, іншим сіти наставляти, але добре пильнувати, щоб самим не впасти в них. Цар ось грозить нам війною. Хоч то я не маю бою перед військом тим його, та все ліпше в самій річі, зразу злому на побіччя, ніж чекать Бог зна чого. А на те вже я, небого, чую в собі сили много, до таких я штук привик.
А подумати, як цупко я почну брехати любко, аж свербить мене язик. Ще раз цілувались в лиця і потішилась лисиця. Але брами всі замкнуть, наказав Микита жваво, стежками уліво-вправо почпалав з бабаєм путь. Гріє сонце, небо чисте, ліс шумить, тріпочесь листє, цвіти пахнуть, просто рай. Лис любуєсь красотою, та прибитий гризотою сумно штильгає бабай. Стрику, що тобі такого? Весело рік лис до нього. Тьфу об землю лихом вдар. Бач, що тут краси довкола, блиск який, тепло і воля. Хто живий, той нині цар. Ой, не Боже, рік бабай, ти так надто не брикай, не уйдеш ти карі. Де ж пак цапу у торбу дати, голову зайця і послати сицареви вдарі? Ха-ха-ха, смієсь Микита, штучка дешева і сердита, дуже нею я горжусь. Трошки цар, мабуть, просапавсь, поки правди в ній долапавсь. Та щоб карі будь, а дзусь. Нині, хто раджить не схнути, той святим не може бути, як пустині той монах. Кожний тут держись на тузі, хто не хоче по заслузі бути другому у зубах. Єць скакав поперед мене, мов дитя нове хрещене, мов дразнив, ану, злови. Аж мені так стало млісно, що я хап його, і, звісно, як він став без голови. Ну а цап, скажи, будь ласка, він на мене в суді траскав. Винен, най умре! А як я успів відбрехатись, то він лізе цілуватись. Най же чорт його бере. Що ж, мій гріх, а його шкода. Вбивство, пімста, сажає мода скрізь загально у звірів. І вам цар рабує чисто, а не хоче особисто. Шле медведів і вовків. І сміхнувсь Микита стиха, нюх табаки взяв і чихав, а відтак сказав опять. Це байки, мій бабайку, слухай лиш оцю байку, що я хочу розказати. Кажуть, кара за рабунок. Ось тобі такий трафунок, як наш брат хотів чесно жить. Є товар, є грошей досить, він не скупиться, ще й просить, а хоч гинь, не мож купить. Раз от я і вовк неситий, кинувши гостинець битий, на мандрівку ми пішли. Ба зайшли за ліс, за води, ні притулку, ні господи, лиш степи, луги були. Тут на сонце припікає, ба вже й голод дотискає, аж тут зирк, лоша пасесь. Та таке гладке та любе, що мій вовк аж острить зуби, шкіра вся на нім трясесь. Сів бідняга, важко сапа, а з лошадком мама шкапа, вкрасти вже вона не дасть. Каже вовк, піди, Микито, запитай ту шкапу швидко, чи лоша нам не продасть? Я пішов, клонився їй низько. Що, матусю, пасовисько тутка маєте не згріш? Та й лошадку, от пахолок. Чи його нам на виховок продасте за добрий гріш? Що ж, купуйте, люди божі. Я й не що великі гроші буду правити від вас. Ось лиш прочитай значки ті, що на задньому копиті, це тобі ціна якраз. Ну, та я не втім бити до копита підходити. Шкапі поклонився до ніг, та й кажу. Спасибі, мати, та не вмію я читати. І до вовка знов побіг. Друже, шкапа ся лагідна, і лоша продати згідна, і ціни не хоче драть. Каже, в неї цінники ті є на задньому копиті. Жаль, що я не вмів читати. Що? Вовк крикнув. Ти нездаро, навіть кінських літер пару ти не вмієш прочитати? Я в письмі тім дуже вчений. До гімназій, академій виходив років аж 5. І пішов мій вовк неситий шкапу за лоша просити. Шкапа ж відповіла, на, Ось лиш прочитай значки ті, що на задньому копиті. Там написана ціна. Вовк неситий, нахиляєсь, до копита призираєсь, ех, як фраз на шкапа враз, як у лоб не вцідить просто, а була підкута остро, то мій вовк, мов свічка згас. Шкапа ж як не зарегоче, та з лошатам потеркоче, що і слід обох пропав. А вовчисько добру хвилю полежав таким знесилю, мов зовсім небіжчик став. Далі очі продирає, дооколо прозирає, але встати ані руш. Гей, кажу йому, неситий, сам лошати з'їв, лишити не хотів мені ні кус. Ганне наїсно прочвало, з'їв усе, ще й того мало, друга на обід не клич. Адже ж я, невдячний цапе, перший торг робив у шкапи, то належавсь мого рич. Ну скажи так правду гладко, дешево купив лошадку? Людська знать ціна була. Ви недовго торгувались, по-приятельськи розстались, втішно щось вона пішла. А проспавсь ти смачно, друже, по таким обіді дуже сепля вдує на живіт. А як славно ти, вовчуку, вмієш кінську азбуку. Справді, чудо на весь світ. Так із вовка квип до ночі. Він же, витріщивши очі, все лежав та лиш ах-ах. Далі каже: будь то чесний, що за торг би був чудесний, а та дич б'є по зубах. Ой, сказав бабай, Микито, не смішний твій жарт, бо скрито в нім гіркої правди шмат. А найгірш те, що не ситий, нині ворог твій забитий, світа рад тебе зігнать. Рік лис, наплюй на нього, все у вовка злоби много, але злоба ум сліпить. Світ би весь пожер він скоро, поколи не влізе в горло, а розумний злоби кпить. End of Лис Микита, пісня 9. By Іван Франко. Recorded by Анастасія Салоха.
Nine Graves in Edinburgh by Erwin Russell. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nine Graves in Edinburgh. In the churchyard up in the old High Town, the sexton stood at his daily toil, and he lifted his mattock and drove it down and sunk it deep in the sacred soil. And then, as he delved, he sang right lustily, aye, as he deepened and shaped the graves in the black old mould that smelled so mustily, and thus was the way of the sexton's staves. It's 9 o' the clock, and I have begun the settled task that is daily mine. By 10 o' the clock I will finish one. By 6 o' the clock there must be 9. Just 3 for women and 3 for men, and to fill the number another 3 for daughters of women and sons of men, who men or women shall never be. And the first of the graves in a row of 3 is his or hers who shall first appear. All lie in the order they come to me, and such has been ever the custom here. The first they brought was a fair young child, and they saw him buried and went their way, and the sexton leaned on his spade and smiled, and wondered, how many more today? The next was a man, then a woman came. The sexton had loved her in years gone by, but the years had gone, and the dead old dame he buried as deep as his memory. At 6 o' the clock his task was done. 8 graves were closed and the 9th prepared. made ready to welcome a man. What one 'twas little the grim old sexton cared. He sat him down on its brink to rest, when the clouds were red and the sky was grey, and said to himself, "This last is the best and deepest of all I have digged to-day. Who will fill it, I wonder, and when? It does not matter, whoe'er there be, the best and the worst of the race of men are all alike when they come to me." They went to him with a man next day, when the sky was grey and the clouds were red. As the sun set forth on his upward way, they went, and they found the sexton dead. Dead by the open grave was he, and they buried him in it that self-same day, and marvelled much such a thing should be. And since the people will often say, "If ye dig, no matter when, graves to bury other men, think it never can be known when ye'll chance to dig your own. Mind ye of the tale ye know, 9 Graves in Edinburgh." Note: the following is related concerning the death of Jemmy Camber, one of the jesters of King James I during his reign in Scotland. Jemmy rose, made him ready, takes his horse, and rides to the churchyard in the High Tower, where he found the sexton, as the custom is there, making 9 graves, 3 for men, 3 for women, and 3 for children, and whoso dies next, first come, first served. "Lend me thy spade," says Jemmy, and with that digs a hole, which hole he bids him make for his grave, and doth give him a French crown. The man, willing to please him, more for his gold than his pleasure, did so, and the fool gets upon his horse, rides to a gentleman of the town, and on the Soudain within 2 hours after died, of whom the sexton telling he was buried there indeed. Robert Arnim, The Nest of Ninnies, A.D. 1608. Irwin Russell. End of The 9 Graves in Edinburgh by Irwin Russell. Read by Claudia Salto.
Descriptions of 9 New Species of African Butterflies by H. Gross Smith. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Descriptions of 9 New Species of African Butterflies. Periscalenga. Male. Upper side. Both wings pale orange-yellow, anterior wings with the costa and apex narrowly pale brown. Underside. Anterior wings pale orange-yellow with the costa and apex orange-brown. Posterior wings orange-brown. Near to Perispilary, but differs in colour, is smaller, and the anterior wings are more rounded. Expanse 1 3/8 inches. Habitat Delagoa Bay, Mrs. Montero. In the collection of H. Gross Smith. Acria macaquena. Male. Upper side. Anterior wings transparent, clouded with brown from the base to the end of the cell, and below it to the inner angle. Posterior wings brown, a row of 7 lunular black spots on the margin. Beneath each lunule is a small brown spot on the margin. From the centre of the costal margin to the centre of the hind margin is an irregular row of 8 distinct small black spots, within which is a cluster of 6 spots near the base, also distinct. Underside. As above, but paler. Female closely resembles Manandazza of Ward, while the male is very close to Ranavalona of Bois du Val. The male and female having been taken in copula, it would appear clear that Manandazza and Ranavalona are also sexes of the same species. Macaquena differs from them in the colour of the male, and in size of the spots on the posterior wings, which are smaller and distinct, not confluent as in Ranavalona, and the marginal row of spots is nearer the margin. I am not aware that Ranavalona or Manandazza have been taken on the mainland. Expanse 2 inches. Habitat Delagoa Bay, Mrs. Montero. In the collection of H. Gross Smith. Aquia Salambo. Upper side. Semi-transparent, greyish-brown, the inner portion in which the spots are placed much lighter and tinged with pink. Anterior wings with a large black spot in the middle of the cell, another at the end of the cell, beyond which, near it, is a third spot. Triphid. Beneath these are 6 spots, the 3 outermost in a curved band between the median nervures, the lowest being bifid. Posterior wings with the outer margins broadly dark brown, inside which is a curved band of 8 black spots, and irregularly clustered towards the base is a group of 12 black spots. Underside. As above, but lighter. The posterior wings darker towards the margins, but without the broad dark brown margin, tinged with pink towards the base. Abdomen black, the end segments yellowish brown. Antennae black. Expanse 3½ inches. Habitat Congo. In the collection of H. Gross Smith. Euryphene alpinici, Hewitson. Male. Upper side. Brown. Anterior wings with the costa, apex and exterior margin broadly dark brown, a small spot in the cell near the base, another in the middle shaped like the figure 8, another at the end of the cell. A series of irregular, indistinct brown markings from beyond the centre of the costa to the inner angle, confluent towards the costa. A yellowish-brown spot near the apex. Posterior wings. Costa broadly brown, exterior margin and anal angle brown, a figure of 8 spot in the cell, and an indistinct submarginal band of brown linear spots. Underside. Anterior wings dark purplish-brown, light pinkish-brown in the cell between the spots, of which there are 3. 1 small, near the base, a figure of 8 spot in the middle, a smaller spot at the end of the cell, beyond which is a pink spot, and another at the apex. A submarginal row of brown spots. Posterior wings pale purplish-brown, a figure of 8 spot in the cell, and an irregular band of dark purplish-brown before the middle, a submarginal row of brown linear spots. Expanse 2½ inches. Habitat Cameroons. Resembles Plautilla in shape, but the wings are more scalloped. In the collection of H. Gross Smith. Harma herminia. Male. Upper side. Both wings light tawny brown, brighter towards the exterior margins, crossed beyond the middle by a broad dark brown band. On the anterior wings the band tapers towards the apex and is broader towards the inner margin, sinuated slightly internally and deeply so externally. On the posterior wings the band is broader on the costal margin and tapers towards the anal angle. Between the band and margins on both wings is an irregular row of brown hastate markings. The base of the anterior and the base and fold of the posterior wings broadly brown, as well as the exterior margins of both wings. Underside. both wings light tawny brown, the band less distinct, bordered internally by a brown line, extending from the costa of the anterior wing to the anal angle, inside which are the usual markings, the spots in the middle and at the end of the cell on the anterior wing brown, both wings with a submarginal band of indistinct hastate spots. Nearest to Cairns and Capella. Habitat Cameroon Mountains. Expanse 2 3/4 inches. In the collection of H. Gross Smith. Harma Haemodia. Female. Upper side. Both wings light rufous from the base to beyond the middle. Anterior wings with the apical portion from the centre of the costa to the inner angle brown-black, crossed by an oblique band of 6 white spots, the third being small, the fourth the largest, elongated, with a small black spot in the middle, the fifth spot interrupted, and the sixth near the inner angle nearly obsolete, 2 white spots near the apex. Posterior wings from beyond the middle brown-black, with a submarginal irregular band of white spots, those towards the apex indistinct, and smaller than the 3 nearest the inner angle. Underside. Rufous orange, darker towards the apex. Anterior wings with 2 indistinct red spots in the cell, the band of spots and 2 apical spots as on the upper side, and apex white. A submarginal row of dull brown hastate markings. Posterior wings with a submarginal row of white spots bordered inwardly with dull brown, inside which is an indistinct row of hastate white markings, an indistinct white spot near the centre of the costa, a submarginal row of brown linear markings edged outwardly with white. Margins of both wings crenulated. Thorax and abdomen rufous. Expanse 2 1/4 inches. Habitat Cameroons. In the collection of H. Gross Smith. Eudorix dinacaris. Male. Upper side. Copper red. Anterior wings with costal margin, apex, and exterior margin to the inner angle broadly dark brown. Posterior wings with 1 tail, the lobe grey with an orange spot, a smooth brown spot near the base on the costal margin. Underside. Grey tinged with orange. Anterior wings with a spot at the end of the cell, and a submarginal band formed by reddish-brown lines, edged with white, an indistinct grey line between the band and the exterior margin. The lower part of the wing towards the interior margin paler, a tuft of brown hairs midway on the interior margin. Posterior wings with 3 red spots near the base, that nearest the inner margin nearly obsolete, and a series of red lines bordered with white forming the usual bands. The caudal spot black, crowned with yellow, lobe black. Female. Upper side. Dull blue, shading broadly into brown on the costal and exterior margins, paler in the middle of the anterior wings. Posterior wings with a black caudal spot, lobe grey. Underside. Grey with red markings, as in the male. Expanse 1 1/4 inches. Habitat Delagoa Bay, Mrs. Montero. In the collection of H. Gross Smith. Eudorix dinamanis. Male. Upper side. Copper red, paler than in dinacaris and more glossy. Anterior wings with a brown apex. Underside. Anterior wings darker and redder than in dinacaris, the lower portion down to the inner margin orange. Posterior wings with 3 basal spots, larger than in dinacaris, and the lines forming the bands on both wings broader and redder. The outer portion of the posterior wings from beyond the middle irrorated with white. Female. Upper side. Dull blue, more grey than in Dina Carey's, in other respects resembling it, but on the posterior wings is a marginal black spot between the caudal spot and the lobe. Underside. The spots and lines redder and broader than in Dina Carey's. Both the above species approximate to Dariavis and Diocles of Hewitson, and in colouring resemble Polyomatus hepatoi and its allies. Expanse 1 1/4 inches. Habitat Delagoa Bay, Mrs. Montero, in the collection of H. Gross Smith. Lycaenus tusmahota. Upper side. Both wings orange-brown. Anterior wings with the base, costal margin, the upper part of the cell, and the exterior margin broadly dark brown. Posterior wings with the base, the costal, exterior and inner margins, 2 spots near the anal angle, and an interrupted submarginal line, dark brown. Underside. Both wings greyish-brown, lighter in the middle, with the orange colour showing through, crossed with several bands of white, and 2 white submarginal lines. Posterior wings with 2 spots near the anal angle, both irrorated with silver, the spot furthest from the angle bordered on 3 sides with orange. Expanse 1 1/8 inches. Habitat Delagoa Bay, Mrs. Montero, in the collection of H. Gross Smith. End of descriptions of 9 new species of African butterflies by H. Gross Smith.
A Dirge for the 9th of AB by Nina Davis. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dirge for the 9th of AB. O thou afflicted, drunken not with wine, cast to the earth thy timbrel, strip thee bare. Yea, make thee bald, let not thy beauty shine, despoil of comeliness thy presence fair, lift up a wailing on the mountain height, turn thee to all thy borders, seek thy flight, and cry before the Lord, for thresholds waste, for thresholds waste. Cry for thy little ones, slain of the sword, lift up thine hands to him implored. How hath to Zion come the foeman dread, into the royal city entrance found? How do the reckless feet of strangers tread, with step irreverent on the hallowed ground? Lo, when the spoilers stormed the sanctuary, they gazed on priests, the guards of sacred right, watchmen who kept their charge, and fearlessly stood by, unflinching mid the deadly fight, until their blood was shed, profuse as when, of yore, the Nile was turned to bloody flow. Within the curtain burst unholy men, yea, even when the high priest feared to go, they stripped of gold thy walls' majestic heights, and the fair windows of thy narrowed lights. And cry before the Lord, for thresholds waste, for thresholds waste. Cry for thy little ones, slain of the sword. Lift up thine hands to him implored. The voice of Zion's daughter sore doth moan, she waileth from afar in anguish deep, uttereth the cry of Heshbon overthrown, and with the weeping of Mephath does weep. Woe! I have drunk the cup, have drained it, woe! Lions with savage fangs have me undone, daughter of Babylon, that liest low, daughter of Edom, O thou guilty one. Wherefore, O Zion, art bewailing thee o'er this thy doom? For lo, thy sin is known. By the abundance of iniquity beholdest thou the exile of thine own. For that thy watchman true thou didst forsake, to hearken unto words false omens spake, and cry before the Lord for thresholds waste, for thresholds waste. Cry for thy little ones, slain of the sword. Lift up thine hands to him implored. Rejoice not, O mine enemy, o'er my pain, over the destruction that hath come to me. For though I fall, I shall rise again. The Lord yet helpeth me. Yea, even he who scattered in his burning wrath his flock shall gather me once more within his fold. He shall deliver me from thee. My rock shall free his servant, to thy bondage sold. Then unto thee shall pass the brimming bowl, the cup whose bitterness hath filled my soul. And cry before the Lord for thresholds waste, for thresholds waste. Cry for thy little ones, slain of the sword. Lift up thine hands to him implored. End of A Dirge for the Ninth of AB by Nina Davis. Read by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai.
The Island of the Nine Whirlpools by Edith Nesbit. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Island of the Nine Whirlpools. The dark arch that led to the witch's cave was hung with a black and yellow fringe of live snakes. As the queen went in, keeping carefully in the middle of the arch, all the snakes lifted their wicked flat heads and stared at her with their wicked yellow eyes. You know it is not good manners to stare, even at royalty, except of course for cats. And the snakes had been so badly brought up that they even put their tongues out at the poor lady. Nasty, thin, sharp tongues they were, too. Now, the queen's husband was, of course, the king, and besides being a king, he was an enchanter, and considered to be quite at the top of his profession. So he was very wise, and he knew that when kings and queens want children, the queen always goes to see a witch. So he gave the queen the witch's address, and the queen called on her, though she was very frightened and did not like it at all. The witch was sitting by a fire of sticks, stirring something bubbly in a shiny copper cauldron.
"What do you want, my dear?"
she said to the queen. "Oh, if you please," said the queen, "I want a baby, a very nice one. We don't want any expense spared. My husband said—"
"Oh, yes,"
said the witch.
"I know all about him. And so you want a child. Do you know it will bring you sorrow?"
"It will bring me joy first," said the queen.
"Great sorrow,"
said the witch. "Greater joy," said the queen. Then the witch said,
"Well, have your own way. I suppose it's as much as your place is worth to go back without it."
"The king would be very much annoyed," said the poor queen.
"Well, well,"
said the witch.
"what will you give me for the child?"
"Anything you ask for, and all I have," said the queen.
"Then give me your gold crown."
The queen took it off quickly.
"And your necklace of blue sapphires."
The queen unfastened it.
"And your pearl bracelets."
The queen unclasped them.
"And your ruby clasps."
And the queen undid the clasps.
"Now the lilies from your breast."
The queen gathered together the lilies.
"And the diamonds of your little bright shoe buckles."
The queen pulled off her shoes. Then the witch stirred the stuff that was in the cauldron, and one by one she threw in the gold crown, and the sapphire necklace, and the pearl bracelets, and the ruby clasps, and the diamonds of the little bright shoe buckles, and last of all she threw in the lilies. The stuff in the cauldron boiled up in foaming flashes of yellow and blue and red and white and silver, and sent out a sweet scent, and presently the witch poured it out into a pot, and set it to cool in the doorway among the snakes. Then she said to the queen,
"Your child will have hair as golden as your crown, eyes as blue as your sapphires. The red of your rubies will lie on its lips, and its skin will be clear and pale as your pearls. Its soul will be white and sweet as your lilies, and your diamonds will be no clearer than its wits."
"Oh, thank you, said the queen. "And when will it come?"
"You will find it when you get home."
"And won't you have something for yourself?" asked the queen. "Any little thing you fancy. Would you like a country, or a sack of jewels?"
"Nothing, thank you,"
said the witch.
"I could make more diamonds in a day than I should wear in a year."
"Well, but do let me do some little thing for you," the queen went on. "Aren't you tired of being a witch? Wouldn't you like to be a duchess, or a princess, or something like that?"
"There is one thing I should rather like,"
said the witch.
"but it's hard to get in my trade."
"Oh, tell me what," said the queen.
"I should like someone to love me,"
said the witch. Then the queen threw her arms around the witch's neck and kissed her 100 times. "Why," she said, "I love you better than my life. You've given me the baby, and the baby shall love you too."
"Perhaps it will,"
said the witch.
"and when the sorrow comes, send for me. Each of your 50 kisses will be a spell to bring me to you. Now drink up your medicine, there's a dear, and run along home."
So the queen drank the stuff in the pot, which was quite cool by this time, and she went out under the fringe of snakes, and they all behaved like good Sunday school children. Some of them even tried to drop a curtsy to her as she went by, though that is not easy when you are hanging wrong way up by your tail. But the snakes knew the queen was friends with their mistress, so, of course, they had to do their best to be civil. When the queen got home, sure enough, there was the baby lying in the cradle with the royal arms blazoned on it, crying as naturally as possible. It had pink ribbons to tie up its sleeves, so the queen saw at once it was a girl. When the king knew this, he tore his black hair with fury.
"Oh, you silly, silly queen,"
he said.
"Why didn't I marry a clever lady? Did you think I went to all the trouble and expense of sending you to a witch to get a girl? You knew well enough it was a boy I wanted. A boy, an heir, a prince, to learn all my magic and my enchantments, and to rule the kingdom after me. I'll bet a crown, my crown," he said, "you never even thought to tell the witch what kind you wanted. Did you now?"
And the queen hung her head, and had to confess that she had only asked for a child.
"Very well, madam,"
said the king.
"Very well. Have your own way, and make the most of your daughter while she is a child."
The queen did. All the years of her life had never held half so much happiness as now lived in each of the moments when she held her little baby in her arms. And the years went on, and the king grew more and more clever at magic, and more disagreeable at home, and the princess grew more beautiful and more dear every day she lived. The queen and the princess were feeding the goldfish in the courtyard fountains with crumbs of the princess's 18th birthday cake, when the king came into the courtyard, looking as black as thunder, with his black raven hopping after him. He shook his fist at his family, as indeed he generally did whenever he met them, for he was not a king with pretty home manners. The raven sat down on the edge of the marble basin and tried to peck the goldfish. It was all he could do to show that he was in the same temper as his master.
"A girl indeed,"
said the king angrily.
"I wonder you can dare to look me in the face when you remember how your silliness has spoiled everything."
"You oughtn't to speak to my mother like that," said the princess. She was 18, and it came to her suddenly, and all in a moment, that she was a grown-up, so she spoke out. The king could not utter a word for several minutes. He was too angry. But the queen said, "My dear child, don't interfere," quite crossly, for she was frightened. And to her husband she said, "My dear, why do you go on worrying about it? Our daughter is not a boy, it is true, but she may marry a clever man who could rule your kingdom after you, and learn as much magic as ever you cared to teach him." Then the king found his tongue.
"If she does marry," he said slowly, "her husband will have to be a very clever man. Oh, yes, very clever indeed. And he will have to know a very great deal more magic than I shall ever care to teach him."
The queen knew at once by the king's tone that he was going to be disagreeable. "Ah," she said, "don't punish the child because she loves her mother."
"I'm not going to punish her for that,"
said he.
"I'm only going to teach her to respect her father."
And without another word he went off to his laboratory and worked all night, boiling different coloured things in crucibles, and copying charms in curious twisted letters from old brown books, with mould stains on their yellowy pages. The next day his plan was all arranged. He took the poor princess to the Lone Tower, which stands on an island in the sea 1,000 miles from everywhere. He gave her a dowry, and settled a handsome income on her. He engaged a competent dragon to look after her, and also a respectable griffin, whose birth and upbringing he knew all about. And he said,
"Here you shall stay, my dear, respectful daughter, till the clever man comes to marry you. He'll have to be clever enough to sail a ship through the 9 whirlpools that spin around the island, and to kill the dragon and the griffin. Till he comes you'll never get any older or any wiser. No doubt he will soon come. You can employ yourself in embroidering your wedding gown. I wish you joy, my dutiful child."
And his carriage, drawn by live thunderbolts (thunder travels very fast), rose in the air and disappeared, and the poor princess was left with the dragon and the griffin on the island of the 9 whirlpools. The queen, left at home, cried for a day and a night, and then she remembered the witch, and called to her, and the witch came, and the queen told her all.
For the sake of the twice 25 kisses you gave me,
said the witch,
I will help you. but it is the last thing I can do, and it is not much. Your daughter is under a spell, and I can take you to her. But if I do, you will have to be turned to stone, and to stay so till the spell is taken off the child."
"I would be a stone for 1,000 years," said the poor queen, "if at the end of them I could see my dear again." So the witch took the queen in a carriage drawn by live sunbeams, which travel more quickly than anything else in the world, and much quicker than thunder, and so away and away to the lone tower on the island of the 9 whirlpools. And there was the princess sitting on the floor in the best room of the lone tower, crying as if her heart would break, and the dragon and the griffin were sitting primly on each side of her. "Oh, mother, mother, mother!" she cried, and hung around the queen's neck as if she would never let go.
"Now,"
said the witch, when they had all cried as much as was good for them,
"I can do 1 or 2 other little things for you. Time shall not make the princess sad. All days will be like one day till her deliverer comes, and you and I, dear queen, will sit in stone at the gate of the tower. In doing this for you, I lose all my witch's powers, and when I say the spell that changes you to stone, I shall change with you. And if ever we come out of the stone, I shall be a witch no more, but only a happy old woman."
Then the 3 kissed one another again and again, and the witch said the spell, and on each side of the door there was now a stone lady. One of them had a stone crown on its head, and a stone sceptre in its hand, but the other held a stone tablet with words on it, which the griffin and the dragon could not read, though they had both had a very good education. And now all days seemed like one day to the princess, and the next day always seemed the day when her mother would come out of the stone and kiss her again. And the years went slowly by. The wicked king died, and someone else took his kingdom, and many things were changed in the world. But the island did not change, nor the 9 whirlpools, nor the griffin, nor the dragon, nor the 2 stone ladies. And all the time, from the very first, the day of the princess's deliverance was coming, creeping nearer and nearer and nearer. But no one saw it coming except the princess, and she only in dreams. And the years went by in 10s and in 100s, and still the 9 whirlpools spun around, roaring in triumph the story of many a good ship that had gone down in their swirl, bearing with it some prince who had tried to win the princess and her dowry. And the great sea knew all the other stories of the princes who had come from very far, and had seen the whirlpools, and had shaken their wise young heads and said, "'Bout ship!" and gone discreetly home to their nice, safe, comfortable kingdoms. But no one told the story of the deliverer who was to come. And the years went by. Now, after more scores of years than you would like to add up on your slate, a certain sailor boy sailed on the high seas with his uncle, who was a skilled skipper. And the boy could reef a sail and coil a rope and keep the ship's nose steady before the wind. And he was as good a boy as you would find in a month of Sundays, and worthy to be a prince. Now there is something which is wiser than all the world,
and it knows when people are worthy to be princes. And this something came from the farther side of the seventh world and whispered in the boy's ear. And the boy heard, though he did not know he heard, and he looked out over the black sea with the white foam horses galloping over it, and far away he saw a light. And he said to the skipper, his uncle, "What light is that?" Then the skipper said, "All good things defend you, Nigel, from sailing near that light. It is not mentioned in all charts, but it is marked in the old chart I steer by, which was my father's fathers before me, and his father's fathers before him. It is the light that shines from the lone tower that stands above the 9 whirlpools. And when my father's father was young, he heard from the very old man, his great-great-grandfather, that in that tower an enchanted princess, fairer than the day, waits to be delivered. But there is no deliverance, so never steer that way, and think no more of the princess, for that is only an idle tale. But the whirlpools are quite real." So, of course, from that day Nigel thought of nothing else. And as he sailed hither and thither upon the high seas, he saw from time to time the light that shone out to sea across the wild swirl of the 9 whirlpools. And one night, when the ship was at anchor, and the skipper asleep in his bunk, Nigel launched the ship's boat, and steered alone over the dark sea towards the light. He dared not go very near till daylight should show him what, indeed, were the whirlpools he had to dread. But when the dawn came, he saw the lone tower standing dark against the pink and primrose of the east, and about its base the sullen swirl of black water, and he heard the wonderful roar of it. So he hung off and on, all that day, and for 6 days besides. And when he had watched 7 days, he knew something. For you are certain to know something if you give for 7 days your whole thought to it, even though it be only the first declension, or the 9 times table, or the dates of the Norman kings. What he knew was this, that for 5 minutes out of the 1,440 minutes that make up a day, the whirlpools slipped into silence, while the tide went down and left the yellow sand bare. And every day this happened, but every day it was 5 minutes earlier than it had been the day before. He made sure of this by the ship's chronometer, which he had thoughtfully brought with him. So on the 8th day, at 5 minutes before noon, Nigel got ready. And when the whirlpools suddenly stopped whirling, and the tide sank, like water in a basin that has a hole in it, he stuck to his oars and put his back into his stroke, and presently beached the boat on the yellow sand. Then he dragged it into a cave, and sat down to wait. By 5 minutes and 1 second past noon, the whirlpools were black and busy again, and Nigel peeped out of his cave. And on the rocky ledge overhanging the sea, he saw a princess as beautiful as the day, with golden hair and a green gown, and he went out to meet her. "I've come to save you," he said. "How darling and beautiful you are!" "You are very good, and very clever, and very dear," said the princess, smiling and giving him both her hands. He shut a little kiss in each hand before he let them go. "So now, when the tide is low again, I will take you away in my boat," he said. "But what about the dragon and the griffin?" asked the princess. "Dear me," said Nigel. "I didn't know about them. I suppose I can kill them?" "Don't be a silly boy," said the princess, pretending to be very grown up, for, though she had been on the island time only knows how many years, she was just 18, and she still liked pretending. "You haven't a sword or a shield or anything." "Well, don't the beasts ever go to sleep?" "Why, yes," said the princess, "but only once in 24 hours, and then the dragon is turned to stone. But the griffin has dreams. The griffin sleeps at tea-time every day, but the dragon sleeps every day for 5 minutes, and every day it is 3 minutes later than it was the day before." "What time does he sleep today?" asked Nigel. "At 11, said the princess. "Ah," said Nigel. "Can you do sums?" "No," said the princess, sadly. "I was never good at them." "Then I must," said Nigel. "I can, but it's slow work, and it makes me very unhappy. It'll take me days and days." "Don't begin yet," said the princess. "You'll have plenty of time to be unhappy when I'm not with you. Tell me all about yourself." So he did, and then she told him all about herself. "I know I've been here a long time," she said, "but I don't know what time is. And I'm very busy sewing silk flowers on a golden gown for my wedding day. And the griffin does the housework. His wings are so convenient and feathery for sweeping and dusting. And the dragon does the cooking. He's hot inside, so of course it's no trouble to him. And though I don't know what time is, I'm sure it's time for my wedding day, because my golden gown only wants one more white daisy on the sleeve, and a lily on the bosom of it, and then it will be ready." Just then they heard a dry, rustling clatter on the rocks above them, and a snorting sound. "It's the dragon," said the princess hurriedly. "Good-bye. Be a good boy and get your sum done." And she ran away and left him to his arithmetic. Now the sum was this: if the whirlpools stop, and the tide goes down once in every 24 hours, and they do it 5 minutes earlier every 24 hours, and if the dragon sleeps every day, and he does it 3 minutes later every day, in how many days, and at what time in the day, will the tide go down 3 minutes before the dragon falls asleep? It is quite a simple sum, as you see. You could do it in a minute, because you've been to a good school, and have taken pains with your lessons. But it was quite otherwise with poor Nigel. He sat down to work out his sum with a piece of chalk on a smooth stone. He tried it by practice and the unitary method, by multiplication and by rule of 3 3/4. He tried it by decimals and by compound interest. He tried it by square root and by cube root. He tried it by addition, simple and otherwise, and he tried it by mixed examples in vulgar fractions. But it was all of no use. Then he tried to do the sum by algebra, by simple and by quadratic equations, by trigonometry, by logarithms, and by conic sections. But it would not do. He got an answer every time, it is true, but it was always a different one, and he could not feel sure which answer was right. And just as he was feeling how much more important than anything else it is to be able to do your sums, the princess came back. And now it was getting dark. "Why, you've been 7 hours over that sum," she said, "and you haven't done it yet. Look here. This is what is written on the tablet of the statue by the lower gate. It has figures in it. Perhaps it is the answer to the sum." She held out to him a big white magnolia leaf, and she had scratched on it with the pin of her pearl brooch, and it had turned brown where she had scratched it, as magnolia leaves will do. Nigel read, "After 9 days, TII 24, DII 27 ANS. PS. And the griffin is artificial. R." He clapped his hands softly. "Dear Princess," he said, "I know that's the right answer. It says R, too, you see. But I'll just prove it." So he hastily worked the sum backward in decimals and equations and conic sections and all the rules he could think of, and it came right every time. "So now we must wait," said he, and they waited. And every day the princess came to see Nigel and brought him food cooked by the dragon, and he lived in his cave and talked to her when she was there, and thought about her when she was not, and they were both as happy as the longest day in summer. Then at last came the day. Nigel and the princess laid their plans. "You're sure he won't hurt you, my only treasure?" said Nigel. "Quite," said the princess. "I only wish I were half as sure that he wouldn't hurt you." "My princess," he said tenderly, "two great powers are on our side, the power of love and the power of arithmetic. Those two are stronger than anything else in the world." So when the tide began to go down, Nigel and the princess ran out onto the sands, and there, in full sight of the terrace where the dragon kept watch, Nigel took his princess in his arms and kissed her. The griffin was busy sweeping the stairs of the lone tower, but the dragon saw, and he gave a cry of rage, and it was like 20 engines all letting off steam at the top of their voices inside Cannon Street Station. And the two lovers stood looking up at the dragon. He was dreadful to look at. His head was white with age, and his beard had grown so long that he caught his claws in it as he walked. His wings were white with the salt that had settled on them from the spray of the sea. His tail was long and thick and jointed and white, and had little legs to it, any number of them, far too many, so that it looked like a very large fat silkworm. And his claws were as long as lessons and as sharp as bayonets. "Good-bye, love," cried Nigel, and ran out across the yellow sand toward the sea. He had one end of a cord tied to his arm. The dragon was clambering down the face of the cliff, and next moment he was crawling and writhing and sprawling and wriggling across the beach after Nigel, making great holes in the sand with his heavy feet, and the very end of his tail, where there were no legs, made, as it dragged, a mark in the sand, such as you make when you launch a boat. And he breathed fire till the wet sand hissed again, and the water of the little rock pools got quite frightened, and all went off in steam. Still Nigel held on, and the dragon after him. The princess could see nothing for the steam, and she stood crying bitterly, but still holding on tight with her right hand to the other end of the cord that Nigel had told her to hold, while with her left she held the ship's chronometer, and looked at it through her tears as he had bidden her look, so as to know when to pull the rope. On went Nigel over the sand, and on went the dragon after him, and the tide was low, and sleepy little waves lapped the sand's edge. Now, at the lip of the water, Nigel paused, and looked back, and the dragon made a bound, beginning a scream of rage that was like all the engines of all the railways in England. But it never uttered the second half of that scream, for now it knew suddenly that it was sleepy. It turned to hurry back to dry land, because sleeping near whirlpools is so unsafe. but before it reached the shore sleep caught it and turned it to stone. Nigel, seeing this, ran shoreward for his life, and the tide began to flow in, and the time of the whirlpool's sleep was nearly over, and he stumbled, and he waded, and he swam, and the princess pulled for dear life at the cord in her hand, and pulled him up onto the dry shelf of rock, just as the great sea dashed in, and made itself once more into the girdle of 9 whirlpools all around the island. But the dragon was asleep under the whirlpools, and when he woke up from being asleep, he found he was drowned. So there was an end of him. "Now there's only the griffin," said Nigel. And the princess said, "Yes, only." And she kissed Nigel, and went back to sew the last leaf of the last lily on the bosom of her wedding gown. She thought and thought of what was written on the stone about the griffin being artificial, and next day she said to Nigel, "You know a griffin is half a lion and half an eagle, and the other 2 halves, when they've joined, make the leogriff. But I've never seen him, yet I have an idea." So they talked it over and arranged everything. When the griffin fell asleep that afternoon at tea-time, Nigel went softly behind him and trod on his tail, and at the same time the princess cried, "Look out! There's a lion behind you!" And the griffin, waking suddenly from his dreams, twisted his large neck around to look for the lion, saw a lion's flank, and fastened its eagle beak in it. For the griffin had been artificially made by the king enchanter, and the 2 halves had never really got used to each other. So now the eagle half of the griffin, who was still rather sleepy, believed that it was fighting a lion, and the lion part, being half asleep, thought it was fighting an eagle, and the whole griffin, in its deep drowsiness, hadn't the sense to pull itself together and remember what it was made of. So the griffin rolled over and over, one end of it fighting with the other, till the eagle end pecked the lion end to death, and the lion end tore the eagle end with its claws till it died. And so the griffin that was made of a lion and an eagle perished, exactly as if it had been made of Kilkenny cats. "Poor griffin," said the princess. "It was very good at the housework. I always liked it better than the dragon. It wasn't so hot-tempered." At that moment there was a soft silky rush behind the princess, and there was her mother, the queen, who had slipped out of the stone statue at the moment the griffin was dead, and now came hurrying to take her dear daughter in her arms. The witch was clambering slowly off her pedestal. She was a little stiff from standing still so long. When they had all explained everything over and over to each other as many times as was good for them, the witch said,
"Well, but what about the whirlpools?"
And Nigel said he didn't know. Then the witch said,
"I'm not a witch any more. I'm only a happy old woman, but I know some things still. Those whirlpools were made by the enchanter king's dropping 9 drops of his blood into the sea, and his blood was so wicked that the sea has been trying ever since to get rid of it, and that made the whirlpools. Now you've only got to go out at low tide."
So Nigel understood, and went out at low tide, and found in the sandy hollow left by the first whirlpool a great red ruby. That was the first drop of the wicked king's blood. The next day Nigel found another, and next day another, and so on, till the 9th day, and then the sea was as smooth as glass. The 9 rubies were used afterwards in agriculture. You had only to throw them out into a field if you wanted it ploughed. Then the whole surface of the land turned itself over in its anxiety to get rid of something so wicked, and in the morning the field was found to be ploughed as thoroughly as any young man at Oxford. So the wicked king did some good after all. When the sea was smooth, ships came from far and wide, bringing people to hear the wonderful story. And a beautiful palace was built, and the princess was married to Nigel in her gold dress, and they all lived happily as long as was good for them. The dragon still lies, a stone dragon on the sand, and at low tide the little children play around him and over him. But the pieces that were left of the griffin were buried under the herb bed in the palace garden, because it had been so good at housework, and it wasn't its fault that it had been made so badly, and put to such poor work as guarding a lady from her lover. I have no doubt that you will wish to know what the princess lived on during the long years when the dragon did the cooking. My dear, she lived on her income, and that is a thing that a great many people would like to be able to do. End of The Island of the 9 Whirlpools by Edith Nesbit. Read by Bev Stevens.
The 9:15 by Florence Warden. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was Christmas time, and the 9:15 train from St. Pancras to Edinburgh was fairly well filled when I took my seat in a third-class compartment and thought myself lucky in getting a corner. The weather was bitterly cold, and the prospect of an all-night journey not a particularly pleasant one. Snow had been falling all day in London, and although a good deal of it had melted as it fell, there was reason to fear that the state of affairs would be worse further north, and that the journey might be longer and more tedious than usual. These fears were reflected on the faces of my fellow passengers in the compartment, of whom there were 5. In one of the far corners sat a shrewd-looking, sandy-haired young man, whose accent and appearance proclaimed him to be a Scotchman of an unsympathetic type. I took a strong dislike to him from the moment of my first observing the manner in which he settled himself in his corner, and the satisfied smirk on his face when another passenger got in and looked disappointed on seeing that all the corners were occupied already. Not that I myself felt very warmly towards the newcomer, who was a showily dressed, florid woman of about 40, with hair which looked as if art had assisted nature in the production of a beautiful copper-coloured tint, and a grand manner of looking round upon her fellow passengers as if they were so many worms, upon whom she had a right to tread if she chose. A slender, mild-looking girl was seeing her off, and handing her the various encumbrances of dressing-bag, and rag, and millinery box, and large and small parcels, with which the imposing lady proceeded to surround and wall herself in. The corner opposite to the young Scotchman was filled by a tall, thin man, dressed in black clothes, and wearing a soft, wide-brimmed black hat and gold spectacles, which helped to give him an aspect not only of respectability, but of benignity and saintliness. He was munching biscuits in a furtive and severely respectable manner, having evidently come away on his journey without having had time to dine. The man next to me was a stout, well-dressed man, who looked like a prosperous stockbroker, and if one ever dared to wonder why strangers did things not expected of them, one would have wondered why he, with his sleek and prosperous appearance,
his smart luggage, and his general air of being used to the best share of the best things, should be travelling in a modest third-class carriage instead of in a more luxurious first. I was very glad to have him nearest to me, for, with all his lordly grumblings at the porter and sneers at British railway travelling, I felt that the man was by nature good-humoured, and preferred his neighbourhood to that of the canny Scot or the prim-looking elderly gentleman who sat opposite to him. Now I have left to the last the description of the person who sat in the opposite seat to mine. Although from the first moment I caught sight of her, I felt in her an interest overwhelmingly greater than that inspired by any of the rest. Of course I hold the only sane opinion about love at first sight, and I know, therefore, that it is for the most part a fallacy, an illusion of the eye, and not in the least a guarantee that the individual who inspires it is calculated to realize the dreams of which her too willing victim has made her the unconscious heroine. Nevertheless, I suppose that most men have been, at one time or another, the victims of some such seizure as that which attacked me within the first few minutes of finding myself face to face with a girl in the corner seat. For a long time I could not even see her face properly, but the more I saw, the more I involuntarily admired, the more I felt that there was a glamour of witchery about this woman which I had never seen in any other. She was very young. Of that I felt sure long before I had discerned more of her face than was to be made out through the folds of one of those curious silky gauze veils which leave the features they cover sometimes a vague, unrecognizable mass, while at any moment a movement may reveal each feature in delicate distinctness. She was dressed in black clothes of conventional shape and cut, not at all calculated to enhance the power of her charms. Yet charming she was in spite of all disadvantages of thick black cloth jacket, plain dark stuff skirt, and insignificant small black hat. There was something more than usually graceful, too, about her movements, as I saw when she rose to get one of her parcels down from the rack above, while her voice, as she apologized for touching the shoulder of the imposing lady beside her, was refined, sweet, and winning. About her whole person and manner there were a modesty and a timidity very uncommon in women as pretty as she was, so that, as I was only 25, and as I had been out in West Africa for some months, fighting in one of our unconsidered and trifling minor wars, there are perhaps excuses to be made for the strong impression the beautiful stranger made upon me. We were all in our seats some minutes before the starting of the train, and it was while we were quietly shuffling down into our places, undoing rugs and making ourselves as comfortable as we could in view of the long, cold journey in front of us, that the Scotchman, who had been looking out of the window, pointed out to the prim man opposite a person who was walking slowly up and down the platform, looking into the different compartments as he went. "That man's a detective," said the Scotchman in a voice just loud enough to reach the ears of all the rest of us. The prosperous-looking city man beside me drew himself up and craned his neck hastily to see. The prim man in the corner left off munching his biscuit. "How do you know?" he asked, in exactly the dry tones his appearance had prepared one for. The Scotchman smiled and slightly shook his head. "There's something about the man that's enough to give him away," he answered. "Just observe the way he's pulled down his travelling cap over his eyes, and the sharp way in which he peers out under it. But if that's not enough, then look at his feet. Those policeman's boots are an autobiography." Assented the prim man, and he sat further back and finished his biscuit thoughtfully. In the meantime everybody else in the carriage had shown more or less interest in the little incident. My pretty companion had appeared quite startled by it, as one might have expected such a sensitive and shy little creature to be at this mere reminder of the fact of the existence of criminals and crime. The showily dressed lady by her side seemed to be quite disturbed by the circumstance, and watched the man on the platform with a certain nervousness which seemed altogether unaccountable. As for me, I looked from one to the other of my companions, hoping for an adventure, and wondering whether any one of these apparently law-abiding citizens would prove to be the person of whom the detective appeared to be in search. As for this man himself, I thought the Scotchman's conjecture a shrewd one, for although I was too lame from a recent wound in the right foot to care to get up and cross the carriage to look for the tell-tale boots, I could see enough of the man in question, and of the piercing glance of his eyes from under his peaked cap, to feel pretty sure that he was not only a detective by profession, but that he was on special duty. It was curious to see how this impression gained ground among us all, and with how much interest, if not indeed anxiety, we all watched more or less furtively for the man's passing and repassing. My pretty girl drew further into her corner, but I could see the gleam of her blue eyes behind her veil as she turned her face towards the further window. The city man and the smartly dressed lady affected to take no interest in the man's movement, but it was clear that this was only pretence, and they both looked out for his coming as keenly as the rest of us. Both the prim man and the young Scotchman made no secret of their interest. But when the man in the peaked cap began to pass the window of our compartment more and more frequently, and when it became increasingly evident that he never did so without passing the whole of us in swift but careful review, then it was strange to note that the restlessness grew upon most of us, and how some turned away as if by accident, while others offered a sort of defiant front to the man's gaze. I believe I was the only person of the 6 who maintained any sort of composure under this new and closer scrutiny, and I confess I was much amused by the sort of veiled consternation I could read in 2 out of the 5 other faces. My city friend became apoplectic. The middle-aged lady with the copper-colored hair began to suffer from a sort of nervous rage, which set me wondering what the state of her conscience might be, while the pretty fair-haired girl opposite shrunk into herself and looked as if she would like to hide under the seat. Yet she at least could have nothing on her mind to make her fear the scrutiny of an inquiry agent, whether from Scotland Yard or elsewhere. A sense of relief and satisfaction became clearly evident to me throughout the compartment, when at last the train began to move, and the spirits of my next neighbour, the city man, improved at once. Whether a common sense of trouble escaped, made a bond of sympathy between us, I do not know, but we soon became more communicative and friendly than a party of British strangers usually becomes at such short notice, so that before we reached Bedford, the first stopping place out of London, I had heard enough talk from all my fellow travellers, with one exception, to give me a little insight into their character and habits. But the one exception was an important one. It was the pretty girl. The more friendly the rest became, the more she seemed to shrink into herself and to avoid intercourse with the rest of us. While this behaviour made her more interesting, it irritated, piqued me. I should so much have liked to hear that gentle voice again, a voice which had struck me as the sweetest I had ever heard. But then I was in love, in a sort of way, and my opinion must be taken with reserve. Conversation was in full swing when the train stopped for the first time, but a sudden deadly pause ensued when the face of the detective was once more seen at the window. There was no mistaking the fact that this incident had an intense interest and significance for some of us. He passed, and for a moment the talk flowed on intermittently. Then the door of the compartment was thrown open from the outside, and the man in the peaked cap, standing on the platform with his bag in his hand and his rug over his arm, asked if there was room for one. Nobody answered. Why indeed should anybody answer any more than ask such a question? For it was patent that there was room for more than one, and we all knew instinctively that the man had a motive for wishing to hear somebody's voice. Whose? There was a moment's dead silence, and then, without waiting further, the man got in, put his back with an apology in the rug facing my side, and sat down between the young Scotchman and the prosperous city man. The smartly dressed lady had become as quiet as a mouse. The pretty girl turned her face away. The prim man looked straight in front of him. The city man whistled softly to himself. The Scotchman watched the newcomer narrowly. The last named, however, had scarcely seated himself when he got up again, gave one glance at his bag, put his rug to keep his seat, and got out of the carriage, making for the refreshment room. I had a presentiment that someone would seize the opportunity of his momentary absence to escape from the compartment, and with this conviction strongly in my mind, I sat back in my corner, half closed my eyes, and waited. It was with a spasm of horror that I found my hypothesis correct. Someone did take the opportunity to escape. It was the pretty girl. Scarcely had the detective disappeared than she sprang up, got down her light luggage from the rug, and hurried out of the carriage. I confess to a feeling of the utmost consternation, for there was, I felt sure, something more than a mere woman's reluctance to be present at any sort of scene in her mind. Her manner was not only hurried, but furtive, and even as she stepped out on the platform, I saw the gleam of her blue eyes under her veil, watching the door of the refreshment room, while she turned to look for another carriage. I had not yet gone over my surprise and consternation, when this first disappearance was followed by another, and then another. My eyes grew round with astonishment as my fellow passengers, gathering up their light luggage, popped out of the compartment one after the other, like rabbits disturbed by the sound of a gun. Out into the darkness they all went, disappearing this way and that, so that by the time our friend the detective re-entered the compartment, I was its only other occupant. I thought I heard him chuckle to himself as he got in at the last moment before the train restarted, and settled himself in the corner which had been vacated by the prim man in the white-brimmed hat and the gold spectacles. Then he pushed up his peaked cap a little, and I saw a shrewd pair of eyes under thick black eyebrows, a commonplace nose, and a heavy black moustache. He caught my eye and nodded. "Afraid I frightened the rest of our friends away," he said somewhat sardonically. "Looks as if there were some uneasy consciences about, don't it, sir?" But I was too discreet to admit that I guessed what his profession was, so I said politely, "Indeed, I don't see what there is in your appearance alarming enough for that." But he smiled and shook his head gently. "Oh, you won't hurt my feelings by owing you guessed my business," he said, and thrusting out one of the tell-tale boots, which had indeed helped to betray him, he added, "These boots give us all away. I'm sure I don't know why the authorities haven't tumbled to that and set us up before this in patent leather." I laughed in my turn. "Well, I think myself you can be detected as quickly by the eyes as by the boots," I said, "and you couldn't get rid of those, could you?" The detective looked rather amused. "By Jove, I hadn't thought of that," said he. "But I suppose we do get into a sharp way of looking about us, which, as you say, is another trademark. At any rate, it has served me well on this occasion, for it has cleared the decks a bit." And he glanced round the compartment, which was now empty but for himself and me. "Clear the decks?" echoed I, wondering. "Yes, there's nothing to be gained by denying that I'm on business, and that as my work lies very near to my hand, I prefer to do it without too much of a crowd at my elbow." "You're after someone who is in the train?" hazarded I, with interest. The detective nodded. "That's it, sir. A well-known jewel thief, who's got away with something like £10,000 worth, unless they've made a mistake." "What?" cried I, uneasy, remembering who it was that had left the carriage first. "And you think it was one of the passengers in here?" But he relieved my mind by a shake of the head. "Oh, no. He's in the next compartment to this, I believe, but I haven't been able to make quite sure yet, because I don't want to frighten him." I was puzzled. "Then why—" I began, and then I stopped. He took up my words where I had left off. "Why did all the people in here get out in such a hurry? Why, for the same reason that 19 out of every 20 people will keep out of the way of one of us if they can. 10 to 1, sir. They've all got their little secrets, and their little worries, and feel easier out of my company than in it. And I may tell you, between ourselves, that for that reason one can pretty well reckon on making one's company select by a few artful looks around. The sheep and the goats separate as if by instinct at a whisper of Scotland Yard." "But," said I, smiling, "at that rate I'm the only sheep." He laughed. "Well, I shouldn't say that, except in the best sense," said he. And then he asked if he might smoke, and we both fell into silence, while I wondered whether I too should have changed my compartment, if the wound in my foot had not made it still inconvenient to me to move about very fast. For I remembered that though I certainly had no very heavy burdens on my conscience, I had myself not been without a transitory qualm of uneasiness when the detective's piercing eyes had been fixed upon me in my turn. What troubled me chiefly was the fact that my pretty girl had apparently had the worst conscience of us all, since it was she who had been the first to disappear. It was extraordinary how greatly this thought troubled me, and I was quite glad to be diverted from my musings on this head by my companion, who, apparently soothed and rendered genial by the influence of his pipe, began to entertain me with some of his adventures as a thief-taker, until I became too much interested to think of anything else. He was so much more entertaining than my late companions had been that the time passed quickly, and I was quite surprised when the train began to slow down, and I discovered that we had reached Carlisle. The snow was by this time coming down so fast that our rate of progress was perceptibly slower, and the detective, who told me his name was Birch, began to express doubts whether we should be able to get on to Edinburgh without accident. "I've been snowed up on this line before now," he said with a shake of the head. "Up in this part of the country one gets it worse than in the south." In spite of the falling snow, however, I saw that he was making ready to get out, for he took down his Gladstone bag from the rack and prepared to let down the window. As he did so, he kept his face close to the glass, peering out with his sharp eyes into the darkness. "Do you get out here?" I asked in surprise, for I had understood that he was making the entire journey. "Only for a moment," he answered quickly, in a low voice, and I wondered whether he suspected my honesty, since he appeared unwilling to trust me alone with his property. A few moments later we drew into the station, and I heard the door of the next compartment open. My companion had drawn back a little, but he was watching as keenly as ever. A couple of seconds after I had heard the next door open, and had seen a man hurrying down towards the refreshment room, the detective let down the window very quickly, and with remarkable quickness got out of our compartment and into the next, carrying his bag with him. I decided that something interesting was going to happen, since he and the suspected thief would be traveling together, so I slid along my seat to the window which looked upon the platform. To my surprise, however, Birch was back again in a few moments, his bag still in his hand, and a look of considerable satisfaction on his somewhat stolid face. He had disappeared and reappeared so rapidly, so quietly, that I was lost in admiration and wonder. But before we exchanged any remark, I saw the suspected man hurrying up along the platform, and pressed my face against the glass to get a good view of him. He was a well-dressed, clean-shaven man, spare and active-looking, of middle age, and he looked like a gentleman's servant. The expression of his face, though, betrayed that he was not what he seemed. It appeared to me that there was an expression of furtive anxiety in his eyes as he turned them towards the window of our compartment, and I wondered whether he had any notion that he was being followed and watched. A few moments later we were again on our way, but now, as my companion had predicted, we found our progress so much impeded by the snow that I also began to have grave fears that we should not reach Edinburgh in the early hours of the morning, as we ought to have done. My companion had by this time put his bag upon the seat, and standing with his back to me, was feeling in his pockets for the key. "It's not of much use trying to get anything to eat on these journeys," said he, "even if one were travelling for one's own pleasure, and had time to look about one. I always come provided. I suppose you're supplied also, or may I offer you some sandwiches?" I thanked him, but said I had brought my own. All this time he was fumbling for his keys, and at last he turned to me with a rather long face. "By Jove," said he in a tone of annoyance, "I've left them behind. I shall have to force the lock." "Oh, it's not worth while just for a sandwich. Have some of mine," I said, and I began to hand in my own bag for the refreshments with which I had been carefully provided. But he would not listen to this, and wrenching open his bag with a pocket-knife, he fumbled about in it and transferred 2 or 3 small parcels into the capacious pockets of his overcoat. Then he strapped up the bag again, pushed it under the seat, and, again plunging his head into his overcoat pockets, produced from one a box of sandwiches and from another a flask, and we proceeded to sup together. Not with the same cheerfulness that we had shown a few minutes before, but with apprehension growing strong upon us that we should not see Edinburgh within the next 24 hours. Indeed, we were going more and more slowly, and the snow was falling in such blinding showers that it was impossible to discern any object on either side of us as we went along. Before very long the expected happened. The train came slowly to a stop. Birch rose from his seat in evident anxiety. He had made no remark to me concerning his brief visit to the adjoining compartment, and I had therefore been too discreet to allude to it myself. But when the stopping of the train brought our fears to a head, he became suddenly communicative. "I must wire up to London," he said in a low voice, rather to himself than to me, "or we may lose him after all." From which I gathered that in his lightning visit he had satisfied himself as to the identity of his man. "Where are we?" asked I. "I can't say I know myself," he answered, "but I don't think it's long since we passed a station of some kind. I saw lights close to the line some minutes ago." He was standing up with a reflective frown upon his face. We could hear voices and the noise of opening doors and windows. Nervous passengers were calling the guard. Birch opened the door. "I must get back there somehow," he said desperately, and turning to me as he stepped out, he added, "You won't mind looking after my bag till I come back, will you?" "Certainly not," said I, while it occurred to me to be amused that he should trust me with his luggage now that the lock was broken, while he had been so particular when it was intact. The snow was so thick that he was lost to sight almost as soon as his feet reached the earth where he sank, and I could not even hear the sound of his footsteps on the snowy ground. Indeed, the rest of the passengers were by this time making such a clamor that no one sound could be discerned above the din. The guard was philosophic, desperate. There was a drift in front of us, he said, and the engine could not get through. There was a driving wind, blowing the snow in clouds to the east of us, and he reckoned we might think ourselves lucky if we were not snowed up altogether, since though we had been able to get thus far, it was by no means certain that we should be able to get back again. For drifts that we had been able to plough through half an hour before might be impassable by this time. The consternation was general and acute. The train was not very full, the badness of the weather having interfered with the traffic, which is usually heavy so near to Christmas. Still, there were enough of us to make a great noise, and I distinctly heard the voice of the florid lady who had been one of my travelling companions in the earlier part of the journey, alternately uttering threats against the railway company and pleading to the guard to make one more effort to get forward. But this was impossible, and we should have been in sorry plight but for the approach of a stalwart northerner who had seen from afar that something was wrong, and who had come up to inform us that he had an inn not many hundred yards away, and that if some of us would accompany him thither, he and his wife would do the best they could for us. The passengers, as one man, accepted the invitation. Taking our light luggage with us and leaving the rest to its fate, we were streaming after our host through mountains of soft snow, when I bethought me that I was in some sort responsible for the detective's bag, and decided to take it with me. As I was lame, however, I had to get help in carrying both his and my own luggage, and I made my way so slowly that by the time I reached the little inn I found its accommodation stretched to the utmost by this sudden influx of visitors. My fellow travellers of the early part of the journey, who had, I imagine, spread themselves about in different parts of the train, had now instinctively foregathered again, and were sitting in a group by the fire in the stone-flagged kitchen, all but the pretty girl with the fair hair, who was by herself in a distant corner. Every chair being by this time occupied, and even the deal table and the coal box having been converted into seats, I put the detective's bag on the top of my own, and, regardless of the consequences to their contents, made myself a seat of them. I observed that a certain constraint appeared to fall upon these good people at my approach, and presently the young Scotchman glanced at my heap of luggage and said, "I'm thinking ye are not like the Yankee who can travel round the world with a toothbrush and a paper collar, sir." I laughed a little. "Oh, this isn't all mine," I said. "I'm taking care of part of it for a chance travelling companion." At once I caught not only upon his face, but on the faces of his companions, a look which told me they considered this remark a perversion of the truth, and it flashed through my mind that they took me for a detective also, and thought that my remaining in the carriage when they all left it was a proof of this. Coupled with my care of his luggage, no doubt it seemed a conclusive proof. I was much tickled with this idea, and resolved for the fun of the thing to live up to my new character. "Oh yes, quite a chance companion," I repeated, truly enough, but with just sufficient emphasis to confirm them in their own opinion. "And where may he be gone?" asked the city man with assumed carelessness. "Oh, just to send off a wire from the nearest station to give news of our mishap." A manifest ripple of uneasiness passed over the whole party. This was curious, but the fact that the pretty girl in the distant corner shared the general feeling worried me again not a little. There was silence among us for a few moments. The rest of the passengers in the room chatted and grumbled, but my group fidgeted in their seats and watched me furtively. When at last the silence was broken, and they began to talk again, even noisily as if to appear at their ease, the sanctimonious man in the gold spectacles, who was sitting beside me on the coal box, spoke confidentially in my ear. "And who may you be after, sir? We know very well that you are from Scotland Yard also, and I suppose you are both on business." I was considerably surprised by this address, and I felt a malicious pleasure in maintaining his anxiety, as there was something piquant in the discovery of a guilty conscience under such a smug, sanctimonious manner. "By the by," I said, turning to look well in his face, but keeping my tone at the same level as his, "what made you leave the carriage so quickly just because another passenger got into it?" The man stammered a little before answering. I would not willingly be present to see a fellow creature's pain and distress," he then said solemnly. "No, Mr. Smith, I dare say not," I answered. It was amusing to see the shock the sound of his own name gave him. How did you know?" Then he faltered and stopped. Indeed, my knowledge had been arrived at very simply, for he had been passing the time by reading a second-hand book, on several pages of which the name Robert Smith was impressed with a common rubber stamp. I said nothing, however, but looked very wise. Growing more and more uneasy, he at length jumped up, dragged me back into a corner near the dresser, and whispered hurriedly in my ear, "If you've come to arrest me for deserting my wife and family, I can explain everything. But I cut him short, appalled by the discoveries I had innocently made. "Oh, that's all right. I know nothing about that," I said hastily as I tried to get away. The man actually staggered back a step against the dresser, his forehead white and glistening under the wide-brimmed black hat which he was still wearing. I heard him utter a broken murmur of thankfulness as he let me go, and it was evident as he presently followed me back to his place in the group that a great burden had been taken off his mind. As his brow cleared, however, it was plain to me that those of his companions clouded still more, and after a little interchange of speech with me, in which his manner was half bumptious and half deferential, the man on the other side of me, the city man, as I had decided that he must be, whispered to me in his turn, "Do you happen to know anything about this turf fraud they're trying to keep so dark?" he said in a would-be airy manner. "Oh yes, I know a great deal about it," I cried promptly. He rubbed his chin and looked at me askance. "If you think I had anything to do with it," he said sullenly in a low voice, "you're mistaken, but I tell you what, I can give you the straight tip as to the men who were in it," he added in a lower voice than ever. I took out my pocket-book with assumed alacrity. "Your name first, please," I said, trying to look very knowing as I beat my pencil. "Oh, you know my name well enough," said he shortly. "Granby Hillier, of Fenchurch Street. That's my name, and I've never been known by any other." As I was not anxious for his further communications, having carried the joke far enough with him, I shut up my pocket-book suddenly, as if this last piece of information made me doubtful of his good faith. The action frightened him very much. "Do you mean to say," he hissed into my ear, "that you or your pal have got a warrant for my arrest?" "I haven't, certainly," said I, "and if he has, I haven't heard of it." The man looked hard at me and heaved a sigh of relief. Satisfied in his turn, he left the seat beside me and went out into the bar. The next moment the important-looking lady with the numerous hat-boxes took the seat he had left. It was evident that her nervousness had got the better of her discretion, for she began without any opening at all. "If you think I'm leaving London to avoid paying my debts," she said in an agitated whisper, "you're wrong, quite wrong. And as for my calling myself Madame Maud, why, that's nothing. All ladies of social position, when they take up millinery or anything of that sort, do it under another name." "I am perfectly aware of that, madam," said I politely, and I added, truly enough, "and if you were to use a dozen names, I assure you I should consider it no concern of mine." She looked at me hard, as if not quite certain whether this was satisfactory or not. But I think she at last came slowly to the conclusion that I meant her no harm, for she gave me a gracious bend of the head, and said, with a smile which was meant to be sweet, but which was still rather quivery, "Oh, but I could see at a glance that you were a gentleman, otherwise I should not have said so much to you." The first part of this sentence I thought hardly tallied with the last, but I returned her smile, and was glad when she turned to busy herself with her numerous parcels. After this experience I could scarcely be surprised when the young Scotchman engaged me in confidential discourse, and I felt much interested in wondering what his particular peccadillo would turn out to be. But he was cute and canny, after the manner of his race, and though he held me in conversation for a long time and touched upon all sorts of subjects, I not only failed to discover whether he too had a wholesome fear of the law's grip, but I fancied that he guessed the truth concerning me. At any rate, I noticed him examining very carefully, though as if casually, the luggage in which I was seated, and there was a smug air of satisfaction on his face when he had done with me. Of all the 5 fellow passengers, there remained now only my pretty girl uninterviewed, and I own I was very anxious to be addressed by her, and to make her mind easy, should that be necessary, as I could not but feel that it was. For indeed I could see her eyes watching me from behind her gauze veil as I moved about. She did not, however, address me of her own accord, as the others had done, and at last I, overcome by my own anxiety to speak comfort to her, seized the occasion of the entrance of a woman with some tea for the ladies of the party to take the initiative in addressing her. So I took a cup of tea from the tray and made my way into the corner where she sat alone. She seemed to shrink into herself as I approached, but I cannot help thinking she felt some sort of reassurance as soon as I spoke to her, offering her the welcome refreshment as gently as I could. She took the cup and, forced to raise her veil a little, showed me a face even more attractive than I had supposed. I found myself stoutly denying in my own mind the possibility that this fair and sweet young creature would have anything very heavy on her conscience, and yet there was a sort of entreaty in her eyes which made me wonder. I followed up my first attention by others, bringing her cakes and sandwiches, and trying to arrange the curtain of the little window behind her in such a manner as to keep out the draught. And all the while I talked to her, not trying to make her talk in return, but striving to put her at her ease. I think she began to look at me with less suspicion, and at last she expressed a cautious regret that I should move about so much on her account. "Oh, because of my foot?" said I. "That's nothing. I had a shot through it fighting out in Africa, but the lameness has nearly gone now, and it looks worse than it is." I could see that she was looking at me earnestly through her veil. "You have been in Africa, fighting? And you've just come back?" she said, in an anxious voice scarcely above a whisper. Then you're not—" Her voice sank and died away. "I'm not anybody to be afraid of," I answered in a low voice, "but I've been amusing myself by pretending that I am to those people over there." The tears rushed suddenly to her eyes, and her voice trembled as she said, "Oh, but you shouldn't do that. You don't know how much misery you may be causing. Surely, surely—" I was so much moved by her emotion that I could not at first answer her. At last I said, "Surely we need not waste much compassion upon wrongdoers, for they certainly must be wrongdoers if their consciences are so very tender." "You are too hard," said she quickly. "Everybody is a wrongdoer more or less, at some time or other, and very often it is more by misfortune or by weakness than by wickedness. It seems to me that cruelty is as bad as crime." I looked at her earnestly. Her face, her voice, her manner, all seemed to me to inspire a perfect belief that she herself was the most innocent of human creatures. "At any rate," I said, "no one would be hard or cruel to anybody for whom you were to plead." A change came over her face. It broke up into an infinite tenderness. "If I could only believe that," faltered she, and in an instant I understood that it was not upon her own account, but upon that of another, that she was in such distress. Realizing, with a quick look of terror, that she had in a measure betrayed herself, the pretty girl bit her lip, rose hurriedly, and looked at the hanging Dutch clock on the wall. "How long do you think it will be," she went on nervously, "before we can get on to Edinburgh?" "A week, perhaps," said I rashly. I was sorry the next moment, for the tears rushed to her pretty blue eyes. "Then it will be too late," said she, below her breath, in a tone of anguish. And then some instinct, some impulse, made her turn to me again, and looking up into my face, with a most piteous look of entreaty, she whispered, "Oh, sir, if you can do anything to help me to get on with my journey, I do beg you to do it. I'm sure you would if you knew how much depends on it. The safety, the salvation of one very near and dear to me, my only brother." "I would do anything I could," said I earnestly, "but—" "If there is any way of going on, no matter how difficult or even dangerous," she went on, still in a whisper, and with her veil now quite raised so that I could see every movement of her beautiful eyes, every quiver of her lips, "let me know of it. Let me try it. Listen, I'm sure you would not betray a confidence. I don't know why, but I do feel sure of that. It is a matter almost of life and death to me. I have to find a sum of money within 2 days to save a great disgrace, a great sorrow. I can, I think, get it in Edinburgh from some relations. but if I can't get to them within that time, it will be too late, and I shall break my heart." I was distressed beyond measure by her words, even while I was conscious that the eyes of the young Scotchman were fixed upon us with a sort of shrewd malevolence which was disconcerting. I assured her that I would make inquiries as to the possibility of proceeding, and did my best to keep up her hopes, even though I could not but feel something like despair of her attaining her object. We were still talking earnestly in a low voice when I was startled to see a face pressed against the glass of the latticed window from the outside. Looking out, I recognized the face of the man who had occupied the next compartment to mine in the train, the thief who had carried off the jewels. The cause of the terrible expression in his face only became clear to me in the light of after events. He had discovered the loss of the stolen property, and his haggard eyes and look of fierce despair were shocking to see. He looked at everybody in the room, staring in with bloodshot eyes, but he disappeared when an exclamation from my lips drew the attention of the occupants to him. The men went to the window and tried to look out, but the snow was still falling too thickly for them to be able to do so. The appearance of this haggard and ghastly face, however, pressed close to the window panes, had filled everybody with some uncanny sense of approaching misfortune. The women uttered faint screams, and there grew among us all a vague sense that some tragedy was happening, or about to happen. The men began to file out into the bar, leaving the rest of the company in a state of suspense and uneasiness, which was increased when a loud murmur of voices, swelling with excitement, came into the room. "What is it? What is happening?" asked the stout lady nervously. I was going out in my turn, in spite of my lameness, to see what was wrong, when the door of the room burst open, and Mr. Grundy Hillier came in, much excited and apparently somewhat relieved. "What is it?" asked the Scotchman, who was the only man besides myself who had remained in the room. "What's all the excitement?" "There's been a robbery," cried he, "a great jewel robbery, and the thief was in the very same train with us." The ladies exclaimed and asked a dozen questions, but the young Scotchman and I held our tongues. "Luckily," went on Grundy Hillier, "there were 2 detectives after him in the train too." "Detectives? Ah!" The ladies looked interested and relieved at the same time. Poor Madame Maud especially gave a soft sigh of contentment. There was a worse malefactor than herself abroad. "So they've caught him?" said she. "Not yet, but he's been seen close by this house, and we may hope at any moment—" He was interrupted by a shout from outside. We were by this time all upon our feet, but those of us who would have rushed out to learn the news were prevented by a sudden inrush of people from the bar. They entered in a body, bringing with them a strong perfume of whisky toddy. "Here's one of the techs coming in here," explained Grundy Hillier, in a loud whisper. But it was not my friend of the train who came in, with a group of interested observers at his heels. It was a tall, thin man, with grizzled hair and whiskers, in a long, light overcoat and heavy muffler. He was a disappointing person after my friend, commonplace looking, and without any particular keenness of eye. Moreover, he did not wear policeman's boots, and I felt inclined to doubt his pretensions. However, he came into the room, looked round casually, and asked if he could see the light luggage which had been brought from the train. With the greatest alacrity most of those present offered their bags and their parcels for his inspection, but I stood by the pretty girl's side without offering mine. The Scotchman, however, officiously dragged my luggage into view. "Maybe you'll care to see these things. They're the property of the young gentleman over yonder," said he, with a glance of malice, which I attributed to a sort of jealousy he felt at my companion's honoring me with her conversation. The detective, who was closely followed by the landlord, looked at the luggage and then at me. I came forward and explained in a low voice that one of the bags was mine. "The other," said I, "was left in my charge by your colleague." He looked into the bag which did not belong to me, and then he gazed steadily at me, and as he did so the Scotchman sniggered. Then, for the first time, a glimmering of the truth broke in upon me. Cold from head to foot, I struggled for my breath and said hoarsely, "Surely, surely you don't take me for a thief?" The man in the long overcoat still looked at me in the same stolidly irritating way. "Oh, no, sir, that's not what I take you for," said he, "but would you mind coming with me a minute?" I felt cold from head to foot, and the self-satisfied expression of smug content with the turn things were taking which I saw in the face of the Scotchman made me angry as well as anxious. all the group round us began instinctively to draw away from me as I was suddenly conscious. Only the pretty young girl made a movement in my favor. Taking a step toward me, she smiled up in my face and said, "And I'll take care of your things till you come back." The words were not much, but the comfort they gave me was so great that I could scarcely stammer out a conventional word of thanks. Then, feeling that I was an object of suspicion to everyone but her, I went out with the man in the long overcoat. He led me past the bar, up the narrow staircase, and unlocked a door on the upper floor. "Go in, please," said he, and he followed me in, still carrying the bag of which I had taken charge. The room was of fair size, and was evidently used for lodge meetings and farmers' dinners. On the long table stood 2 lamps, and at the end sat 3 men. One of them was the man who had run away with the jewels, and whose face I had seen at the window downstairs. The second was unknown to me, and the third was Birch. I had had an uncanny fear that the Birch of the shrewd eyes and the policeman's boots would turn out to be somebody else when I next met him, but he pushed back his chair, looked up at me as I entered, and burst out laughing. I gave a sigh of relief. "You've taken care of my bag, I hope?" said he. "Oh, yes," said I, "at least I've given it. I've had it taken." And without finishing my speech, I glanced at the man who had brought me in, the man in the long coat. He, however, was taking no notice of me. He placed the bag in front of the suspicious traveller from the next compartment to ours. "Is this your bag?" said he. "Yes," said the man at once, "this is it, and look, here are some of the cases left at the bottom." He pulled out as he spoke some shabby leather jewel cases, and then he opened one and showed that it contained a handsome diamond bracelet. "Ha ha!" laughed Birch from his seat at the table, but the speaker took no notice of him. "No doubt," he went on, "he emptied all he could into his pockets and left what he couldn't carry away." I looked at Birch again, but he made no remark. I was getting puzzled once more. The man who was talking did not now look like a thief. He looked like a respectable gentleman's servant, and now that his expression was no longer furtive and anxious, his appearance and manner were not unprepossessing. He went on. "I wasn't gone from the carriage more than a minute, and when I came back, my bag was gone and another put in its place. I didn't find it out till the accident, when I dragged it out from under the seat and saw that it had been exchanged for another like it. The fellow must have watched me when I've been in charge of her ladyship's jewels before." "Ha ha!" laughed Birch again. And then I saw that he was handcuffed. "Good heavens!" cried I. Then you're not a detective at all?" "No," said Birch insolently, "but I pass very well for one, with the mugs." The remark was exceedingly pointed, and I grew red. More than that, I felt sick and cold with the shock of this discovery, and with the fear that I was suspected of being the man's accomplice. I staggered a little, and when the man in the long coat gave me his arm, I made sure he meant to arrest me. I know nothing about it, really," stammered I. "Bless you, sir, of course you don't. You're as innocent as a babe," said he. This was meant to be reassuring, but I confess I should have preferred a different form of words. I felt more and more keenly the sense they all had of my gullibility as the man in the long coat good-naturedly made clear to me what had happened. My supposed detective, Birch, was an expert thief, who had found out that the jewels of a certain very great lady were to be sent to her by train by a confidential and trusted servant who had frequently been employed on similar errands. As he was a member of a gang who devoted their time to these matters, Birch knew that it was the custom of this servant to carry the jewels in a common Gladstone bag to avoid exciting suspicions as to the value of the parcel. He had therefore provided himself with a similar bag, and had deftly exchanged the one for the other on the first opportunity. Then, transferring as much of the jewellery as he could conveniently carry from the bag to his own pockets, he had left the bag itself in my care, and he would probably have succeeded in making his escape but for the mishap which had caused the servant to find out his loss almost immediately. This latter had given the alarm to a couple of real detectives who had been sent by the same train as the servant by way of extra precaution. One of them, seated in the next compartment to the servant, had seen the entrance and departure from the carriage of Birch, and when the accident happened and the alarm was given, he had little difficulty in identifying the escaping thief, whom he and his colleague promptly brought to bay and overhauled. To turn out his pockets, recover the stolen property, and then to handcuff and to take him to the inn were their next cares, and when I was brought in with the missing bag the smallest details of the robbery were made clear. It was with a burning face and an uneasy sense of my own stupidity that I went downstairs again, leaving the thief, the servant, and the two detectives together. The sore point with me was that the miserable Scotchman looked upon me as the greatest duffer that ever drew breath, and piqued himself upon his discernment in finding it out. To my secret satisfaction, however, things turned out differently from what I had expected. No sooner had I re-entered the room, where I had left my travelling companions, than the Scotchman sprang up, scared and pale, ejaculating in unmistakable dismay, "Then you're not the thief?" Quick to take advantage of this, I drew myself up and said quietly, "The thief? No, not exactly, but I am very happy to have been of use in running the scoundrel to earth." The sensation caused by these words was indescribable. All the travellers talked at once, asking questions and trying to prove that they had never themselves had the least doubt of the truth. "They had, though," whispered my pretty girl to me, presently, when the commotion had calmed down a little and the group had become broken into twos and threes. "They all followed the lead of that Scotchman, who thought you had been arrested too." We laughed together over this little joke, for my pretty companion's spirits were rising since the information had been brought in that the snow had ceased to fall, and that in a short time it was hoped the line might be clear enough for us to continue our journey. By the time we did so I had learned that my heroine's name was Mary Mallow, and that we had some friends in common, by means of whom I had already made up my mind to improve my acquaintance with this, the sweetest girl I had ever met. I sympathized with her anxiety for the young brother who had, in a weak moment, done the rash act from the consequences of which she hoped to rescue him by an appeal to the relations, and I had already made up my mind on one of the most important subjects in the world to a previously heart-whole young man. A certain reserve on the part of the rest of our travelling companions, engendered by the remembrance of their rash confessions to me, helped to throw us two together, and in the pleasure I felt in her society I was able to overcome the annoyance caused by Birch, who, as he walked over the snow towards the train between the two real detectives, said to me as he passed, "Good-bye, old pal. I wish I could come across a few more of your sort. That I do." I felt myself grow red under the taunt, but after all, if I had made some mistakes on the journey, my fellow passengers had made more, and they had no pretty Mary Mallow to console them. End of the 9:15 by Florence Warden.
"99 in the Shade" by Rosetta Johnson. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 99 in the Shade. Oh, for a lodge in a garden of cucumbers! Oh, for an iceberg or two at control! Oh, for a vale which at midday the dew cumbers! Oh, for a pleasure trip up to the pole! Oh, for a little one-story thermometer, with nothing but zeros all ranged in a row! Oh, for a big double-barreled hygrometer, to measure the moisture that rolls from my brow! Oh, that this cold world was 20 times colder! That's irony red-hot, it seemeth to me. Oh, for a turn of its dreadful cold shoulder! Oh, what a comfort an ague could be! Oh, for a grotto to typify heaven, scooped in the rock under cataract waste! Oh, for a winter of discontent even! Oh, for wet blankets judiciously east! Oh, for a soda fount spouting up boldly from every hot lamp-post against the hot sky! Oh, for a proud maiden to look on me coldly, freezing my soul with a glance from her eye! Oh, for a draught from a cup of cold poison! And oh, for a resting place in the cold grave, with a bath in the Styx where the deep shadow lies on, and deepens the chill of its dark running wave. End of 99 in the Shade by Rosetta Johnson. Read by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai.
Psalm 9, King James Version. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. I will praise thee, O Lord, with my whole heart. I will show forth all thy marvellous works. I will be glad and rejoice in thee. I will sing praise to thy name, O thou Most High. When mine enemies are turned back, they shall fall and perish at thy presence. For thou hast maintained my right in my cause. Thou settest in the throne judging right. Thou hast rebuked the heathen, thou hast destroyed the wicked, thou hast put out their name forever and ever. O thou enemy, destructions are come to a perpetual end, and thou hast destroyed cities. Their memorial is perished with them. But the Lord shall endure forever. He hath prepared his throne for judgment. And he shall judge the world in righteousness. He shall minister judgment to the people in uprightness. The Lord also will be a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in times of trouble. And they that know thy name will put their trust in thee, for thou, Lord, hast not forsaken them that seek thee. Sing praises to the Lord, which dwelleth in Zion. Declare among the people his doings. When he maketh inquisition for blood, he remembereth them. He forgetteth not the cry of the humble. Have mercy upon me, O Lord. Consider my trouble which I suffer of them that hate me. Thou that liftest me up from the gates of death, that I may show forth all thy praise in the gates of the daughter of Zion. I will rejoice in thy salvation. The heathen are sunk down in the pit that they made. In the net which they hid is their own foot taken. The Lord is known by the judgment which he executeth. The wicked is snared in the work of his hands. Aegeon, Selah. The wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God. For the needy shall not always be forgotten. The expectation of the poor shall not perish forever. Arise, O Lord, when not men prevail. Let the heaven be judged in thy sight. Put them in fear, O Lord, where the nations may know themselves to be but men. Selah. End of Psalm 9, King James Version.
9 Family Dinners and How to Prepare Them by Sarah Biddle Howell. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The aim of the compiler of this little book has been to present to the public a few family dinners with directions how to prepare them, having in view the maxim, "Let not your table be coarsely heaped, but at once plentiful and elegant." The menus offer such variety as will enable the housekeeper to increase the number of bills of fare by forming many other combinations to suit the different tastes of individuals. All the recipes herein given have been well tested and approved. First dinner: asparagus soup, flounder with tomato sauce, roast saddle of mutton, fresh potato balls, cauliflower with cheese, roast squab, chestnut stuffing, celery, strawberry charlotte, coffee. Asparagus soup: boil down a knuckle of veal with 3 quarts of water, adding 1 onion and 3 bunches of asparagus, after cutting off the green heads, which are to be boiled in water 20 minutes and reserved. When the stock is sufficiently strong, strain and add 1 pint of milk, cream is better, mixed with 3 tablespoonfuls of flour and 2 of butter, season with salt and pepper, boil about 5 minutes, add the asparagus heads and serve. Canned asparagus is good when the fresh is not in season. Flounder with tomato sauce: have the fishman skin the flounders and take out the backbone. Cut them in neat pieces and dip each piece in the beaten yelk of an egg, then in dried breadcrumbs nicely seasoned with salt and pepper. Fry them brown and serve with tomato sauce. Sauce: 1 pint of tomatoes, 6 spoonfuls of butter, 2 eggs well beaten, small handful of breadcrumbs, 1 cup of milk, little onion, pepper and salt. Scald the tomatoes, skin them, press through a sieve until you have 1 pint of liquid. Add the butter, pepper and salt, the breadcrumbs soaked in milk, a pinch of soda, the eggs beaten light, a little onion thinly sliced. Stew for 1½ hour over a slow fire and strain. Roast saddle of mutton: like all mutton, this piece is better for hanging. If the weather will permit, the longer it is kept, the better. Trim the piece neatly and have the skin taken off and skewered on again. Put it before a bright, clear fire, and when it is cooked 1 hour, remove the skin. Salt and dredge with flour. Do not let it get in the slightest degree burnt. Keep it constantly basted with salt and water from the time it was first placed before the fire, and do not have it too near. It will take about 2 hours to roast a saddle of mutton. It must be done 2 a turn. The basting is of very great importance in this as well as every other piece of meat. Serve with currant jelly. Hang the mutton in a place of even temperature where it will not freeze. The freezing process takes the fine flavor out of any kind of meat. Fresh potato balls. Peel the potatoes and, with a vegetable cutter, cut as many balls as you can from each potato. Let these balls lie in cold water 1 hour. Wipe them dry and drop in boiling fat. Fry about 5 minutes. Take out as soon as done. Sprinkle at once with salt and serve. A wire basket is a good thing to fry them in. Cauliflower with cheese. After the cauliflowers are boiled, drain, split in pieces, sprinkle some grated cheese over them, and put them in a baking dish. Make a milk sauce, cream is better, sufficient to cover the cauliflower well. Grate in this sauce some cheese. The sauce must be quite thick. Fill in the crevices of the cauliflower and cover as much as possible with the sauce. Grate over all a little cheese, sprinkle a little breadcrumbs and melted butter. Cover again with breadcrumbs mixed with grated cheese. Cook over a slow fire to form a crust. 20 minutes before serving, run in the oven to brown. This is pronounced a delicious dish. Roast squabs with chestnut stuffing. Prepare them as for plain roasting, omitting the seasoning and butter. For 1 pair of squabs, boil half a pint of chestnuts until they are tender. Chop them fine, with 1/4 pound of fat bacon and breadcrumbs. Stuff the squabs with this, and cover the birds with strips of bacon, or, what is still nicer, lard them. Roast 1/2 hour. Strawberry charlotte. Fill a glass dish with sponge cake cut in pieces. Take a quart of strawberries and sugar them well. When they become somewhat bruised and juicy, pour them over the cake and let the cake absorb the juice. Beat to a stiff froth the whites of 3 eggs, add sugar until very sweet, and beat in enough strawberries to flavor and color nicely. Heap on top the sponge cake and eat with cream. Second dinner. Pottage à la reine. Baked bluefish. Fresh potato balls. A la mode beef. Baked hominy. Creamed tomatoes. Oysters and coquille. Dressed celery. Rice balls with custard. Coffee. Pottage à la reine. Boil a large fowl in 3 quarts of water, cold, until tender. Skim off fat, add 1 teacup of rice. Then take 1 slice or more of carrot, same of turnip, 1 onion, small stalk of celery, cooked slowly in 2 large tablespoonfuls of butter in frying pan for 15 minutes. Tilt up pan to drain the vegetables from the butter, and stir a tablespoonful of flour into this butter, and cook the flour smooth, but do not brown it. Add this to soup with 1 or 2 pieces of cinnamon and mace, 1/2 dozen whole cloves. Cook all slowly for 2 hours. Chop and pound the breast of fowl, rub the soup through the sieve, add pounded breast, and again rub through sieve. Put back on the fire, add 1 1/2 tablespoonfuls of salt, 1/4 teaspoonful of pepper, 1 pint of cream. Let it just come to a boil and serve. Bluefish baked. This is a delicious fish and should be very fresh. Have it thoroughly cleaned. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, 1 tablespoonful of butter, pepper, salt, little chopped onion. Put this in the stomach of the fish and sew up. Put a little water in the baking pan, lay the fish in, and dust the top with some of the dressing. Bake 1 hour and baste with butter and water. Make a little gravy in the pan it was baked in, thicken with brown flour, and flavor with the juice of half a lemon or a wine glass of claret or sherry. Garnish the dish on which it is to be served with parsley, and lay slices of lemon on the fish. A la mode beef. 10-pound round of beef, 1 sliced salt pork, the same of tender beef, 3 or 4 eggs, 1/4 pound of breadcrumbs, lump of butter or 4 ounces of suet, onion, sweet marjoram, salt and pepper, 1 pint of port wine. Take out the bone, make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, pork and beef, minced fine, seasoning, 1 wineglass of port wine, and the yelks beaten up. Mix all well together and stuff into the beef where the bone was taken out. Skewer it round and tie securely with a string. A few strips of pork should be run through the meat. Put it in a pot with the rest of the wine in a cup of hot water. Cover the pot tight and keep it covered while the meat boils very gently. In replenishing with hot water, add only enough to keep it from burning. Allow 15 minutes to a pound after it comes to the boiling point, and turn the meat every 10 minutes. If to be eaten hot, skim the fat from the gravy, thicken it with flour and butter. Baked hominy. Boil 1 pint of fine hominy in hot water for 40 minutes. Stir in a good tablespoon of butter. When cool, stir in 1 pint of milk, 3 eggs, salt to taste. Bake 1/2 hour. This makes a nice vegetable in winter. Creamed tomatoes. Choose nice, firm, round tomatoes, not fully ripe. Leave the skin on and cut in 1/4 inch slices, rejecting the blossom end. Have a very sharp knife. Season the slices with pepper and salt and roll in flour. Put a little butter in the spider and fry a nice, rich, even brown. They must be cooked slowly and carefully or they will burn. It will take at least 1/2 hour to do them properly. When done, take out and lay in your dish while you prepare the sauce. Take as much cream as will be necessary to cover the tomatoes well. Pour it in the pan the tomatoes were cooked in. Season with a little pepper and salt and thicken with a little flour. A truly delicious dish if properly prepared. Oysters and coquille. 1 pint of oysters, 1 gill of water, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 1/2 tablespoonfuls of flour, 2 eggs. Put in a stewpan the oysters with their liquor and 1 gill of water. Let it come to a boil, take off the pan and strain through a colander. In a saucepan put the butter and flour and stir over the fire until the butter melts, then put in half the liquor and stir quickly until it thickens. Take off the fire and break in it the eggs one after the other, stirring quickly, 1 tablespoonful of chopped parsley, salt and pepper to taste. When well mixed, add the oysters, put on the fire and boil 1 minute. When cold, put in oyster shells, sprinkle with breadcrumbs and brown in oven. This makes an excellent recipe for scalloped oysters in a dish. Snowballs. 1/4 pound of raw rice, 1 quart of fresh milk, 5 tablespoonfuls of sugar, 1 cup of raisins, stoned, a little nutmeg. Wash the rice well and boil in the milk in a farina kettle, adding the sugar, a pinch of salt, and a pinch of cinnamon, and the raisins, which may be omitted. Simmer gently until the rice is soft and all the milk absorbed. Fill small cups with the rice, pressing it down well, and let them get cold. When ready to serve, turn them out on a glass dish or pile in a mound. Pour a plain cold custard round them, or serve with cream. Custard. Beat the yolks of 5 eggs until stiff and light. Add 6 tablespoonfuls of sugar and a little cold milk. Have what remains of the 1 quart of milk at boiling point and stir in the eggs. Stir until it thickens, and when cold, add 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Let it get very cold. Custard is thicker and nicer made the day before it is wanted. Third dinner. Noodle soup. Salmon in mold. Fresh lamb chops with fried tomatoes. Veal birds. Boston baked potatoes. Succotash. Sweetbread salad. Fresh peach meringue pudding. Coffee. Noodle soup. Shin of beef, 3 quarts of cold water, 1 onion, 2 eggs, yolks only. Put the meat, onion, and salt to boil slowly for 5 hours. Strain, add pepper to taste. Noodles. Take the yolks of 2 eggs and 1 tablespoonful of water and a little salt. Beat together and add enough flour to make a stiff dough. Work it well for 15 minutes, adding flour if necessary. When ready, take a portion and roll out as thin as a wafer. Sprinkle a little flour over it and roll up tightly. With a sharp knife, cut in slices 1/8 of an inch thick. Let them dry an hour or so and drop in the soup 15 minutes before serving, which will be time enough to boil them if the soup is at the boiling point. The noodles can be omitted, and this soup served with poached eggs dropped in, or a better plan is to have the eggs on a separate plate and put one in each soup plate when you serve the soup. Salmon in mold. 1 can of salmon or an equal amount of cold salmon. Chop the fish fine, rub it in a bowl with a silver spoon, adding 4 tablespoonfuls of butter until it is a smooth paste. Beat 1 cup of fine breadcrumbs with 3 well-beaten eggs and season with pepper and salt. Work all together, add part of a cup of milk, or better still, cream. Put in a buttered mold and boil or steam 1 hour. Turn out and serve with sauce. Sauce. 1 cup of milk boiled and thickened with 1 tablespoon of cornstarch, 2 tablespoons of butter, 1 teaspoon of catsup, pinch of mace, little red pepper, lastly 1 egg added carefully. Boil 1 minute and pour over the form of fish. Serve hot. Veal birds. Cut raw veal in thin slices, 4 inches in length, 3 inches in width. Make a stuffing, 1 pint of breadcrumbs, 1/2 an onion chopped fine, as much chopped parsley, salt and pepper. Mix with as much melted butter as will make it soft. Take a slice of veal, stuff it, tie it well round with a string. They should be as large as fat reed birds. Dip them in egg and fine breadcrumbs and fry. When ready to be dished, take off the strings and pour a nice gravy over them. For the gravy, take all the scraps left from trimming and put on to boil. Add this stock to the pan the birds are fried in, and make a rich gravy free from grease. and have plenty of it so as to well cover the birds. Get the butcher to slice the veal and have it cut thin. French lamb chops with tomato sauce. 3 1/2 or 4 pounds of French chops, 2 bunches of young carrots boiled, 1 quart of fresh tomatoes sliced as for frying, 3 or 4 young onions. Take tomatoes dipped in breadcrumbs, well seasoned, and fry them in a little butter to a nice brown. Put them when done on a hot dish, and keep hot while you add to the pan they were cooked in some hot water. Stock, if you have it, is better. Add the onions and boiled carrots cut thin, and let them stew for a few minutes. Be careful not to get too much water or broth. Season lightly with pepper and salt. Broil the chops, place them on the tomatoes, and pour the gravy over all. The gravy must not be too thin. Succotash. Cut fresh corn from the cob, having a third more corn than lima beans. Boil them together in salted water for 2 hours, having no more water than will just cover them. Turn off all the water and pour in 1 cup of cream or milk. If the latter, add a teaspoon of flour, a big piece of butter. Let them boil in an inner saucepan for 1 hour. If more salt is needed, add when ready to serve. After the corn is cut from the cob, scrape the cob with the back of a knife. Boston baked potatoes. Pare and slice the potatoes very thin and throw them into cold water for 1/2 hour. Drain and dry them, and have a greased baking dish in which put a layer of potatoes, sprinkle with salt, pepper, and dots of butter. Continue to fill the dish, seasoning each layer. Pour over the whole as much milk as the dish will hold. Cover tightly and bake in a slow oven at least 1 hour, replenishing the milk as it boils away. 15 minutes before serving, remove the cover to brown. Serve in the dish they are baked in. Do not let the potatoes get too dry. They should be creamy like a rice pudding, and if properly cooked, are exceedingly nice. Sweetbread salad. Prepare and boil the sweetbreads. When cold, cut in good-sized pieces, cover with mayonnaise dressing, and serve on lettuce. Fresh peach meringue pudding. 1 quart of milk, 2 tablespoonfuls of cornstarch, 1 tablespoonful of butter, 3 eggs, 1/2 cup of granulated sugar. Cut up some ripe peaches and put 3 layers in a pudding dish, sprinkling each layer with sugar, using at least 2 tablespoonfuls. Make a custard of the milk, cornstarch, butter, yelks, and sugar, and 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Boil until it thickens, then pour carefully over the peaches and bake 20 minutes in a quick oven. When done, spread the whites beaten to a stiff froth with 2 tablespoons of sugar on the top and brown delicately. Serve cold with plenty of rich cream. Fourth dinner. Black bean soup, boiled salmon, rice croustade, fresh beef tongue, hashed potatoes, stewed tomatoes, lettuce salad, bread pudding, coffee. Plain black bean soup. 1/2 pound of salt pork, 1 quart of black beans, 4 quarts of water. Soak the beans overnight in water. In the morning, put on to boil with the pork and 4 quarts of water. Boil 5 or 6 hours or until the beans are thoroughly done. Press through a colander, and if too thick, add boiling cream or milk. Serve with slices of lemon. This is a simple recipe and exceedingly good. Rich black bean soup. 1/2 pound of salt pork, 1/2 pound of beef, 2 onions, 2 small carrots, 1 pint of beans, 4 quarts of water, hard-boiled eggs, 1/2 pint of wine. Soak the beans overnight in water. The next morning put on fire to cook, with the meat, onions sliced, carrots grated, pepper, and more salt if the pork does not season sufficiently. When the beans are thoroughly done, which will be in 5 or 6 hours, press through a colander. Have some eggs boiled hard, cut fine, and put in the tureen with 1/2 pint of wine. Pour the soup over egg and wine and serve. Boiled fresh salmon. Wrap the fish in a floured cloth and put in the fish kettle with enough cold water to cover it. Throw in 2 tablespoonfuls of salt and boil very slowly, allowing about 10 minutes to a pound. When done, place on a hot dish, being sure to mop up all water which may run out on the plate before pouring over the sauce, which is made with 1 pint of milk or cream, boiled and thickened with 1 large tablespoonful of butter rolled in flour, a little salt, and chopped parsley. Pour over the fish, have ready 2 hard-boiled eggs chopped fine, and sprinkle over the fish after the sauce has been poured on. Garnish with pieces of sliced lemon or sprigs of parsley. Rice croustade. Boil 2 large cups of rice after well washing, first in a little water until swollen, then add 1 pint of milk and a little salt, and boil slowly until thoroughly cooked and it has absorbed all the milk, then put in 1/4 pound of butter, little pepper and more salt if necessary, and several spoonfuls of thick stock. If the stock has been seasoned, all the better, or if no stock on hand, add a little cream sauce. Press this rice into a plain tin mold and set aside to become firm and cold, then turn it out upon a piece of sheet iron. Beat up the yolks of 2 eggs and paint it all over with a wide camel's hair brush on every part except the bottom. Carefully cut off the top and scoop out the inside and fill with a chicken hash highly seasoned with a curry powder, or sweetbread with cream or tomato sauce, or any preparation of meat you may fancy. Chicken or turkey is best, however, made moist with a cream sauce. Put in the oven with the cover on and brown nicely. Slip off the piece of sheet iron to a dish and serve. The object in having the piece of sheet iron, which is useful for other things, is to enable you to slip it off easily and prevent breaking. To stew a fresh beef's tongue, a popular Maryland dish. Remove the bones from the root of the tongue, but leave all the fat and wash well. Put it to boil in a pot with a little salt and more than enough water to cover it, as the water is to be saved for stewing. Let it boil 2 1/2 hours, take off the skin, put it away in a deep dish with its own liquor and keep it moist until the next day. About 5 hours before dinner, have ready mixed 1 tablespoon of ground allspice, small teaspoonful of caraway seed, 1 teaspoonful of ground pepper, 2 tablespoons of ground ginger, a few blades of mace, 12 cloves, some salt. Rub and cover the tongue with the mixture, then dredge the entire tongue with 1 cupful of lightly browned flour. Put this prepared tongue into a pot large enough to turn it nicely, and pour over the water it was boiled in the day before. If not enough, add a little boiling water. Then add 2 tablespoons of brown sugar and 1 teacup of stoned raisins. Cover the pot closely, but frequently turn the tongue and let it stew slowly until half an hour before dinner. Then add the juice of a lemon and a teacup of Madeira wine. Keep very hot until served. Hashed potatoes. Pare and cut the potatoes into small pieces and let them soak some time in cold water. Boil in salted water 20 minutes. Drain off all the water, cover with cold milk, add a good piece of butter, and after they begin to boil again, continue the cooking 10 minutes longer. Add some thickening, boil up again, and serve. Some like a tablespoon of chopped parsley added. The potatoes should be well done and the sauce rich and like a thick custard. Stewed tomatoes. Scald them, take off the skins, and cook slowly 2 hours. Thicken with breadcrumbs, season with salt, pepper, a very little onion, and a lump of butter. Strain, stir in a beaten egg, return to the saucepan to get very hot again, and serve. These are delicious. Or they may be cooked as above a long time, and seasoned with a very little onion, salt and pepper, a lump of butter, and thickened with a little flour rubbed smooth in 1/2 cup of cream, in which a pinch of soda has been dissolved to prevent curdling. Dressed lettuce. Crisp lettuce, well washed and dried, arranged in the form of a head on a salad dish. The dressing served on another dish, made the same as for celery. If the French dressing is used, pour over the leaves. Bread pudding. 1 pint of breadcrumbs, 1 quart of milk, 1 cup of sugar, 30 raisins or more, 3 eggs. Pour the milk boiled on the grated breadcrumbs, add to these the sugar and raisins. Beat up the yolks and whites separately. When the milk is cold, add yolks, then whites, and bake. Before serving, turn out of the dish and pour round it raspberry jam, which has been thinned with boiling water. Bread pudding No. 2. 1/2 pound of raisins stoned, 1/2 pound of currants well washed, 1/4 pound of citron cut fine, 1 pound of sugar, 1/2 pound of suet cut fine, 1 nutmeg grated, 1 small loaf of bread grated fine, 4 eggs, 1 pint of milk, 1 teacup of flour, 1 teaspoonful of salt. Boil 4 hours and serve with brandy sauce. Fifth dinner. Oxtail soup, baked lobster, fried chicken with cauliflower sauce, stuffed potatoes, spinach a la creme, cheese puffs, plain celery, blanc-mange, coffee. Oxtail soup. 2 oxtails, 1/4 pound of lean ham, 2 heads of celery, 2 carrots, 2 turnips, 2 onions, bunch of savory herbs, fine cloves, 1 teaspoonful of peppercorns, 3 quarts of water. Cut up the tail into small pieces, put in a saucepan with the vegetable and ham cut fine, also the spices, with 1 1/2 ounces of butter and 1/2 pint of water. Stir over the fire a short time, then add 3 quarts of water, hot. Skim well, and boil slowly 4 hours. Strain out the vegetables, but serve the pieces of oxtail in the soup. Thicken with a little flour. Some add a glass of port wine, but it is quite as good without. Baked lobster. 1 ounce of butter, 1 ounce of rice flour, 1 pint of cream. Boil the lobster, and when cold, chop fine. Make a sauce according to the above proportions, season with salt and red pepper. Fill the lobster shells, sprinkle with breadcrumbs on top with dots of butter, and brown and serve. The mixture should not be too dry. The sauce must be proportioned to the quantity of lobster. The shells, of course, must be washed clean before putting in the mixture. It may also be baked in a dish. Fried chicken with cauliflower. Choose young chickens, cut them up neatly, and wipe them off with a towel. Dip them in egg and breadcrumbs and fry in butter and lard mixed, a nice brown. Keep the chicken hot while you fry some parsley in the pan the chickens were fried in. When crisp, spread over the chicken. Boil cauliflower in water. Have a sauce made of 1 pint of milk or cream, thickened with 1 tablespoonful of flour, rubbed with 1 tablespoonful of butter, red pepper, and salt to taste. Put the cauliflower in this and pour over the chicken, the cauliflower cut in pieces. Stuffed potatoes. Bake 6 large, round, smooth potatoes. Cut them in half. Scrape out with a spoon the inside, taking care not to break the skin. Mash the potatoes very fine. Add salt, pepper, 1 egg, 1/2 tablespoonful of butter, 1 teaspoonful parsley, if liked, chopped fine, and make soft with cream, beating the whole to a light, creamy mass. Refill the skins, sprinkle fine breadcrumbs over the top of each with a liberal lump of butter. Stand them in a baking pan, brown in the oven. Serve hot on a platter, putting a napkin under them. Spinach. Pick the spinach very carefully and wash it very thoroughly in plenty of cold water several times. Have ready some boiling water with a little salt in it. Put in the spinach and boil slowly for 10 minutes after it is fairly started. Drain in a colander, pressing every particle of water out. Chop fine, put in a saucepan with a little piece of butter, moisten with cream, add pepper and salt. Cook in this way slowly 10 minutes before serving. When dished, put slices of hard-boiled egg on top. Cheese puffs. 1/4 pound of breadcrumbs, 2 gills of milk, 1/4 pound of butter, 2/3 teaspoon of mustard, 1/2 teaspoon of salt, pinch of cayenne, 1/2 pound of grated cheese, 4 eggs, beaten separately. Boil the bread soft in the milk, add all the ingredients excepting the whites, beat thoroughly, then add the whites. Pour into paper cases, filling each one 3/4 full. Bake 5 or 6 minutes, when it should be puffed high above the edge of the paper. Serve immediately, or they will fall. Blancmange. 1 quart of cream, 1/4 pound of sifted sugar, 1/2 box of Cox's gelatin, 1 tumbler of water, 2 teaspoonfuls of bitter almonds. Take rather less than half the box of gelatin dissolved in the water, add it with the sugar and flavoring to the cream. Be particular to stir well, or it will separate. Put in molds to harden. If milk used, boil it. Cornstarch blancmange. 1 quart of milk, 4 tablespoonfuls of cornstarch, 2 eggs, yelks only, 1 teacup of sugar, 2 teaspoonfuls of vanilla. Wet the cornstarch with a little of the milk and add it to the boiling milk and sugar. Boil a few minutes, then add the beaten yelks and stir a minute longer. Take from the fire, add vanilla. Pour in a mold wet with cold water. Serve with preserves and cream, or cream alone. Sixth dinner. Macaroni soup, baked halibut, roast turkey stuffed with chestnuts, mashed potatoes, cranberry jelly, fried oysters, dressed celery, Russian cream, coffee. Macaroni soup. Knuckle of veal, 2 large carrots, 1 head of celery, 3 onions, 3 blades of mace, sweet marjoram, 1/4 pound of macaroni, 1/2 pint of cream. Boil down a knuckle of veal with 2 tablespoonfuls of salt, pepper, and sweet marjoram tied in a piece of muslin, 3 blades of mace, 2 large carrots, 1 head of celery, and 3 onions. Strain it. Break 1/4 pound of macaroni into small pieces. Simmer it in milk and water for 20 minutes. Strain it and add macaroni to the soup. Thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour mixed in 1/2 pint of cream and a piece of butter the size of a walnut. Stir into the soup gradually. Boil a few minutes before serving. Baked halibut. Take a piece of halibut weighing about 6 pounds. Score the outer skin and season with salt and black pepper and a few pieces of butter dotted over the fish. Put a little water in the bottom of a pan containing the fish and bake 1 hour, basting every 10 minutes with butter and water, the butter dissolved in the water. It should be a fine, even brown. Add to the gravy in the pan a little browned flour wet with cold water. Boil up and add the juice of 1 lemon, pour over the fish, garnish with slices of lemon, and serve. Have the gravy the consistency of rich cream. Roast turkey with chestnut stuffing. Having drawn the turkey and singed it, See that it is perfectly clean and sweet, but upon no account let it or any other kind of meat, either fish, fowl, or animal, soak in water. Prepare a stuffing of breadcrumbs as follows: a small baker's loaf crumbled with the hands, season with 1/2 teaspoonful of sweet basil, 1 teaspoonful of sweet marjoram, 1 teaspoonful of chopped onion, and 1/4 pound of butter chopped in tiny pieces through the crumbs, pepper and salt. Take a pint of chestnuts, put them in a spider to burst their skins, then boil in very salted water until done. Chop not too fine and add to the stuffing. Fill the body and craw of the turkey and sew tightly so as to keep the stuffing perfectly dry. It is best not to skewer the legs to the body while roasting, as it is difficult to get the thighs properly cooked. Rub the fowl all over with butter and sprinkle with salt. If it goes in the oven, put it on a meat rack with a little water in the pan. Baste as first with slightly salted water, afterwards with its own gravy. Do this every 10 minutes. Sauce. Put the neck, liver, and gizzard to stew slowly for 3 hours. Take them out and see that the broth has reduced to 1 pint. Shell and skin 1 pint of chestnuts. Scald them to remove the skins. Simmer them in the giblet broth with a little red pepper and salt until quite soft. Rub them through a fine sieve, return to the stock, add 1 cup of cream, boil up and serve. Mashed potatoes. The potato is the most popular of all vegetables, and yet one that is more abused than any other. There is little excuse for not boiling a potato properly, as it takes about the same time for all kinds of old potatoes, save one, namely those which fall to pieces as soon as they begin to boil, and as no one would be guilty of knowingly buying them a second time, it is safe to lay down the rule of 30 minutes for boiling all medium-sized potatoes. The water should be boiling and well salted. Throw the potatoes in, which should have been thinly peeled and lying in cold water for at least 1 hour. Leave the lid off and do not boil too fast. At the end of 30 minutes, by the clock, from the time they went in, they will be done. Drain every drop of water from them and stand uncovered on the side of the stove for a moment or two until you see the pot is dry. Turn them into a hot earthen bowl to mash, which can be done quickly with the excellent wire potato masher, with which also they can be beaten very light, which process is the secret in white, creamy potatoes, which, alas, seems a talent possessed by a few. Have a cup of cream or milk boiling hot, and after the potatoes are mashed, a small piece of butter beaten in, more salt if necessary. Add the milk or cream by degrees, beating all the time. Have the potatoes moist, but by no means watery. Pile lightly in a vegetable dish, never smooth them, and serve at once. The quantity of milk depends upon the quantity of potato, but should always be added by degrees and thoroughly beaten in. Should it be necessary to delay serving them, set them in a pan of hot water with a light cloth thrown over, and dish when ready. Cranberry jelly. To 1 quart of cranberries add 1 cup of water. After they have cooked about 10 minutes, add 2 heaping cups or 1 pound of granulated sugar and cook slowly 15 minutes longer, stirring constantly. Strain and pour into a mold. 2 quarts of cranberries will fill a 1 quart mold. If they are not wanted to jelly, less sugar may be used. Fried oysters. 100 oysters. Yolks of 4 eggs. Choose fine, large, solid oysters. Saltwater ones under all circumstances are the best. Lay them on a cloth and make them perfectly dry. Beat the yolks to a froth. Dip them in very fine breadcrumbs, seasoned with pepper and salt. Next in the egg, then again in the breadcrumbs. Put in a frying pan equal quantities of lard and butter of sufficient quantity to cover the oysters entirely. As soon as it is boiling hot, drop the oysters in one by one and cook to a light brown. Have a soft piece of paper laid on a dish in the mouth of the oven. Lay the oysters on this as you take from the fat, in order to absorb all grease. Serve on a hot platter as soon as possible. Some prefer oysters cooked in a small quantity of grease, just enough to brown them. This gives the crumbs more crispness. Dressed celery. Cut the celery into half-inch pieces after being cleaned and throw it in cold water until wanted. Before it is mixed with the dressing, dry the celery thoroughly by first turning off the water through a colander, then wipe it in a towel. It should be perfectly dry or it will thin the dressing. Celery or lettuce dressing. Take the uncooked yolk of 1 egg, add oil a few drops at a time until it mixes and begins to get stiff. Alternate then with 1 tablespoonful of vinegar to 1/2 pint of oil, salt and red pepper to taste, and 1/2 teaspoon of mustard if it is considered indispensable. It should be so stiff as to be able to take up the mass on a fork. If through carelessness or want of experience it separates, take the yolk of another egg and add what you have made to it, a teaspoonful at a time. Have the lettuce leaves thoroughly dried, placed whole in a salad bowl, and the dressing served separately. 1 yolk will be enough for 1 pint of oil. French salad dressing. 1 tablespoonful of vinegar, 3 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, 1 saltspoon of pepper, 1 saltspoon of salt, 1 scant teaspoonful of scraped onion, a little chopped parsley. Mix the salt and pepper with the oil, then add the onion, and at last the vinegar with the parsley. Let it stand some time in ice chest before using. Russian cream. 1 quart of milk, 5 eggs, 1/2 box of gelatin, 1 small cup of sugar, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla, 1 wineglass of wine and brandy mixed. Soak the gelatin in the milk. Stir well over the fire until entirely dissolved. Add the yolks beaten very light with the sugar. Stir constantly until it thickens and has reached the boiling point. In a large bowl, have the whites beaten to a stiff froth. Pour the custard on them, beat well together, add flavoring, and pour into a large mold to harden. In winter, this requires but a small half box of gelatin. This dish is more satisfactory made the day before wanted. Serve with or without cream. Seventh dinner. Clear beef soup, scalloped green turtle, mutton stuffed with onions, potato croquettes, turnips with cream sauce, coleslaw, sweetbread pâtés, rice soufflé, coffee. Clear beef soup. 10-pound rump of beef, 1 egg. Put the beef into a pot and cover with cold water. Simmer until the meat is in shreds, strain and pull away. The next day take off all fat, put it on the fire with the shell and white of an egg. When it comes to a boil, skim and strain again. Put in another pot 4 large carrots, sliced, 2 turnips, sliced, 4 large onions, sliced, 1 head of celery, cut in pieces, bunch of soup herbs. Cover with just enough water to cook them well. Pour the water off through a fine cloth and add to your soup. Add a very little soy or something else to give a good color. The soup should be strong, clear, and delicious. Scalloped green turtle. 3 pounds of turtle steaks, 1/2 pint of cream. Be sure to have the steaks cut with the fat, which is the best part. Steam them until tender, cut into pieces 1-inch square, season with salt and red pepper. Make a dressing of the cream, boiled and thickened with 1 small tablespoonful of flour, made perfectly smooth, and stir in a piece of butter the size of a walnut. You need but little butter and a small amount of sauce, as the turtle is very rich. When the sauce is cool, beat it well. Put in your dish alternate layers of fish and sauce until the dish is full, putting a thicker layer on top. Brown in oven. Leg of mutton stuffed with oysters. Take a fine leg of mutton which has been hanging. Let the butcher take out the bone. Stuff full of oysters. Roast before a fire or bake in an oven, basting every 10 minutes with salt and water at first, afterwards with its own gravy. Allow 12 minutes to a pound. Thicken the gravy slightly and put chopped pickles in it. Serve in a gravy boat with the meat. Turnips with cream sauce. Choose young white turnips of even size. Peel and boil in plenty of salt water. When very tender, cut neatly and evenly into 4 pieces and pour over them a cream sauce made of 1 pint of cream or milk, 1 heaping tablespoon of rice flour, rubbed smooth with a heaping tablespoonful of butter. Season with pepper and salt. Potato croquettes. To 3 cups of freshly mashed potatoes, add 2 tablespoons of cream or milk, 2 eggs well beaten, 1 tablespoon of butter, a very little onion chopped very fine, salt and cayenne pepper to taste. Beat all together until very light, put in a saucepan and keep stirring until they leave the bottom and sides of the saucepan. Set aside to get perfectly cold. Form into little round balls, dip in egg and fine breadcrumbs, place in a wire basket and cook in boiling lard. Sweetbread pâtés. Make a sauce. 1 pint of cream boiled. While boiling, stir in 1 heaping tablespoonful of rice flour, mixed perfectly smooth, some chopped parsley, and 1/4 of an onion. When boiled, take out the onion, stir in a tablespoonful of butter and some salt and red pepper. Have sweetbreads boiled, cut up, and added to the sauce. Some white meat of chicken cut up and added, half and half, with the sweetbread, is an improvement. Pour into pâtés. It is also very good served without the paste. Coleslaw No. 1. 1 small head of cabbage, 4 tablespoonfuls of vinegar, piece of butter size of an egg, 1 teaspoonful of mixed mustard, pinch of red pepper, teaspoonful of salt, 1 tablespoonful of sugar, 1 cup of sour cream or sweet. Scald the vinegar, add the other ingredients, and pour hot over the shaved cabbage. Let it get very cold before it is served. A teaspoonful of flour mixed in the cream is an improvement, as it gives a little more consistency. Coleslaw number 2. 1/2 teacup of vinegar, 1/2 teacup of cream, 1 teaspoon of mustard, 2 eggs, piece of butter size of a walnut. Stir the whole over the fire until the consistency of custard and pour hot over the chopped cabbage. Always make coleslaw early in the day so as to have it very cold. Rice soufflé. 2 ounces of rice, butter size of a walnut, some lemon peel, 6 eggs, milk and powdered sugar. Wash and pick 2 ounces of rice. Swell it in milk by standing on the back of the stove. Add a pinch of salt and butter the size of a walnut and a little grated lemon peel, enough to flavor. Moisten the rice little by little that it may remain firm. Add to it 2 spoonfuls of powdered sugar, the yolks of 6 eggs, one by one. Make them mix in without working too much. Whip the whites and mix little by little with the other ingredients. Put the soufflé in a dish in which it is to be served. Put in the oven. When it begins to brown, glaze with powdered sugar and let it remain until baked. 8th dinner. Okra soup, broiled lobster, sauce tartare, rolled beef garnished with baked tomatoes, rice balls, fried squash, sweetbread with terrapin dressing, plain celery, Smyrna pudding, coffee. Okra and tomato. Leg of beef, 1/4 peck of tomatoes, 1/4 peck of okras. Put a leg of beef with 5 quarts of water, cold, on the fire at 8 o'clock. Let it boil slowly 2 hours, taking off all scum as it rises. At 10 o'clock put in the tomatoes, the skin first taken off with boiling water, the okras cut in slices, leaving out the stalks, and 1 onion cut in pieces. Season with salt and pepper and continue to simmer 5 hours longer. Like most soups, this is better the second day. If the vegetables are not liked, they can be strained from the soup. Broiled lobster. Take 4 chicken lobsters, uncooked and perfectly fresh. Separate them in 2 by cutting down lengthwise. Put a little melted butter upon them, salt, pepper, and some breadcrumbs. Broil them before a gentle fire in the shells. They may be served with or without sauce tartare. This is the true way to prepare broiled lobster, but they may be plunged in boiling water, which kills them instantly. They are very delicious. Sauce tartare, cold sauce. Put in a bowl the yolks of 2 eggs with salt and pepper and 1 dessert spoonful of vinegar in which has been mixed 1 1/2 teaspoonfuls of mustard. Whip up this mixture as quickly as possible. When it forms a cream, add a few drops at a time, 1/2 pint of oil. Chop a pickle and 1 tablespoonful of capers as fine as possible and add to the sauce the last thing. If the onion flavor is liked, rub the bowl well with a raw onion before putting the other ingredients in. This sauce may be made in a large quantity as it keeps a long time, and is very good served with fried fish, oysters fried, boiled tongue, etc. Of course it must be in a dish by itself. A glass pickle dish is appropriate. Beef roll. 2 1/2 pounds of steak cut from rump or round, 1 pint of grated breadcrumbs, 3 hard-boiled eggs, slice of salt pork, 1 onion, 1/2 teaspoonful of thyme, 1 teaspoonful of sweet marjoram, pepper and salt to taste. Take a thick steak and lay thin strips of salt pork over it. Make a stuffing with the above ingredients. Spread over the pork. Dot with little pieces of butter. Roll the steak and bind with a string. Put the roll in a stew pan with just enough boiling water to cover it and cook gently 1 hour. Take it out carefully. Spread a little butter over it and dust with fine breadcrumbs. Press the crumbs with the hand to make them stick all round. Put it in a bake pan with the broth it was cooked in and brown nicely, basting several times. When done, strain the gravy and thicken with a little flour, more pepper and salt if needed, 1/2 can of mushrooms cut in half, a little soy to make it a rich color. Serve in a gravy boat and garnish the meat roll with well-baked tomatoes. Baked tomatoes. Cut out the centers of the tomatoes. For 6 tomatoes, make a stuffing of 1 large cup of breadcrumbs, a small onion minced as fine as possible, 1 tablespoonful of butter, also cut in tiny pieces, season with pepper and salt. Stuff the centers, piling it a little on the top. Put a piece of butter on top of each and bake nearly 1 hour. Rice balls. Boil the rice in salted water 10 minutes. Drain and pour on milk, in which let it steam until the rice is reduced to a pulp and all the milk absorbed, adding more milk when necessary. Stir in a little piece of butter and taste to see if salt enough before adding more. Form into round balls, a form can be used, of uniform size and not too large. Arrange in a flat vegetable dish, each ball separate, and cover with a rich cream sauce. These are delicious and make a pretty dish. Fried squash. Peel the squash, cut in very thin slices. Dip in egg and fine breadcrumbs seasoned with salt and pepper, and fry in boiling lard. They must be crisp and free from grease. In order to have them so, place an open wire waiter, which comes for such purposes, in the mouth of the oven. Place the cooked squash on it for a minute or two before serving on a hot platter. Sweetbreads with terrapin dressing. Parboil fine large sweetbreads. Cover them with butter and a dredging of flour and bake in the oven. Dressing. Mash the yolks of 3 hard-boiled eggs with a good lump of butter. Add 3 wineglasses of cream. Let it boil up. Add 1 wineglass of wine, a little salt and pepper. Pour over the sweetbreads. Have some of the whites chopped fine and sprinkle over all. This is a very pretty and delicious dish. Increase the dressing in proportion to the number and size of sweetbreads. This is for a small dish. Smyrna pudding. Scant pint of breadcrumbs, 1 quart of milk, 8 tablespoonfuls of sugar, butter size of an egg, peel of 1 lemon, 5 eggs. Pour over the breadcrumbs the warmed milk, stir well, and add lemon peel, sugar, butter, and the yolks well beaten. Mix all thoroughly together, pour into a dish, and bake carefully. Beat the whites stiff. Add by degrees 6 tablespoonfuls of sugar, spread on top, and brown. It will take 3/4 of an hour altogether. To be eaten very cold. Ninth dinner. Raw oysters, calf's head soup, turbot à la crème, boiled turkey, oyster sauce, fillet of beef, scalloped potatoes, stewed celery, cranberry jelly, spinach, terrapin, orange baskets, quail and claret, dressed lettuce, plum pudding, ice cream, wine jelly, coffee. Calf's head soup. Calf's head, knuckle of veal, bone of beef, 6 carrots, 6 onions, 2 heads of celery, 12 cloves, 12 allspice, 1 1/2 dozen whole peppers, bunch of herbs and parsley. Boil a calf's head in as much water as will cover it until you can slip out the bones. Take a knuckle of veal and a small bone of beef, cut the meat off and put meat and bones in the liquor the head was boiled in, adding as much more water as will cover the whole. Skim well after it has thoroughly come to a boil, then add 6 carrots sliced, 6 onions, and 2 heads of celery cut small, a bunch of herbs and parsley, 12 cloves, 12 allspice, 1 1/2 dozen whole peppers. Boil the whole slowly 5 or 6 hours. Strain it through a coarse sieve, pressing it well. This will make stock enough for 2 tureens of soup. When warming for use, take 1/2, thicken with 1/2 pint of flour mixed very smooth, 2 ounces of butter, and color with burnt sugar or soy. If this quantity of flour does not thicken enough, add a little more. Cut 1/2 the head in small pieces, also 1/2 the brains. Let them boil in the soup. Put in the tureen 1/2 pint of wine, some force, meatballs, and the yolks of 6 hard-boiled eggs cut in pieces. Pour the soup boiling hot over them. The soup must be seasoned to taste with salt and cayenne pepper. The calf's head without any meat will make good soup, but only for 1 day. The force meatballs are made of 1 pound of veal, 1/2 pound beef suet. Chop very fine, add spice, sweet herbs, pepper and salt, a few breadcrumbs, and 2 eggs to bind them. Roll in little balls and fry a delicate brown in boiling fat. Fish, turbot à la crème. Take a haddock, bass, or halibut, 4 pounds. Boil it with plenty of salt in the water. Take out all the bones and remove all skin. Flake off the flesh. Boil 1 quart of cream. While boiling, stir in 3 large tablespoonfuls of rice flour, perfectly smooth. Add a bunch of parsley, half an onion, and when boiled, take both out. Add 1/4 pound of butter and a little cayenne. Put first a layer of sauce, then one of fish, until the dish is full, covering the top with sauce. Strew a thick layer of white breadcrumbs over it and bake 1/2 hour. Boiled turkey. Having drawn the turkey and singed it, cut the legs at first joint and draw them into the body. Fasten the small ends of the wings under the back and tie them with strong twine. See that it is perfectly clean and sweet. Prepare a stuffing as follows: 1 baker's loaf crumbled. Season with 1/2 teaspoonful of sweet basil, 1 teaspoonful sweet marjoram, 1 onion chopped fine, and 1/4 pound of butter chopped in tiny pieces through the crumbs, pepper, salt, and 1 pint of oysters chopped. Fill the body and craw and sew up tight. Tie the fowl in a floured cloth and put in a large meat boiler with boiling water to cover. Replenish with water from the kettle if it boils away. Allow 15 minutes to a pound, boiling gently. Serve with a border of rice, surrounding the turkey with oyster sauce in a gravy boat. Sauce. Bring 1 pint of cream or milk to a boil, Add 2 tablespoonfuls of rice flour mixed with butter size of an egg. Add salt, pepper, and 3/4 of a pint of oysters which have been strained. Simmer 5 minutes and serve. Fillet of beef. All the skin and fat should be removed and the piece of meat neatly larded. Put it on the meat rack in a baking pan and baste frequently with salt and water. It will take about 1/2 hour to bake if the oven is very hot, as it should be. It should be served with mushroom sauce, which is made as follows. Take a cup of stock, thicken it with flour and butter mixed, seasoned with pepper and salt and a few drops of lemon juice. Add a can of mushrooms and let all simmer a few minutes. Pour the sauce over the fillet and serve. 3 pounds of fillet are enough for 10 or 12 persons. Scalloped potatoes. Take 3 cups of freshly mashed potatoes. Beat in them 2 tablespoons of butter, salt to taste, and a small cup of boiling cream. Beat thoroughly and add 3 eggs beaten separately. Put lightly in a greased dish and bake in a quick oven until a light brown. This proportion will make a large dishful. Stewed celery. Cut the celery into inch pieces and boil softly in salted water about 20 minutes or until tender. Have just enough water to cover the celery, no more. Add 1 cup of cream, a piece of butter the size of a walnut rolled in flour, pepper, and salt. These proportions are enough for 1 large bunch of celery. Terrapin. Choose fine terrapins. The saltwater ones are the best. Have the water boiling hot and drop 1 in at a time and wait for the water to boil again before putting in another. In this way you are sure of terrapins dying immediately. A small one requiring a ½ hour, a large one an hour. The best test is to take hold of the foot, and if it is about ready to separate from the body, it is done, or a better way still is to turn the toes back. If stiff, they are not done. Great care should be taken not to boil them too long, as they become stringy and tasteless. When they are cold, take off the shells, pull out the claws, open the body and take out very carefully the sandbag and gall, which is in the left lobe of the liver. If the gall bag breaks, you spoil the terrapin. Cut off the heads. The rest of the terrapin with the intestines are to be used. Cut in good-sized pieces. Season with salt and pepper. Dressing. For 6 small terrapins, allow 18 eggs boiled 20 minutes and dropped in cold water. Rub the yolks smooth and add 1 pint of cream by degrees. Boil the cream and thicken with 1 tablespoonful of rice flour rubbed with 1/2 pound of butter. Season with salt and pepper. Simmer 10 minutes, take off the fire and add a tumbler of sherry wine. When the dressing is cool, beat it well and add the terrapin. It is best to prepare the terrapin the day before it is to be used, so as to allow the dressing to permeate the terrapins. When reheated, add more wine if needed. Save the eggs out of the terrapin and add them when warming for use. Orange baskets. Cut oranges in the shape of baskets with an orange-colored ribbon bow on the handle. Fill with orange water ice made as follows. 1 pound of sugar, 1 quart of water, 12 oranges, 2 lemons, 4 eggs, whites only. Make a syrup of the sugar and water, squeeze the juice, and rasp 2 oranges with lumps of sugar, not too deeply or it will be bitter. Mix the juice with the beaten white of the eggs, and when the syrup is cold, beat all together well and freeze. Snipe or quail. Have the birds properly and thoroughly cleaned. Stuff them and put in a small pan. Pour over them a bottle of claret or port wine. Let them soak 2 hours or more, then butter them and dredge with flour and roast in a quick oven 20 minutes, or until they are done, basting constantly with the claret they were soaked in. When the birds are taken from the oven, add currant jelly to the gravy and pour over the birds. 1 pint bottle is enough for 6 birds. Sauce for pudding. Rub to a cream 3/4 of a cup of butter and 2 cups of powdered sugar, working the sugar in by degrees, also 1 cup of wine. Beat all into a soft, creamy mass. Plum pudding. 1 small baker's loaf grated, 1 pint of milk, 1 1/2 pounds of currants, 1 pound of raisins stoned and cut in half, 1/4 pound of citron cut in thin pieces, 1 1/2 tablespoonfuls of flour, 1/2 pound of brown sugar rolled fine, 6 ounces of suet chopped fine, 1 even tablespoonful of cinnamon, 1/2 tablespoonful of mace, 1 nutmeg, 1 lemon, grated peel only, 5 eggs. Boil the milk, pour over the breadcrumbs and suet. When nearly cold, add the eggs well beaten. Add by degrees the fruit, sugar, spice, and 1 glass of brandy and wine mixed. Beat all well together. Put in your pudding bag, which has been well scalded and dredged with flour. Boil 4 hours, and be careful that it does not cease to boil all this time. Have this all made the day before, and when wanted, boil another hour to thoroughly heat it. Vanilla ice cream. 3 pints of cream, 3/4 pound of sugar, 1 egg, white only, 1/2 of small vanilla bean, powdered. Reserve 1 pint of cream, whip it stiff, and add when cream is half frozen. Wine jelly. 1 box of Cox's gelatin, 2 lemons, 1 3/4 pounds of sugar, 1 1/2 pint of wine, 1 wineglass of brandy. Dissolve the gelatin in 1 pint cold water, then add the juice and rind of lemons cut thin. Pour on 1 quart of boiling water, add the sugar. When all is dissolved, add wine and brandy and strain through a jelly bag. Coffee. 6 heaping tablespoonfuls of coffee to 1 quart of boiling water. Scald the coffee boiler, pour in the coffee grounds which have been mixed to a paste with the whites of 1/2 an egg and a little water. Pour on the water, which must be actually boiling. Cover tightly and boil gently 10 minutes. Scald the coffee pot and send to table at once, served with whipped cream and sugar. End of 9 Family Dinners and How to Prepare Them by Sarah Biddle Howell.